Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, running a little behind. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony Love. And I got a lot of love today, ladies and gentlemen. I got a lot of love. But before we get started, let me get my camera on and things. Turn that camera on. Supposed to be the camera. Okay, no problem. No problem. Here, this is what I'm going to do here, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, look at that here. Look at that. Look at that. Would you look at that? Yep, so that was the Star-Spangled Banner. And let me see here. Hold on for one moment. I think we have, let me see. There's a breaking thing with Trump as well, too, that he went live. In fact, let me go ahead and pull that up. I'm going to address you guys in the room in a minute. Okay.
Look back.
That's one of the reasons you're here, frankly. But you've been very fair. You've covered me this time, I mean, much more fairly, I think, than the first term. The first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words, followed by Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, J.D.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I want to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team, from Kelly Loeffler at SBA to Doug at the VA to Todd and Bobby Kennedy. This really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the President's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard, once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back. But stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims. So, to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid, and that program ensures that low-income
Welcome, Larry.
moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion poorer because of the fraud that this country has let go on. But I actually think most importantly is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the health care that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year, but we're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve to have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed it.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know who Elliot Ness? They look like that group of people you have lined up behind you. They're doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Billions, think of, not millions, billions of dollars is being recovered, billions. And you haven't seen anything yet. We have things happening that people aren't going to believe. The level of corruption and fraud that took place under the Biden administration was unprecedented. And Minnesota, California, Maine, believe it or not. You know, you think of Maine as this wonderful place.
Yep.
It's the level of corruption is incredible, all over the place. So, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please.
Oh, my turn. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing us out here. I got the chance to drive for the first time in a year and a half, which is the golf cart. It was fun. It was great. And so just a couple points that we all know. We've followed in the news, obviously, the events in the Middle East, and others here can talk about that. Not that they're not important, but there's some other issues happening around the world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. And what that literally means in the future is that American servicemen, political leaders, and others could find themselves under indictment by this International Criminal Court. If you want to know a little bit about it, Jack Smith used to work there. These are the people that think they can go out and basically indict any world leader and haul them into The Hague. So we tried to get them to reform and listen to us. They wouldn't do it. They're very arrogant. We've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
By the way, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. But just so you know, just keep talking about it. I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at that way. But there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
Well, and I actually think the people who are in biggest danger in our system are servicemen, people in uniform. That they'll try to go out for the rest of their lives, will not be able to travel anywhere in the world with their families because they could be arrested on one of these. Imagine, you're a soldier, you fought in a war, and 20 years later they try to come grab you. So this is a big problem. So we've had dozens of countries already join us in this effort. Since we started 2 weeks ago, 5 countries have already quit the ICC and notified them that they're leaving, and we think there'll be more. The second thing is we had an unprecedented ministerial. 60 countries came to Washington, and we're a part of an effort where we were shedding light on far-left terrorism and violence. You know, if a bomb goes off somewhere and it's tied to some right-wing group, or what I don't consider neo-Nazis right-wing, I consider them Nazis, right? But you're going to get a lot of attention on that. But if it's a leftist group, an Antifa group, that gets no coverage, or they ignore the ideological spin and the ideological reason behind it. So we've got 60 countries came up here and hopefully creating a strong coalition to go after far-left violent terrorism. Go after it and call it by name, and I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President. As you know, in the diplomatic front, the deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think that was the first visit by a Lebanese president in over 30-some-odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build on it, but it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people thought would never happen. It needs to happen, but the fact they've even agreed to it is a real achievable. Last point is on the Western Hemisphere. For the first time in 15, 20 years, the overwhelming majority of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are now led by pro-American leaders and pro-American governments. It's an extraordinary achievement, all of it happening through virtually every election that's happened in the Western Hemisphere since you were elected president has elected someone who is pro-American. And I think this is an incredible situation.
Shout out to
and last
Sharon.
but not least, and I have to thank a number of agencies,
Sharon.
particularly the Department
I
of War,
appreciate you with
after
the gold
that terrible
coin.
earthquake in Venezuela. Within 36
appreciate that
hours,
gold
the full
coin.
force of the American government was on the ground providing humanitarian assistance. It was a sight to behold. The USS Ford, I think, was in their port. Our Marines and armed service personnel were helping run their airport and their tower. It is one of the fastest, most dramatic, and most effective humanitarian responses, certainly in recent history, if not ever. And they came at the direction of the president. In fact, within an hour of that earthquake hitting, I remember because I was overseas, the president called and said, make sure we go in there and help these people recover from this. And we did. And thanks to your leadership, Mr. President. It's a great story. Enough needs to be told about it because the credit goes to so many agencies represented here today, but really the Department of War's effort was phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just before we continue, I want to just congratulate Jay Clayton. He's with us today, as you know. He's had a big victory. He's going to do a fantastic job. He's only done his whole life has been about doing a fantastic job. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's an honor for the War Department to help run this facility. Also, from the food to the fence line, it's an honor to have you. And it's great Americans here and all around the country and all around the world who are the core of what keep us safe. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that's willing to put them in a position to do it. And that's my takeaway, Mr. President. Is sort of 3 points. One, it takes courage. 2, it takes restoring a spirit, which you have done. And 3rd, it takes investment, and not just an investment, but a generational investment. And I think people miss that. The courage it takes to seal the border, to say we're going to do it, and we're going to do it every single day, and we're going to do it on behalf of the American people. The courage to bomb the Houthis and say we will maintain freedom of navigation. I wonder why they're not involved in this conflict, the Houthis, even though they're a proxy of Iran, because they've felt the weight of American power for 45 days, and you had the courage to do that. The courage to do Midnight Hammer and conclude the 12-day war by obliterating their nuclear sites, something other presidents had the option on their table to do, but they never pulled the trigger because of the complications, because of the challenges, because of the risk. Courage. The courage to take on the cartels and drug boats, and now forming the ACCC, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, with all those friendly governments that Marco talked about who want to be shoulder to shoulder, not just with America, but with a bold, strong America with clear leadership. The courage to go get Maduro in the most heavily guarded house, inside the most heavily guarded fort, inside the most heavily guarded town in their capital city in the middle of the night, and change the entire dynamic of that country and that region. And the world saw what the American military was capable to do, but that doesn't happen unless the commander-in-chief says you're authorized to do it, and will take the handcuffs off when you do it to ensure that Americans come home. The courage to undertake epic fury and this Iranian regime and ensure they never have a nuclear weapon, which remains your commitment. And frankly, the courage to negotiate with people that have shown no willingness to do so honestly, with incredible negotiators who are the best in the world, and give them every opportunity to do it, give those things up peacefully. All of that takes guts. But that comes on the backs of the change in the spirit of our department. You talk about spirit all the time, and you're right to do so. When you rip out DEI, when you rip out social engineering and social justice, and you put in merit, and then you untie the hands of commanders to be commanders, to enforce discipline and accountability, to get back to basics, then you get historic re-enlistment inside our ranks. Our best people, Mr. President, are staying because they want to be in that kind of department. And then historic recruitment
in the room, please.
Amongst young Americans, every month, our department breaks records. And when did that trend line start? On Election Day, 2024, when the American people said, I want to serve under this president. And that new name, the Department of War, has become the ethos, the warrior ethos of our department. Again, spirit. And I will note, the flyovers will indeed continue until morale improves. But that's also spirit. Parades, 250, flyovers, the American people seeing and feeling their military in ways they have not in the past. That's spirit. And then finally, Mr. President, a generational investment. You rebuilt the military in your first term, and you've spent in your first year $1 trillion, and now we are committed in working with Congress to get $1.5 trillion. But this is not the same way we funded our department in the past. This is a businessman in charge. This is a deputy secretary of our department who's a turnaround guy, just like the president is, saying we will not fund money, we will not fund the department the way we have in the past. In fact, so far, $75 billion in private investment from defense companies who are now investing in new plants, new equipment, new assembly lines to build the munitions of the future faster than ever possible. That's saving taxpayer dollars. Because the companies themselves are investing. That would never, the arsenal of freedom would never happen without you. So just like, we use a lot of the things Ronald Reagan's buildup was a part of, in this administration and in future administrations, they will look back at Donald Trump and the buildup that he has done, and that will be, the deterrence of the future will be established because of your investment. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here in this historic place as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. And I think if we look back, whether our founders was President Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, could not have imagined the economy that we would have created. It is the envy of the world. And as you said, we have record investment coming in. We've never seen anything like it. And we're pulling away from the rest of the world because of your leadership, the policies that you did from day one in terms of digital assets, in terms of technology, and bringing back American manufacturing.
Secretary of Treasury.
You've done it again. You had the incredible economy during your first term, and we are seeing that carry over here. And it is in stark contrast to the Biden economy, which was government jobs, government spending, and high inflation, the worst inflation in 50 years. And with the working families tax cut, which I will add, every Democrat voted against. Every Democrat voted against. It is the perfect barbell for this economy. On one side, you have full expensing for factories, for equipment, for farm structures. On the other side, your four signature policies, promises made, promises kept, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans if you buy an American-made car, and the Americans are starting to feel it. Core inflation is low, consumer confidence is strong. We have the highest consumer confidence, came up today, in 5 months, and Main Street is back. Small banks are lending, thanks to your policy. Small banks, community banks are lending again, and the Americans are starting to feel it. As you said, these Trump accounts are the most successful program launch in government history. We've had 7 million families sign up for them. We're going to get to open enrollment, and we will have 70 million families who have signed up for this. 38% of American families, households, have no exposure to our great equity market. And thanks to you, we're going to have an ownership society. An ownership society. You were one of the first presidents to create assets for the American people, not more debt. We had the biggest tax refund season ever. Trade deals, tax cuts, energy dominance, and regulatory efforts. America is ushering in the greatest reshoring wave in our history. In June, our manufacturing sector expanded for the 6th straight month. We've got construction jobs, and those are going to lead into manufacturing jobs. We've got Main Street prosperity. Real wages are up $1,000. And sir, what you've done again too is the bottom 25% of wage earners, just like in your first term, are outperforming the top 25%. This is a working families administration. In the past year, that group, had wage increases of 5.5%. They have 3 times what the top end has done. So you've done it again, and these are private sector jobs we are creating. As you often say in these meetings, we could have created 1 million, 2 million government jobs, but we didn't. The private sector is creating. We've got incentives, we've got money coming in, and we are rebuilding. So, and then our energy dominance, thanks to you and these policies, you can come to the U.S., you're going to have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty, so it is the best place in the world to build your factory. And finally, I want to add, it has been a pleasure to be a part, or a privilege to be a part of, as we've gone from epic fury to economic fury, to constrict, on your orders, constrict the Iranian regime's the financial tentacles all around the world. We started it on your orders. We started it in March 2025. In December of 2025, the largest bank in Iran collapsed. The central bank had to print money, caused inflation. Now they got 180% inflation. They aren't able to pay their troops. And on your orders, we are searching for their assets all around the world, and that money will go to the Iranian people, Americans who have been harmed by the Iranians, whether the USS Cole or the barracks in Lebanon, or it will go back to when the Iranians attacked the ships coming out. So it's been a privilege to be part of that, and I look forward to the rest of it.
Thank you very much. And I want to just add that today there are more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. We have more people working today, and we'll think of that number. I mean, more people working today by far than at any time in the history of our country. So it's been something very, very special. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just take a moment to take note of the historical significance of this occasion. Before the press came in, you asked all the cabinet members who had been to Camp David before, and I think about 3/4 of them had. I raised my hand, but I haven't been here for 62 years. I came here on weekends, as many weekends as we could between 1961 and 1963. My father loved this place. My uncle loved this place. He was, nobody knows about this because it's not in the history books, but he was resentful at Dwight Eisenhower for renaming it Camp David. And if he had made it to his second term, he was going to rename it Shangri-La, which was the original name that Roosevelt had named it. But my uncle prided himself on being the most open, transparent administration in history. He was the first president to have televised press conferences. During his 1,000 days in office, he had about 30 press conferences. You, Mr. President, have press conferences.
Anything like this. We're building more factories and plants in this country than we've ever built before. And we're going to be, at some point, we'll be leaving this position, and we're going to leave this country in very, very good shape, better shape than it's ever been. When we took office, we inherited a total catastrophe. The last administration created the worst inflation in 48 years, the most dangerous and insecure border in history, and exploding trade deficits like we have never seen before, rampant crime, men and women's sports, transgender mutilization of your children, and chaos and bedlam all over the world. Other than that, they did quite a good job. In less than 18 months, we've turned around 4 years of disaster, and we now have the strongest border in American history. We went from the worst border, I believe, of any country in history. 25 million people came through in 4 years. And these are people that, in many cases, you don't want. They were murderers, they were drug dealers, they were people that you do not want. But now we have the strongest border in American history, and for the last 15 months, the report just came out again, we've had no people coming in through our southern border, 0. And it's almost hard to say, because you'd say, is that even possible? They had 25 million people came in. We have no people coming in illegally through our southern border. And that's in history, so think of that, 0, a big, beautiful 0. The murder rate saw its single largest drop ever recorded to the lowest in 125 years. That goes back to, think of it, it goes back to 1900, lowest murder rate in the history of our country. So that's something. Today, I just want to mention that We heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants, and I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota. This month it was announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years. Walmart, Sam's Club, Giant Eagle, and others are slashing prices by hundreds of grocery stores, and all of the stores, I mean, throughout the country, they're slashing prices, something that you haven't seen for a long time since my last administration. The stock market has set 73 all-time record highs since the election. That means all-time record highs, 73 days out of a very short period of time. And the typical 401k is up by more than $30,000. And when you think of that, if you add another $1,000 to it, it will be, we set the record in the last administration, a record still standing. This administration is going to blow my last administration away. When the factories that we're building at record, and we're not building them, all over the world they're building. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Germany with the cars. They're coming from Germany. They're coming from Japan, South Korea, Canada, Mexico. From all over the world, they're building auto plants here because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. The tariffs have made our country rich and successful. And all of this, I mean, I'd like to say it was the election. On November 5th, it was the election, and that's fine. But without the election, you wouldn't have what I've done economically. So we have the most successful environment that we've ever had. There's never been anything like it from the standpoint of investment into our country. It's 5 to 6 times higher than anybody has ever seen, than any other country, not just us, has ever had. On July 4th, we launched Trump accounts, a key provision of our great, big, beautiful bill. And these tax-free investment savings accounts have already been activated by over 7 million children. These are investments made in our future, which is our children. Our children are the most important aspect of our future, with more being added each day. So it's a tremendous hit. Over 7 million, and really, it really just got going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was, we got the final approvals. And we have over 7 million. Actually, there's never been anything quite like that. But millions of accounts are pre-funded with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury or generous gifts from private donors like Michael and Susan Dell and others who have given billions of dollars, billions. People are putting up hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into it and buying really a great future for children. When they turn 18 or when they turn 21, instead of having no hope, no future, they will end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars and maybe even more than that. So it's going to be something to see. With modest additional contributions, they'll grow by numbers that should be, it could be over $200,000. We're looking at the timeline. I wish we had an economy like we have now with the stock markets going up, but they will benefit by our country being successful. And we're going to give every child a head start on the American dream. So go to trumpaccounts.gov. They're really something, the whole world's talking about it, and it's far ahead of schedule. Nobody thought it would be as successful as it's been, but it should be. It should be. And we start them off with $1,000, and this was part of the great, big, beautiful bill. With my most favored nation policy, you could say this is even a bigger thing, if that's possible. On drug prices, we're achieving record discounts on prescription drugs. The prescription drugs were going through the roof for many years, and now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we had the highest prices anywhere in the world by far. Most expensive drugs, prescription drugs, and others. The highest in the world. The whole world was laughing at us. We paid for the rest of the world. We subsidized the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that. And I started it in the first administration. I took it up. Obviously, Biden wasn't able to do anything about it because you had to get the consent of the drug companies, and you had to get the consent. More difficult would be the consent of other nations. The other nations had to agree, but they were paying a fraction, sometimes 10%, 20%, 40%, 70% less. So I had to call them and I had to get them on, and I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to charge you tariffs. And they all said no at first, very politely said, sir, we can't do that. We're not going to double our prices. They had to double their prices, and in some cases triple their price, and we would come down. So a pill that sold for $10 in Germany would sell for $130 in New York. Same pill from the same company, the same factory, the same plant.
Shout out to Denise
Same
Farmer.
laboratory. From $10, and we pay $130. The world is a bigger place, so it's not as bad as it sounds for them. So they went up to 20, and we came down to 20. So we now have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We're tied with the lowest, but we're basically its favored nation. So we have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now, what that does for your health care, I mean, I see these fake polls where the Democrats have wonderful numbers on this stuff, and they are horrible what they've done. Obamacare is a total disaster. It's a costly wreck. It's unaffordable. We call it the Unaffordable Care Act. It's a disgrace. They never even thought of being able to do something like this. They didn't even try. They didn't even try. So I got the drug companies first, and then I got the countries. And the drug companies agreed because they knew the countries wouldn't agree. And when I called Germany, France, when I called the UK, when I called all of these countries, I said, you got to do it. It's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you're paying for the same drug. You can't do this. And they said, well, we're not going to do that because we're going to have to double our price in order to make you happy. I said, no, maybe you're going to have to triple your price. They said, well, we can't do it. I said, that's all right. If you can't do it, then I can't do something also. And I'm going to charge you very substantial tariffs, which are far more than we're talking about. And they all said, we'd love to do it. We would love to do it. It would be our great honor to do it. So nobody else would do this. This would have never happened. So your drug prices have gone down by numbers not even thinkable. My first term, I had the privilege of having lower drug prices from the beginning of the year till the end for the first time in 28 years, you remember. And I called a news conference to announce it. So the year had ended, and I was turned out 1/8 of a percent. 1/8 of a percent. Little tiny this much. It went down that much during 1 year. First time in 28 years it went down. It was always like this, just up, more expensive. And I called a news conference. I was so proud of myself, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, the first time in 28 years drug prices have gone down from January till the end of December. And I want to just congratulate everybody for being a part of this wonderful experiment. And 1/8 of a point. Now we're talking about 400, 500, 600% coming down. We pay the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. So, and I'll say it again and again because the press doesn't want to report it, the fake news doesn't want to report it. They don't want to talk about it. What that does for healthcare, Bobby, is unbelievable because medicine is a big part of healthcare. So I wish that people would understand that, and I hope they're going to vote for us in the midterms because you'll see some stuff that will be horrible because they can blow it very fast if they don't know what they're doing. So your drug prices are great. I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected, except worse. Much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do, but we didn't have that, forget it. But we have the safest border in the world. If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. And when I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David, and I say, that's going to be a talking point for the midterms. Because when you look at what happened to Spain, they don't know what to do. And it's happening again today. They're coming in by the tens of thousands. They're just invading the country. And what that is weak law, bad management, but very liberal law. They passed a couple of laws, and people read. People are smart. They read from other countries. And they swam that 3-mile swim, or however they got in, but nobody's seen anything like it. that will look good compared to what's going to happen to the United States. The biggest thing, the worst thing that Biden did is allowing 25 million people into our country, because many of those people are criminals. They're murderers. A lot of them are 11,888. A lot of them are gone now. We got them out. But they allowed people to come into this country that you can't allow to come into a country. We're also making an unprecedented investment in the United States Armed Forces, where we're doing great. And we rebuilt the armed forces. We rebuilt our military in my first term, but we are doing great with our military. They spent a lot of money in our military. They gave away $300 billion worth of ammo and everything else in Biden's term, but we're building it up fast, and we just have a great military. That's all there is to it. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and we're using it in my second term with Venezuela and other places, and Iran now. Iran is doing very poorly. Just in case you read incorrect stories, they're doing very, very poorly. They're having a hard time. They've been very dishonest. They've been very dishonorable to deal with. But that makes no difference. They're doing very, very poorly. We're also making that investment and looking forward to getting, Pete, $1.5 trillion next year. And people see now how important it is. We want to keep a safe country. We have to keep a safe country. And the good news is all of that equipment is made in the USA. So we're making it here. It's jobs. And each one of our defense groups are building literally at least 4 new massive plants as we speak, because we want them to move faster. We have the best equipment in the world, but we want them to move faster. We don't want to wait a year or a year and a half. We want to wait a week, maybe. So that's happening, and I think the results are very good. They're building at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we've had tremendous success, and our military was just proud of it. Again, Venezuela was a one-day war, and we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're partners with Venezuela now, taking out tens of millions of barrels of oil, and going to Houston, going to Alaska, going to Louisiana, going to different places for refineries, and it's been very much amazing. The administration has done more in 18 months than most administrations have done in 8 years if you had a 2-termer. We've done more in 18 months than anyone's ever seen before. Nobody's ever seen. This is the golden age of America. And we have a war that's going on. I guess you call it a war. Maybe I call it a military operation, because they have no Navy. It's been obliterated. Their Air Force has been obliterated. They have no planes. Their missiles have been largely, they have some left. They have some, but they have far fewer than they had 4 or 5 months ago. Their manufacturing capacity is almost gone. The drone capacity is almost gone. There are very few, but they have some. If they have one, that's too many as far as I'm concerned. But we've done an amazing job with Venezuela. We've done an amazing job here. We're in there for 5 months, and I know people like to say, because we've done a much bigger job, much more important job than we originally anticipated. So we're in there for 5 months, and if you look at Vietnam, they were in there for 20 years. You look at Afghanistan, they were in there for many years. You look at any one of the wars, Korea, any one of them, they're in there for many years. We're in for 5 months, and we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left.
You got Bernie in the house.
I just want to thank everybody around this table. You've been very special. I want to thank a lot of the media people, because many of you have been very fair and very. That's one of the reasons you're here. Frank.
Shout out to Bernie as well.
You've been very fair. All
the mods.
I think the first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words, followed by Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, J.D.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, and an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I want to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team, from Kelly Loeffler at SBA, to Doug at the VA, to Todd and Bobby Kennedy, this really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the President's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard, once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back, but stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 of $1 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims. So, to give one concrete example, there is a program that is administered by Medicaid, and that program ensures that low-income moms and low-income babies have access to neonatal care. Now, I think most Americans probably share my view that this is one of the great things about the United States of America, that if we see a baby and we see a young mother that requires help, we help our fellow Americans. That's a good thing. It's something that we should be proud of. And yet, there is a program that has defrauded the moms and the babies who benefit from these. You've gotten people who've gotten rich by setting up false companies that are providing false services. So who loses in that equation? Number one, of course, is the American taxpayer that is $230 billion poorer because of the fraud that this country has let go on. But I actually think most importantly is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the health care that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year. But we're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve to have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed it.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know who Elliot Ness is? They look like that group of people you have lined up behind you. They're doing a great job.
Yes, sir.
Billions, think of, not millions, billions of dollars is being recovered. Billions. And you haven't seen anything yet. We have things happening that people aren't going to believe. The level of corruption and fraud that took place under the Biden administration was unprecedented. And Minnesota, California, Maine, believe it or not. You know, you think of Maine as this wonderful place.
Yep.
It's the level of corruption is incredible, all over the place. So, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please.
Oh, my turn. Well, first of all, thank you for bringing us out here. I got the chance to drive for the first time in a year and a half, which is the golf cart. It was fun. It was great. And so just a couple points that we all know.
Right,
We
Jason
follow
Beatrice, I appreciate you, man.
The Middle East and others here can talk
Let
about
you go
that.
and
Not that they're
debate.
not important, but there's some other issues happening around the world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. And what that literally means in the future is that American servicemen, political leaders, and others could find themselves under indictment by this International Criminal Court. If you want to know a little bit about it, Jack Smith used to work there. These are the people that think they can go out and basically indict any world leader and haul them into The Hague. So we tried to get them to reform and listen to us. They wouldn't do it. They're very arrogant. We've now begun an effort to really try to bring that court to heel.
By the way, there's no information that they're after me. It could happen. But just so you know, just keep talking about it, I'm saying that means that maybe he's not trying to defend me. He is trying to defend Bibi and various other people. But there are many people that shouldn't be looked at that way. But there is no indication that I'm one of them at this moment.
That's right. Well, and I actually think the people who are in biggest danger in our system are servicemen, people in uniform. That they'll try to go out for the rest of their lives, will not be able to travel anywhere in the world with their families because they could be arrested on one of these. Imagine, you're a soldier, you fought in a war, and 20 years later they try to come grab you. So this is a big problem. So we've had dozens of countries already join us in this effort. Since we started 2 weeks ago, 5 countries have already quit the ICC and notified them that they're leaving, and we think there'll be more. The second thing is we had an unprecedented ministerial. 60 countries came to Washington and we're a part of an effort where we were shedding light on far-left terrorism and violence. You know, if a bomb goes off somewhere and it's tied to some right-wing group, or what I don't consider neo-Nazis right-wing, I consider them Nazis, right? But you're going to get a lot of attention on that. But if it's a leftist group, an Antifa group, that gets no coverage, or they ignore the ideological spin and the ideological reason behind it. So we got 60 countries came up here and hopefully creating a strong coalition to go after far-left violent terrorism. Go after it and call it by name, and I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President. As you know, in the diplomatic front, the deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think that was the first visit by a Lebanese president in over 30-some-odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build on it, but it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people thought would never happen. It needs to happen, but the fact they've even agreed to it is a real achievable. Last point is on the Western Hemisphere. For the first time in 15, 20 years, the overwhelming majority of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are now led by pro-American leaders and pro-American governments. It's an extraordinary achievement, all of it happening through virtually every election that's happened in the Western Hemisphere since you were elected president has elected someone who is pro-American. And I think this is an incredible situation. And last but not least, and I have to thank a number of agencies here, particularly the Department of War, after that terrible earthquake in Venezuela, within 36 hours, the full force of the American government was on the ground providing humanitarian assistance. It was a sight to behold. The USS Ford, I think, was in their port. Our Marines and armed service personnel were helping run their airport and their tower. It is one of the fastest, most dramatic, the most effective humanitarian responses, certainly in recent history, if not ever. And they came at the direction of the president. In fact, within an hour of that earthquake hitting, I remember because I was overseas, the president called and said, make sure we go in there and help these people recover from this. And we did. And thanks to your leadership, Mr. President. It's a great story. Enough needs to be told about it because the credit goes to so many agencies represented here today, but really the Department of War's effort was phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. And just before we continue, I want to just congratulate Jay Clayton. He's with us today, as you know. He's had a big victory. He's going to do a fantastic job. He's only done his whole life has been about doing a fantastic job. So congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation, the opportunity to be here. It's an honor for the War Department to help run this facility. Also, from the food to the fence line, it's an honor to have you. And it's great Americans here and all around the country and all around the world who are the core of what keep us safe. But in order to do that, you have to have a leader that's willing to put them in a position to do it. And that's my takeaway, Mr. President. Is sort of 3 points. One, it takes courage. 2, it takes restoring a spirit, which you have done. And 3rd, it takes investment, and not just an investment, but a generational investment. And I think people miss that. The courage it takes to seal the border, to say we're going to do it, and we're going to do it every single day, and we're going to do it on behalf of the American people. The courage to bomb the Houthis and say we will maintain freedom of navigation. I wonder why they're not involved in this conflict, the Houthis, even though they're a proxy of Iran, because they've felt the weight of American power for 45 days, and you had the courage to do that. Courage to do Midnight Hammer and conclude the 12-day war by obliterating their nuclear sites. Something other presidents had the option on their table to do, but they never pulled the trigger because of the complications, because of the challenges, because of the risk. Courage. The courage to take on the cartels and drug boats, and now forming the ACCC, the America's Counter Cartel Coalition, with all those friendly governments that Marco talked about who want to be shoulder to shoulder, not just with America, but with a bold, strong America with clear leadership. The courage to go get Maduro in the most dangerous, most heavily guarded house, inside the most heavily guarded fort, inside the most heavily guarded town in their capital city in the middle of the night, and change the entire dynamic of that country and that region. And the world saw what the American military was capable to do, that doesn't happen unless the commander-in-chief says you're authorized to do it, and will take the handcuffs off when you do it to ensure that Americans come home. The courage to undertake epic fury and this Iranian regime and ensure they never have a nuclear weapon, which remains your commitment, and frankly, the courage to negotiate with people that have shown no willingness to do so honestly, with incredible negotiators who are the best in the world, and give them every opportunity to do it, give those things up peacefully. All of that takes guts. But that comes on the backs of the change in the spirit of our department. You talk about spirit all the time, and you're right to do so. When you rip out DEI, when you rip out social engineering and social justice, and you put in merit, and then you untie the hands of commanders to be commanders, to enforce discipline and accountability to get back to
And we
basics,
got Lisa Martin
then
back
you
in the
get
house.
historic re-enlistment inside our ranks. Our best people, Mr. President, are staying because they want to be in that kind of department. And then historic recruitment record amongst young Americans. Every month, our department breaks records. And when did that trend line start? On Election Day, 2024, when the American people said, I want to serve under this president. And that new name, the Department of War, has become the ethos, the warrior ethos of our department. Again, spirit. And I will know the flyovers will indeed continue until morale improves. But that's also spirit. Parades, 250, flyovers, the American people seeing and feeling their military in ways they have not in the past. That's spirit. And then finally, Mr. President, a generational investment. You rebuilt the military in your first term, and you've spent in your first year $1 trillion, and now we are committed in working with Congress to get $1.5 trillion. But this is not the same way we funded our department in the past. This is a businessman in charge. This is a deputy secretary of our department who's a turnaround guy, just like the president is, saying we will not fund money, we will not fund the department the way we have in the past. In fact, so far, $75 billion in private investment from defense companies who are now investing in new plants, new equipment, new assembly lines to build the munitions of the future faster than ever possible. That's saving taxpayer dollars because the companies themselves are investing. That would never, the arsenal of freedom would never happen without you. So just like, we use a lot of the things Ronald Reagan's buildup was a part of, in this administration and in future administrations, they will look back at Donald Trump and the buildup that he has done, and that will be, the deterrence of the future will be established because of your investment. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership.
Thank you. Scott, please.
Mr. President, it's an honor to be here in this historic place as we celebrate our nation's 250th anniversary. And I think if we look back, whether our founders was President Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton could not have imagined the economy that we would have created. It is the envy of the world. And as you said, we have record investment coming in. We've never seen anything like it. And we're pulling away from the rest of the world because of your leadership, the policies that you did from day one in terms of digital assets, in terms of technology, and bringing back American manufacturing. You've done it again. You had the incredible economy during your first term, and we are seeing that carry over here. And it is in stark contrast to the Biden economy, which was government jobs, government spending, and high inflation. It's the worst inflation in 50 years. And with the working families tax cut, which I will add, every Democrat voted against. Every Democrat voted against. It is the perfect barbell for this economy. On one side, you have full expensing for factories, for equipment, for farm structures. On the other side, your four signature policies, promises made, promises kept, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans if you buy an American-made car, and the Americans are starting to feel it. Core inflation is low, consumer confidence is strong. We have the highest consumer confidence, came up today, in 5 months, and Main Street is back. Small banks are lending, thanks to your policies. Small banks, community banks are lending again, and the Americans are starting to feel it. As you said, these Trump accounts are the most successful program launch in government history. We've had 7 million families sign up for them. We're going to get to open enrollment, and we will have 70 million families who have signed up for this. 38% of American families, households, have no exposure to our great equity market. And thanks to you, we're going to have an ownership society. An ownership society. You were one of the first presidents to create assets for the American people, not more debt. We had the biggest tax refund season ever. Trade deals, tax cuts, energy dominance, and the regulatory efforts. America is ushering in the greatest reshoring wave in our history. In June, our manufacturing sector expanded for the 6th straight month. We've got construction jobs, and those are going to lead into manufacturing jobs. We've got Main Street prosperity. Real wages are up $1,000. And sir, what you've done again too is the bottom 25% of wage earners, just like in your first term, are outperforming the top 25%. This is a working families administration. In the past year, that group had wage increases of 5.5%. They have 3 times.
Attention all trolls. Please refrain from using harsh language and threats of violence.
And
All
these are
violators
private
will be
sector
blocked from the
jobs we're
chat.
creating.
Thank
As
you very
often
much,
say
Chandra.
in these meetings, we could have created 1 million, 2 million government jobs, but we didn't. The private sector is creating. We've got incentives, we've got money coming in, and we are rebuilding. So, and then our energy dominance, thanks to you and these policies, you can come to the U.S., you're going to have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty, so it is the best place in the world to build your factory. And finally, I want to add, it has been a pleasure to be a part, or a privilege to be a part of, as we've gone from epic fury to economic fury, to constrict, on your orders, constrict the Iranian regime's, the financial tentacles all around the world. We started it on your orders. We started it in March 2025. In December of 2025, the largest bank in Iran collapsed. The central bank had to print money, caused inflation. Now they got
coconuts are real. If anything, F-bombs, you're on it, cussing, swearing, spamming and things, caps. But yeah, you got it. And for the rest of the mod squad, you got it as well too. All right, whoops, there we go.
80% inflation. They aren't able to pay their troops. And on your orders, we are searching for their assets all around the world, and that money will go to the Iranian people, Americans who have been harmed by the Iranians, whether the USS Cole or the barracks in Lebanon, or it will go back to when the Iranians attacked the ships coming out. So it's been a privilege to be part of that.
Thank you, Denise Farmer.
I look forward to the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely no racial slurs or off-color remarks. I appreciate that for reminding me, Denise Farmer. Thank you so much.
I want to just add that today there are more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. We have more people working today, and we'll think of that number. I mean, more people working today by far than at any time in the history of our country. So it's been something very, very special. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just take a moment to take note of the historical significance of this occasion. Before the press came in, you asked all the cabinet members who had been to Camp David before, and about
from Jason Trump 100.
I raised my hand, but I haven't been here for 62 years. I came here on weekends, as many weekends as we could between 1961 and 1963. My father loved this place. My uncle loved this place. Nobody knows about this because it's not in the history books, but he was resentful at Dwight Eisenhower for renaming it Camp David. And he intended, if he had made it to his second term, he was going to rename it Shangri-La, which was the original name that Roosevelt had named it. But my uncle prided himself on being the most open, transparent administration in history. He was the first president to have televised press conferences. During his 1,000 days in office, he had about 30 press conferences. You, Mr. President, have press conferences.
Anything like this.
I see you, Lisa Martin.
More factories
Had to post
plants
that.
in this country than we've ever built before. And we're going to be, at some point, we'll be leaving this position, and we're going to leave this country in very, very good shape, better shape than it's ever been. When we took office, we inherited a total catastrophe. The last administration created the worst inflation in 48 years, the most dangerous and insecure border in history, and exploding trade deficits like we have never seen before. rampant crime, men and women's sports, transgender mutilization of your children, and chaos and bedlam all over the world. Other than that, they did quite a good job. In less than 18 months, we've turned around 4 years of disaster. We now have the strongest border in American history. We went from the worst border, I believe, of any country in history. 25 million people came through in 4 years. And these are people that, in many cases, you don't want. They were murderers, they were drug dealers, they were people that you do not want. But now we have the strongest border in American history, and for the last 15 months, the report just came out again, we've had no people coming in through our southern border, zero. And it's almost hard to say, because you'd say, is that even possible? They had 25 million people came in. We have no people coming in through illegally through our southern border. And that's in history, so think of that zero, a big beautiful zero. The murder rate saw its single largest drop ever recorded to the lowest in 125 years. That goes back to, think of it, it goes back to 1900. Lowest murder rate in the history of our country. So that's something. Today, I just want to mention that we heard in Minnesota there was a cyber attack, and they blame it on Iran. I don't think so. I blame it on Minnesota because they're grossly incompetent. There was a cyber attack of 30 water plants, and I would blame it on Minnesota and the governor, the corrupt governor of Minnesota. They like to say, oh, it was Iran. Iran should be so lucky. Iran's got bigger problems than worrying about Minnesota. This month it was announced that inflation is dropping at the fastest rate in more than 6 years.
I got a super chat here from Coconuts Are Real. Let me go ahead and read that. Just got to pause it. And then Coconuts Are Real with the super chat and things of $1.99. And then where's my money sound at? Hold on for a minute. You know, I got to have my money sound. There we go. Let me see here. He says, Tony, I email you my number. Okay. Call you after, please. Okay, sounds good. I would definitely look forward to speaking to you, like with Dakota and Hard Right. Absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and continue it. Thank you for showing up, ladies and gentlemen.
All over the world. They're coming from Germany with the cars. They're coming from Germany. They're coming from Japan, South Korea, Canada, Mexico. From all over the world, they're building auto plants here because otherwise they have to pay tariffs. The tariffs have made our country rich and successful. And all of this, I mean, I'd like to say it was the election. On November 5th, there was the election, and that's fine. But without the election, you wouldn't have what I've done economically. So we have the most successful environment that we've ever had. There's never been anything like it from the standpoint of investment into our country. It's 5 to 6 times higher than anybody has ever seen, than any other country, not just us, has ever had. On July 4th, we launched Trump accounts, a key provision of our great, big, beautiful bill. And these tax-free investment savings accounts have already been activated by over 7 million children. These are investments made in our future, which is our children. Our children are the most important aspect of our future, with more being added each day. So
so you got I see you, Jason. He said Biden reported 818,000 jobs that were imaginary jobs. Actually, you know, because really, when they just do the government, it's not really creating jobs. So I just created this cubicles and stuff, and hired more, IRS agents and things. That's not really creating a job.
Tremendous hit, over 7 million,
right, though,
and really just
right,
got
though,
going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was, we got the final approvals. And we have over 7 million. Actually, there's never been anything quite like that. But millions of accounts are pre-funded with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury, or generous gifts from private donors like Michael and Susan Dell and others who have given billions of dollars, billions. People are putting up hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into it and buying.
Yeah, looks like we have reached 100 likes. I appreciate it, guys.
When they turn 18
Thank you
or
so
when
much.
they turn 21, instead of having no hope, no future, they will end up with hundreds of thousands of dollars, and maybe even more than that. So it's going to be something to see. With modest additional contributions, they'll grow by numbers that should be, it could be over $200,000. We're looking at the timeline. I wish we had an economy like we have now, with the stock markets going up, but they will benefit by our country being successful. And we're going to give every child a head start on the American dream. So go to trumpaccounts.gov. They're really something. The whole world's talking about it, and it's far ahead of schedule. Nobody thought it would be as successful as it's been, but it should be. It should be. And we start them off with $1,000, and this was part of the great big beautiful bill. With my most favored nation policy, you could say this is even a bigger thing if that's possible. On drug prices, we're achieving record discounts on prescription drugs. The prescription drugs were going through the roof for many years, and now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we had the highest prices anywhere in the world by far. Most expensive drugs, prescription drugs, and others. The highest in the world. The whole world was laughing at us. We paid for the rest of the world. We subsidized the whole world. And I said, we're not going to do that. And I started it in the first administration. I took it up. Obviously, Biden wasn't able to do anything about it because you had to get the consent of the drug companies, and you had to get the consent. More difficult would be the consent of other nations. The other nations had to agree, but they were paying a fraction, sometimes 10%, 20%, 40%, 70% less. So I had to call them and I had to get them on, and I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to charge you tariffs. And they all said no at first, very politely said, sir, we can't do that. We're not going to double our prices. They had to double their prices, and in some cases triple their price, and we would come down. So a pill that sold for $10 in Germany would sell for $130 in New York. Same pill from the same company, the same factory, the same plant, same laboratory, from $10, and we pay $130. I say, no. Now the world is a bigger place, so it's not as bad as it sounds for them. So they went up to 20, and we came down to 20. So we now have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world. We're tied with the lowest, but we're basically its favored nation. So we have the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest drug prices anywhere in the world. Now what that does for your health care, I mean, I see these fake polls where the Democrats have wonderful numbers on this stuff, and they are horrible.
Looks like I have another member that just signed up and things. I'm going to look into it, but I appreciate you and things, though. And if you have subscribed, I appreciate you as well. And if you also are new here, hit the like button and things. I appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen.
What they've done, Obamacare is a total disaster. It's a costly wreck. It's unaffordable. We call it the Unaffordable Care Act. It's a disgrace. They never even thought of being able to do something like this. They didn't even try.
Gypsy Mom number one says best president ever.
And then I got the countries. And the drug companies agreed because they knew the countries wouldn't agree. And when I called Germany, France, when I called the UK, when I called all of these countries, I said, you got to do it. It's unfair. We're paying 10 times more than you're paying for the same drug. You can't do this. And they said, well, we're not going to do that because we're going to have to double our price in order to make you happy. I said, no, maybe you're going to have to triple your price. They said, well, we can't do it. I said, that's all right. If you can't do it, then I can't do something also. And I'm going to charge you very substantial tariffs, which are far more than we're talking about. And they all said, we'd love to do it. We would love to do it. It would be our great honor to do it. So nobody else would do this. This would have never happened. So your drug prices have gone down by numbers not even thinkable. My first term, I had the privilege of having lower drug prices from the beginning of the year till the end for the first time in 28 years, you remember. And I called a news conference to announce it. So the year it ended, and turned out 1/8 of a percent. 1/8 of a percent, little tiny this much. It went down that much during 1 year. First time in 28 years it went down. It was always like this, just up, more expensive. And I called a news conference. I was so proud of myself, and I said, ladies and gentlemen, the first time in 28 years drug prices
just one moment,
have
ladies
gone
and
down
gentlemen,
from January till the end of December. And I want to just congratulate everybody for being a part of this wonderful experiment. And 1/8 of a point. Now we're talking about 400, 500, 600% coming down. We pay the lowest drug prices anywhere in the world from the highest. So, and I'll say it again and again because the press doesn't want to report it. The fake news doesn't want to report it. They don't want to talk about it. What that does for healthcare, Bobby, is unbelievable because medicine is a big part of healthcare. So I wish that people would understand that, and I hope they're going to vote for us in the midterms, because you'll see some stuff that will be horrible, because they can blow it very fast if they don't know what they're doing. So your drug prices are great. You know, I saw Spain yesterday, and I watched the catastrophe that took place. It looks like an invasion of a country by hundreds of thousands of people. And that same thing's going to happen to us if the Republicans don't get elected, except worse. Much bigger, much easier to get into, despite the fact that we have built thousands of miles of wall, which I said we were going to do, but we didn't have that, forget it. But we have the safest border in the world. If we're not in office, our country will be invaded at levels that made Spain look small time. And when I watched it, I said, boy, I'm going to say it because I knew you were going to be at Camp David, and I say, that's going to be a talking point.
I wanted to cover this first because this is a breaking story live where Trump is talking about the SAVE Act and how important it is to vote and things, ladies and gentlemen. So therefore, that's why you see this big, beautiful banner. See how patriotic it is? America Saved Act, you know, let's vote America. So this is basically what it is, because we already know what's going to happen. So you have to vote as if this is actually a major election, like a presidential election and things, because we already know Trump, for the 2 years that he's been cleaning up America, undoing all of the things that the criminal and so forth have been doing over on the left, you know, the DSA. This is a major threat to America as well. So it's something, ladies and gentlemen, that we must do. We have to have the American Save Act enacted. You know, we need to have that in place. It's all about voter integrity. You know, we don't want illegals voting in our voting process. This is basically what it is. It's going to protect that. In one way or the other, Trump still have options, though. I think he's going to run the clock down on this thing when it comes down to the American Save Act. So he's not telegraphing so much. But Trump is doing his part, so we have to do our part by going out there and vote. And we want to make sure that we are voting for the right party. So I appreciate you. There's a lot of people that are voting. The DSA have turned off a lot of moderates, especially, you know. They're not rocking with this stuff. You see the people on the left, the raging Cajun, James Carville, he's not going for it. Bill Maher is not going for it. A lot of these people, even in Hollywood, I have heard that it was, I'm trying to see how many of them were, but they have conservatives undercover in Hollywood. And they're speaking out, though. You even hear, what's his name that played in, man, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name, though, you know. But, you know, he played in a lot of good movies and stuff like that. He's been speaking out a lot, you know what I'm saying, and the others, you know. There's a lot of people that's speaking out in Hollywood as well. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is very, very big. So we have to do our part. We have to get out here and vote. I just got this pause for a moment. But we could see that crime has gone down since 1936, right? Shut down the border, right? There's nobody coming over here. Stop the, you know, basically the import of fentanyl that's been coming in country as well, killing many Americans, ladies and gentlemen. So that's a feat in itself, though. There's many more, you know, and things like that. With the deportation, which I am going to talk about it. And things. So the title, you have read the title right, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the Somalis and all the rest of them. The temporary protection status has been removed. So therefore, we can go ahead and cover it and talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes Trump a little bit more.
The drone capacity is almost gone. There are very few, but they have some. If they have one, that's too many as far as I'm concerned. But we've done an amazing job with Venezuela. We've done an amazing job here. We're in there for 5 months, and I know people like to say, because we did a much bigger job, much more important job than we originally anticipated. So we're in there for 5 months, and if you look at Vietnam, they were in there for 20 years. You look at Afghanistan, they were in there for many years. You look at any one of the wars, Korea, any one of them, they're in there for many years. We're in for 5 months, and we have obliterated their military capacity. Again, they've got some left, but soon they won't have some left. So I just want to thank everybody around this table. You've been very special. I want to thank a lot of the media people, because Many of you have been very, very fair. That's one of the reasons you're here, frankly. But you've been very fair. You've covered me this time much more fairly, I think, than the.
There's Lauren Herrick. Yeah, I remember you came recommended and stuff. I remember that. Yep, I remember your name. I got you covered. Just give me a minute. Oops.
First term. The first term was a great success. We had the greatest economy in history in the first term, and this term is going to blow it away. I think this term is going to actually blow it away. So it's an honor to have you, and I'd like to ask our great Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say a few words, followed by Marco and Pete and Scott and Bobby Kennedy. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody. Please, J.D.
Well, great. Thanks, Mr. President. First of all, thanks for having us at this historical and beautiful place. And it's an honor to be on the team, an honor to be able to work on fraud, which is what I want to talk about today, though I know we have a lot of things going on. This has been an amazing team, from Kelly Loeffler at SBA to Doug at the VA to Todd and Bobby Kennedy. This really has required a whole of administration approach to try to tackle fraud. There are a few things that I want to talk about and celebrate. The first is that just since the beginning of the fraud task force that I started under the President's leadership and direction, we have identified $230 billion of fraud that's being perpetrated against the American people, and we have halted already $56 billion of that. It's sometimes hard, once the money has already gone out the door, it's hard to get it back, but stopping it from going out the door is how we save the American people. $56 billion, and of course we're going to keep on working on that. Just today, Mr. President, we will announce 17 new anti-fraud actions that will total about $1/3 billion, and that's added to the $230 billion that we've already uncovered. And I want to just talk for the benefit of the American people about why do we care so much about this? Because what I always try to remind people is that fraud has two victims.
Oops.
So,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. I want you guys to. We got a new mod in the house though, and things. So we're gonna go ahead and welcome Lauren Harrington and things. So let's go ahead on and welcome Laura Harrington. There we go. Things. There she goes. Yeah, exactly. So let's go ahead and welcome her in. She is a new.
To give
mod.
one concrete example, there is a. Actually,
this
most
channel.
importantly, is that we've seen that program run out of money. So we've seen moms and babies unable to access the health care that they need because the fraudsters have gotten rich. That is a disgrace. And until the president ordered us to stop it, no one was doing anything about it. So we've made a lot of progress, Mr. President, in just under a year, but we're going to keep on working at it because we believe the American people deserve to have their money spent as you and the Congress have directed it.
There's big numbers you're finding, tremendous numbers. They look like Elliot Ness. Does anybody know who Elliot Ness is?
You're right about that, Jason. We got to go out and vote, man. This is very important. Very, very important, though. You know, you have to go out there and make your voice count, you know, because if you don't vote and you up here complaining, it's, you know what I'm saying? No, I mean, you know, that's why if you're going to complain, at least you can say that I voted, you know. That's what it is, though, you know. But we know, well, hey, we have a lot to do but saving this country. Democrats and Republicans, a lot stand with the American Saved Act. This is important because we want voter integrity. We want people that are allowed to vote. We're talking about American citizens only. We don't need illegals and other criminals in our voting process. So, ladies and gentlemen, the American Save Act, right? Voter integrity. Here we go.
Well, you have
Followed in the news, obviously, the events in the Middle East, and others here can talk about that. Not that they're not important, but there's some other issues happening around the world, Mr. President, that you've shown great leadership in that have not gotten nearly as much attention. I think they deserve to mention today. The first is the International Criminal Court is an illegitimate international organization that, frankly, illegitimate. They've made themselves illegitimate because they claim that even if you're not a member of that court, they can come after you. And what that literally means in the future is that American servicemen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, Jason. You're absolutely right, though. It have set us back decades, though, you know, as far as with the voting blue stuff. You already know, man, the policies and everything. I ran that down so many times. But the thing about it is, they say, well, Trump ain't doing enough. Trump ain't doing this and that. He's right on time right now. And what people don't realize is that Trump, and I'm going to use the term that David said off of X22. He said with all of the litigations and stuff, when everything, these injunctions, Trump is creating a firewall, because Trump, by him being a constitutional president, and every time the Dems go and sue, guess what? He wins them. And then it goes into cage file. It's actually stored where it can never, ever be challenged again. So the more that they do these frivolous injunctions, Trump is going to win them, you know. And the ones that he may not win, he's going to come back and appeal them and win them. But this is the reason why they can't stop him, you know. Trump has built up a firewall, right? And it's obviously working. Trump encouraged. He's looking forward to the Dems to sue, right? Because he knows he's going to win them, right? If he doesn't get a corrupt, radical Supreme Court justice judge, you know, but it can be overturned. But look at what happened. Look what's happening now. Remember when they did this with the TPS stuff, right? It's removed now. The Somalis and all the rest of them, and we're going to cover that too, ladies and gentlemen. But I want to bring that up, bring that great point up that I made. Here we go. Whoops.
Political, go after it and call it by name. I think we're building a very strong coalition there. We've had some successes in the Middle East, Mr. President. As you know, in the diplomatic front, the deal with Lebanon and Israel is unprecedented. President Ayoun was here a week ago. I think that was the first visit by a Lebanese president in over 30 some odd years. In fact, this is the first time the Israelis and the Lebanese government have spoken at the official level in close to 30 years. And that was thanks to your leadership. A lot of work to be done to keep that peace and build on it, but it's a real achievable. And of course, as you announced last night, Mr. President, this disarmament deal that you brought about with Steve and Jared's work on Hamas is another big step as well. It's something a lot of people want to address. It needs to happen.
I want to address Fred Washington 9260. He says that Trump is acting. Let me go ahead and post this. He says that Trump is acting like a mob boss, and he's going to be, it's going to be his downfall. He's what he's 1 L instead of 2. Fact. Now, let me just address that though, Fred Washington. You know, it's a lot that you don't understand. Because again, we all have been lied to under the disgraceful Democrats, and how they are the sock puppets of the global elite, which created the deep state and things. So when Obama and many of the other presidents, right, we had a lot of them, right? We were we've been playing inside of the illusional, or is it illusional Democrat, or in this case, illusional central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, right? And this is the main reasons why we have high inflation and so forth, right? The central bank, which is the Federal Reserve, is nothing federal about it, right? It has nothing to do with the government. It's private entity. It's a private organization, right? And basically they print our money, which they're not even allowed to in our Constitution. But this is the main crux of it, right? You have been lied to. You have been fooled, right? To think that we have what we call freedom, right? Not until this president came around. This is what, think about it. They hate him. They attempt assassination attempts. They went after this guy. What did Trump really do other than setting the course and setting the record, freeing us of this wicked establishment and the global parasitical elite class? That's all Trump is doing. You got to understand, we were losing prior. You know, he onshored a lot of jobs and stuff. Outside of that, we were losing. Do you realize, I don't know how old you are, but when we went off the gold standard under Richard Nixon, 1971, when you start seeing the exodus of jobs, right? They went overseas. Petrol, fiat, you already know, the petrodollar, you know, the fiat currency. All this stuff was created off of oil purposely, right? Americans were losing. We've been losing ever since. Think about it. We've been losing until now. Trump have turned things around, and he's messing up the global elite. It's money. You guys never, I looked at it, I read a lot of comments in here, and it's funny that you guys never mention the central bank. And that means right there, you don't even understand how that works. You got to understand an international banker do not care about, he don't have no allegiance to no company or country on earth. He doesn't. He don't care about your laws. He don't care about your presidents, your prime ministers. And this ain't just happening in America. There's other countries around the world that have succumbed to this as well. Except for the difference between us and them, they don't have Trump. We do. You know how many people in these other countries, especially the UK and Germany and France, we can name all the countries, right? Even the people in Spain, they wish they had a president that had the balls and the guts to go after the parasitical global elite, right? And this shows me how little that you really know. I'm just appalled. Just by I've been reading all the comments. I've checked a lot of them out. And I just say, man, it's just really, really interesting that they never mentioned about the Federal Reserve, which is basically international gangsters, right? They never mentioned the parasitical elite class that control many of your presidents outside of Trump. Because if Trump was controlled, there wouldn't be no attacks on his life, right? We wouldn't have this inflation going up and down, right? This is the thing about it. This guy here, we're talking about our president that we all know and love, President Donald J. Trump, has changed the game, setting the rules, allowing America to win. And this is why it's so important, right? Everything that he's been doing, we're talking about guns, the Second Amendment as well. There's a lot of changes that are happening in regards to that. Now, I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm a gun holder myself. Many of you are, right? This is in the Constitution. All these draconian laws that the Dems have created, so they can basically, because ultimately they were trying to disarm us as well, just like over in UK and Australia. Look what's going on. They got an influx of illegals in their country and they can't do nothing about it to protect themselves, right? Over here, we have more guns than anyone on the face of the earth, and it's the fact, right? This is what makes America so great. Trump understands this, right? And he's actually fighting right now to get rid of all these draconian laws that the Dems have set up, even when it comes down to the guns, right? But I never hear you guys ever talk about that. You just say how stupid he is and how much of a gangster he is, but this lets me know how little you really know. You don't have a clue as to what is going on, right? You don't have a clue. This country has been hijacked since 1913, right? And if you actually read and understand that, you would start to understand how Trump is moving. But since you don't even understand the central bank, it's useless even talking to a lot of these haters and these people, because I can tell they just don't have the knowledge. They're allowing the news media, and this is another thing, right? Do you realize how much propaganda that the mainstream news put out? We're talking about stuff. It was created, the Smith-Month Act. Who changed it? It was Obama. So that way it allowed our mainstream news to put out propaganda. And all you've been doing is repeating propaganda. You don't know nothing about the central bank. You don't know nothing about the deep state. You know nothing about the globalists, right? Parasitical elite class. So right there, those three things are major, but you don't know about them because you get your news, from mainstream media. And you know they don't talk about it. That's why it appears that people like myself is where you say misinformation and so forth, right? If that was true, right, I should be getting some type of warning from YouTube about misinformation. We know that the deep state exists, right? We know a lot of their key players, right? And then also, who else we know? There is a parasitical elite class, right? We're talking about aristocracy, right? We're talking about blue bloods and people that names that you don't even know and don't even understand, right? Boy, I tell you, if we're talking major, way above Obama's in them pay scale, you don't have a clue. And that's why I just read it. I'm not hurt by what you guys on the left or just TDS and all that stuff. It just shows us how little you know, right? Because I read. If you ever read the book of what's it called? The Creatures of Jekyll Island. If you ever read that book, then you can come back and talk back to me about the what we call the Federal Reserve Bank, right? Until that time, you don't have a clue. The sellout president was who? Woodrow Wilson, one of the worst presidents, right? Right? Look at what he did, right? Woodrow Wilson. This is factual information. And then it just makes no sense. Do you realize how Federal Reserve have destroyed our lives and our families' lives with the lies and how they manipulate the whole economy? Do you think that the stock market crash back in the 20s, do you think that was actually, did that actually go down, or was it planned, right? Here it is. Was it planned? Just like it always is planned, right? They hate Trump. Trump is a threat to the global elite establishment. Do you understand this? Probably not. Probably not. Your TDS has gotten in the way of a lot of you. You don't really understand. And that's what it's about, you know. This was a reason why he pushed the tariffs in the first place. The tariffs, right? And I know what you're going to say about it, but here's the thing about it. He can negotiate with the tariffs just like he did with Canada. Do you think that Mark Carney is a sock puppet for the globalists? That's obvious, right? I talked to my friends from Canada. He said, yeah, the Canadians going to up their, match the tariff, what is it, 50%? 50% tariffs. That anybody that lived in Canada know that's going to hurt Canada, just like it would hurt Europe if they got 50%. So we'll see how long that Canada can stand the rain when it come down to 50% tariffs, right? That's all it's been doing. We have a whole list of tariff presidents, right? In fact, I can go ahead and pull them up right now. Just one moment. I'm going to do some little education and stuff like that, because they don't even know who the tariff presidents. They think, because they've been hearing Bloomberg and all these other people talk about the economy. None of them, because if they was, even with this in the Federal Reserves, if they were so good with the economy, we shouldn't have high inflation. Remember, Biden as high as 9%, man. Hold on for a minute. Let me go and pull this up here. Tariffs. We're going to be talking about the tariff presidents. You're going to learn something today, though. Hold on for a minute. Before Trump. Here it is, right here. We're going to have a list of them. And some of them I know already right up off the list. Hold on for a minute. Which president had tariffs before Trump, right? You guys going to learn something, though. You know, instead of just running the mouths and being disrespectful, you know, at least you're going to learn something. And I'm on Google, too. This is, look at this. This is common knowledge. William McKinney, right? He was one of the ones, William McKinney, back in 1890, right? We got Herbert Hoover, Alexander Hamilton, right? Look at this. Hold on for a minute. I'm going to give a list here. Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Let me do this better, because staying with Google, hold on for a minute, guys. I got you covered here. Let me do this here. Hold on for a minute. Okay. All right, tariff presidents. Here we are. All right, before Trump. Trump is in that class. You're going to learn something today, though. Hold on for a minute. Just thinking. I'm going to pull this up, because I covered this a while back. But there's a list here, though. Let me see here. It's still thinking. Just one moment. Yeah. Let me see here. We got okay, whoops, here we go, right here. That's the 19th century. Yeah. All right, there it is right here. So I'm gonna pull this up here. For some reason, they're not mentioning Andrew Jackson, because Andrew Jackson was one of the first to put the tariffs, but I'm over here looking at it, though. That's why you got to look at this a little bit side-eye, because Andrew Jackson was one of the tariff presidents. I know that for a fact, and stuff like that, you know. So let me see here. Hold on for a minute. I just want to make sure that, let me see here. Did I say that? List of tariff presidents? Let me see here. List the tariff presidents before Trump. Okay, so George Washington, 1898 and 1798 and 1779. George Washington was the first to sign the Tariff Act in 1789, the first major U.S. tariff law, right? It was raised revenue for a new government, right, and offered some protection to the domestic industry. This is what Trump is doing, the same thing, because it's a protection of the domestic energy. If it wasn't for the tariffs, this is the reason. Remember, they took the tariffs away over time. That's why when they opened up the central bank, we were already hit, because you started seeing more of, we had tariffs even then, but it started going down. And this is one of the reasons until America this is the only country, right, the biggest country in the world. Think about this. I'm going to tell my people on the left, think about this, right? Without the tariffs, right, like they were doing before, because remember that on the left, right, they got rid of them. And then therefore everybody else throughout the world, they can bring their products in, right? And then guess what? They were hitting America. When we try to sell to them, they were hitting us with tariffs. Canada was hitting us with high tariffs. India was hitting us with high tariffs. China was hitting us with high tariffs. Does that make sense? Is that fair? Right? Because what we end up doing, we started losing our manufacturing over time too. Jobs went overseas. American workers was displaced with foreign workers that were influx coming into this country. Facts, right? 19th century, right? Here we go, right? John Quincy Adams, 1825 to 1829. He signed a tariff, right? Look at this. One of the highest productive tariffs in era. I mean, in his era, you know. Look at this. This is him, John Tyler, Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Harrison, William McKinney. They assassinated him, right? William McKinney, right? This is the reason why we have the mountain named after McKinney. But what did Obama do? Obama changed it to Mount Denali. Right? That's exactly what ended up happening. But when Trump got back in office, that's one of the things he did in the second term. He changed it back to Mount McKinney because they were celebrating him because he was known as a tariff man, right? And a congressman, right? Here it is right here. And this is grok. This is AI, right? This is common knowledge. Herbert Hoover, right? 1929 and 1933. You know what I'm saying? Here it is right here, right? Ronald Reagan imposed tariffs back in 1981 to 89. He imposed 100% tariffs on certain Japanese electronics, right? Trying to save our American businesses over here, right? George W. Bush, he imposed a temporary steel tariffs, right? Up to 30%, protecting the U.S. steel. I ain't no Bush fan, but there's a list of these guys. The question would be, why isn't, Andrew Jackson is on the list? That's the thing about it. He's not even on the list, right? I see everybody else, but I don't see Andrew Jackson, right? There, I don't see it. I'm over here looking for it. Let me see here. He should be on the list. Let me see here, because, yeah, he's a tariff. Let me see, oops. Let me take a look at it here. Why isn't he on the list? That's interesting. Let's see here. He was not a high tariff or strong protectionist President William McKinney, Lincoln, whatever. Yeah. Okay. The famous tariff was, okay. Appalachians. Signed by, okay, 1828. Signed. Yeah. The thing about it, let me see here. Yeah. Looking at it, Abraham Lincoln, McKinney. tariff presidents enforcing the tariffs. Yeah. Yeah, he just said that he wasn't a high tariff or a strong protectionist, right? But at the same time, though, the people that I mentioned for sure, yeah, they are tariff presidents, right? That's why I'm addressing back to the guy, Fred Washington, man. If he's still stuck around, though, things. But you see it up here. Let me go ahead and put back Trump. But I just wanted to bring that up, though. We got a list of these tariff presidents and stuff. Is this it? Let me see it. This is Trump here. And then what I'm going to do next is that we're going to get into this to this ICE thing in a minute.
But the fact,
And now we're getting record discounts with price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600%. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like that. And what this is all about is that we were the highest, we had the highest prices anywhere in the world.
I appreciate it,
most
Laura.
expensive drugs.
Let me address Laura. I appreciate it, Laura Huntington. Let me go on. Yeah, she said, thank you. I have networked your show out to the podcast net. Thank you, right, for giving us a platform to express our free speech. God bless you, Tony. You are very, very welcome, Laura Huntington. I appreciate it so much. And I actually had podcast shows before. I know how to do it, and I'm actually going to do this show and get this show in on the podcast as well too, and things. And once I get accepted into the directory, well, you better listen to me other than just watching me on YouTube. And that's one of my other plans. And then also we got a Discord too. Thanks to Hard Right, known as Michael. He was so nice to allow me to use his Discord and stuff. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the address in there. So let me go ahead and put that in here. We're going to go ahead and copy and paste that. So you're more welcome to come in there on that Discord, right? Where we can have conversation, whatever. We could probably set up some stuff or set up people that want to be on the show, Thanks to, Hard Right. He's a moderator of mine. I talked to him yesterday. So, yeah, so you guys would be sure to go on that Discord and stuff like that. So Discord, and you can pull it up there. That's the link right there, There it is. Yep, there it is right there. So if you have anything or we want to, get that going on, just go on Discord. I was on there last night a little bit, but yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you again, though, Laura Harrington. You know what I'm saying? Yep, and post you up there. Let me go and get you a applause again. Okay. And let me see here. What else, though? Oh, yeah, you know what? Let me do this here because I said what I was going to do. We'd like to see you on Discord. Yeah, that's what Dakota said. We'd like to see you on Discord. Yep, just come on Discord. That's all you got to do. All right, so what we're going to do here is let me go ahead and talk about this. I'm going to get this out the way real quick and things. So, and then we're going to bring up, we're going to show the video as well, too, because we are winning this war, ladies and gentlemen. And I appreciate everybody coming in and stuff, It's been real cool. Let me go ahead and do this here. We'll go ahead and, all right, remove that just for a minute. All right. We don't have the breaking news anymore. I don't know why that still popped up. Hold on for a minute. Let me take that down too. Yep. I hope y'all doing. How y'all doing in here? Y'all doing pretty well? I've been reading most of all of the chats and stuff. Some are good, some are bad, but it's all good. Okay. So yeah. So let's go ahead and do this here. We're gonna go ahead and I got my other thing here. Hold on for one moment. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up because I'm always impactful when I put up the thumbnails. And I appreciate all the love and likes though too. There it is, Somali. This is what we're dealing with right here. In a positive sense, you know what I'm saying? In a positive sense. So let's go ahead and talk about that. We're gonna get into that, right? And things. So here it is though. And if you're new here, I appreciate you if you hit the subscribe button. Many of you have. I appreciate the likes as well, though. You guys have been great, though. Let me go ahead and congratulate all you guys. There you go. All right. So here it is, right? So we're going to talk about it, right? In regards to the TPS and all this stuff. So as they say that Trump ain't doing nothing, let me show you, right? So here it is. So today we're going to be talking about the federal judge clearing the way for Trump's administration to end temporary protection status, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful thing for Ethiopians as well as others. You know, there's, the Ethiopians are also on the list with the Haitians, Syrians, and all the rest of them. Roughly 5,000 people who have been living and working in the U.S. under TPS now face the real responsibility of deportation, right? We're talking about temporary protection status, ladies and gentlemen, or TPS, right? It's a program that allows people, right, from certain countries, right, to stay and work legally in the U.S. But you notice the term says temporary, right? Temporary, right? When conditions back home, war, natural disasters, or major crisis, right, make it unsafe to return. But we got to keep in mind, what did the Ethiopians do? And I'm not labeling all of them, but there's a lot of bad apples that was scamming the American people out of billions of dollars. And what made it really, really sad about it, you had some politicians that are involved or knew about it, from a congressman all the way up, right? Let's not kid ourselves. This is too much money not to know what's going on or not to know about it, right? And this is why they are on that deportation. Man, the list was so big, we got to get rid of all of them, right? And like I said before, the ones that were innocent, you guys didn't even speak up. You knew this issue was going on, but you was closed mouth. So therefore, that's why all of you got to go, right? And another thing that we didn't like, when you were over here scamming, you see, with this health care, this child care, and what's the other one? We already know when it came down to the children that you said, feeding America and all the rest of this stuff, right? And then there was another one with autism, right? Sure, the way they had it, man, they had everybody autism. I can borrow your kid to come down. Nick Shirley did a wonderful, wonderful reporting. He exposed the whole thing. He just had and went down there with his phone. The doors and the buildings were closed. They weren't even open. They were just running. It was an obvious scam that they were running. And this is the reason why a lot of them are being deported. I'm not sympathetic in the least. I'm not, right? One thing about Ethiopians, they didn't always say they never consider themselves black at all, right? They don't. They have more, they actually consider themselves Arabs more so than black or Africans. Ethiopia, and here's the thing about Ethiopia, is in Africa. They ain't in the Middle East, right? All of it is Africa, to be honest. But Ethiopia got TPS under the Biden administration in 2022, right? Because of the conflict, right? And Tigray, right? And the border humanitarian situation. It was extended again in 2024. Now, in December 2025, the Trump administration's Homeland Security, ladies and gentlemen, department reviewed the country's conditions, and the decline of Ethiopia no longer met the legal requirements of TPS. They set a termination date for February 2026. All I'm saying for you Ethiopians and all the rest of you, Haitians and all the rest of you guys, and Syrians, right? And other ones, Palestinian, all the rest of you guys, if you really want, all I'm saying is take what you have learned from America and go home and make your countries great again, right? Because at least you have a country. It may not be the best, but you have to build what you have, right? Because America been more lenient. We've been more loving. We the one that brought you in. It was called temporary protection status, right? And a lot of you brought in. But tell me why that we bring and open our doors. You started changing things, putting up your own flags, saying Somali first, death to America, from a lot of the Arabs in Dearborn and all the rest of them. They were chanting this stuff, right? It's been recorded. How in the heck can you turn your back on a country that's been so good to you? You make it sound like America. Listen, it was temporary protection. And plus, you don't come in somebody else's house and start rearranging furniture. You know what I'm saying? That's not right. That's wrong. Because if it was the other way around, if we were coming to your country, you wouldn't like it if we over here changing things around. You got a call to prayer. That's great. You got a lot of things that complement your country, right? It's already there. But again, you guys never, you know what I'm saying? That's the thing about it, though, you know? We're just saying that you guys did a poor job of assimilating it into American society. Look at what's been going on now, right? Because if you were or been told to assimilate, there's others that was before you. They assimilated and became Americans. They were proud of it. You know what? It really, really pisses me off when I see a flag being waved and flown on the U.S. soil, a country that's been so good to you. And you mean to tell me that you can't give it back in return? Why am I looking at a Lebanese flag? Why am I looking at a Somali flag? Why am I looking at an Iraqi flag? Why am I looking at a Syrian flag or Palestinian, especially Palestinian, right? Why am I'm just using, these are the flags that I see in America. There is no flag that should be flown more than the American flag. This is the country that rescued you. This is the country that saved you. Look how much of riches that a lot of Arabs that are out in Dearborn, you gain massive amount of wealth here in this country, right? Let's keep it real. Nobody lying on you. It's true, because I showed you the match. Some of these have these luxury homes, right? Kid you not. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and pull that up too. Instead of me talking about this stuff, give me one moment. Let me go ahead and pull this up too, because like I said before, well, it's luxury homes, right? I went over this a few days ago. Just give me one moment, right? But let me finish my point, and then I'll go to that, right? So the advocacy group sued the federal judges in Boston, Brian Murphy, put a hold on termination, right? While the case played out, right? Then in June, the Supreme Court ruled in similar TPS cases involved. We're talking about Haiti, Syria, right? Limiting how much lower courts can second guess the administration decisions, right? To end these protections. This past Tuesday, August the 18th, Judge Murphy lifted his stay, right? And that's clear. The final legal roadblock, ladies and gentlemen, TPS for Ethiopians has now been terminated, right? DHS immediately put out a word that the terminations are in effect. People with terminated TPS status should leave or face deportation, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to go home. Build Somalia up. Build Haiti up, you know? There's a lot of humanitarian aid and so forth. You got to fight. You may have to, like I said, fight for your country. Losing TPS doesn't mean instant deportation for everyone. Some may have other legal pathways, like asylum claims, right? Family petitions and different visas. But for those who only protection was TPS, they are now removable. That's a fact. Because there's different cases with other people and things like that, you know. But like I said, you know, you guys America been very good. You didn't have people bum rushing you, clubbing you up to outside the head. There was no violence against, people of these countries and other. It wasn't. This is a part of the broader push by the administration to wind down TPS designations, right, that have been extended for years. It's true. The argument for DHS has been consistent. TPS was always meant to be temporary, not a backdoor or permanent status, right? Advocate groups are still fighting on the Constitution, claiming the decision was driven by racial. No, it wasn't. And they're saying national origin or bias. The case can continue, but to stay is gone, right? And the protection is terminated. This is a fact. You have to go home. That's just how it is. You have to go home. There's nothing controversial about it because this is a federal law now, right? There's no guessing. There's no, you have to go, right? This is how it is. So 5,000 Ethiopians who have been here shielded, right, from the deportation under TPS now face a different reality. The courts have cleared the path for administration to enforce the end of that status, and they would do it by any means. We know by ICE, and from what I hear is that they're just coming up in plane cars, street clothes. They just grab them, get them and out, get them and out. And here's another thing for you Dems on the left, you may not know. A lot of them in these different cities, right, they have bent the knee to Trump already, right? Their police departments are working along with ICE, right? So if they happen to be pulled over or wherever it is, and they're holding them in the jail right now, ICE is just come over there and pick them up. And these are Democrat cities that, like I said before, that have bent the knee. Nobody have to make this stuff up, you know? There that go, you know? They just trying to keep it on the low because, you know, it's election year. And if the other Dems were to find out that these Dems and leadership and all the rest of that stuff had done this, they'll be gone, right? DSA is already taking over your party. You may as well just come on board and just, you know, and join Trump in this crusade, getting TPS that's already been eliminated, right? So we'll keep an eye on how this plays out. Voluntary departures, enforcement acts, and any future legal moves. You know, drop your thoughts in the chat. Do you think that TPS has been used to used the way that Congress intended, or has it become something else entirely? Is it about race and so forth, or is it about what's right? Is it about that people, because it's temporary status, right? So there that is, you know. So now that we got that out the way, let's go ahead and show a little bit on the video. You know, I got it queued up here, so just give me a moment, though. We're going to go ahead on and remove this overlay here. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and queue up the video, though. You guys all right? Here we go. There we go. So let's go ahead and talk about it, though. So we got that queued up.
The possibility of deportation due to a judge's order issued on Tuesday. The order clears the way for the Trump administration to end their temporary protected status. A group advocating for African immigrants had filed a request to delay the termination of TPS. Many Syrians and Haitians in the U.S., they are also dealing with the termination of their TPS.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. What you just heard, short and sweet, right? Let me go ahead and pull up another one here. Just one moment. Yep. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, though, you know. Let me see here. Mexicans sent to Guatemala. Yeah. Let me see here. Let's go ahead and look at that one, though. Let me see. Should we look at that one? Make sure I ain't missing nothing, though. But TPS status revoked for more than 1 million people, 13 countries. This is actually what CBS is saying. Let's take a look at it. Hold on for a minute. Got music in here. All right, here we go right here.
Legal status for more than 1 million people from 13 countries is wiped out. Live to CBS News immigration correspondent Camilo Montoya Galvez. Okay, Camilo.
This is like 5 days ago.
What's left of this TPS program in the United States?
Hi, Reed. Just to underscore again that point, 1 million people, more than 1 million people who were previously in the U.S. legally and authorized to work in the country lawfully have now lost their deportation protections, are subject to deportation, and can no longer work in the country legally. That is after the Supreme Court earlier this summer.
Right. I mean, now let me do this here though too. I want to, because you know with these, they have a tendency of not telling all of the truth. So just give me one moment here. I gotta, because I'm usually I do my, checking and stuff like that. Just give me one moment. I just want to make sure. Hold on for one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I got to pull it on up here just to make sure, though. Ain't that something? Because we know with the left, all the rest of this stuff, you can't really trust a whole lot, This is the biggest problem, though. What appears to be news is not necessarily the news. But what I use, ladies and gentlemen, is called right pen, right? And basically, it just sort through, a lot of the propaganda and so forth. You guys can see it right now in real action, So while it's thinking, it's going to cross-reference the spin, cutting through the propaganda, making corrections, verifying the facts, and we're going to see and rewrite the narrative. If you are a person, let me see what they left out. It says many 13 countries have their TPS status extended repeatedly for decades, well beyond any emergency condition. The administration ended TPS, improving conditions of those cities, but not arbitrary enforcement. The TPS was created by Congress under the Immigration Act, blah, 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 and Secretary of Homeland Security authorization, authority, to designate countries from the program and stuff like that. So let me see here. It says many 13 countries had their, which is true. So let me do this here a little further. I got to go a little further, ladies and gentlemen. Just a moment here. Because you know how it is, though, man. Let me see here. All right, CBS, it has more. Just one moment here. Just want to make sure here. I should have done this earlier, but it's okay. You guys can actually see it. You know what I'm saying? In fact, let me see here. I can take the whole website. Hold on for a minute. Let me just go on and do that. Take the whole site and paste it in here. And we can really see what's going on. This is one of the ones I use. One of the ones that I like, There it is, guys. They're going to analyze the content for bias, finding what they left out, cross-reference to spin, cutting through the propaganda, making corrections, as it says, verifying the facts, and rewriting the narrative. Almost there. Analyzing content for bias, finding what they left out, cross-referencing the spin, cutting through propaganda, right? Making corrections. Okay. Here it is right here. All right. So took this article from this link. It says what they left out. TPS was always meant to be temporary, and the Democratic administration extended it repeatedly beyond any reasonable emergency. The Supreme Court already ruled this summer that Trump's administration has legal authority to end these programs. It doesn't say that here on this thing. It doesn't say this on the article is what I'm trying to say. The segment never mentioned that, what's his name, Barrigo Garcia face federal human smuggling charges before a single judge, right, literally called the persecution political. So here it is right here. This is just a little bit of how this stuff gets down. Because according to them, what they were saying, for what we've been looking at right here, look at this. Trump administration has ended temporary protection status for nationals, right, of 13 countries or whatever, and over 1 million, right? So the other stuff was left out. So I guess it is true on there about the 1 million people and stuff. That's why you got to check and see what they left out. So there that is, ladies and gentlemen. And you've seen it in real time. There it is right here. I can make it a little bigger. Ain't that something? Yep. That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Yep. Boy, I tell you. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. So this is basically what it is, though. We're talking about this stuff. But, you know, temporary protection status, you know, hey. But you got to be able to make your country, oh, you got Stewart in the house, man. Hold on, Stewart, and give you a little applause there. Got Stewart. Got Stewart in the house. Go ahead, Stewart, man. Got Stewart in the house. He's a mod. Yep, a mod. Yep, there we go. You know, and a part of the mod squad and a member. And the member. And the member. Here we go. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah, but I got to get on out of here, you know. But, yeah, it's been really good. It's been really good. Let me see. I'm just looking in the room, see what you guys are talking about. Let me see. While y'all going back and forth with some debates over here. And that's another thing. You can do all the debates, though, too, when you could go into Discord, right? Let me go ahead and pull up Discord again. Discord, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, don't sleep on this, though. We actually have a new home on Discord, thanks to Hard Right, known as Michael. Dakota is over there, you know what I'm saying? And many others, right? You may even seen the guy Graham from his show, right? Which is actually called Euro and the Traveler. You also have Deontay, Rant Waves podcast. We did a collab together. So a lot of these guys that y'all follow, some of them are on Discord, you know? So that's where you want to go. We don't have to all, you know, because like I said, we can have a real conversation and we can do audio too over there too. Audio, video like Zoom. So if you're not afraid, I want to see you guys on Discord, right? Now they put the link down there. So all you got to do is click the link and meet us on Discord, you know? There we go. But other than that, though, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, it's been really, really great talking about this, showing you guys, because this is a breaking story with the president. And you know, when the president speak, everybody better listen, right? I mean, it's just how it is. But I'm going to play a little bit more out on this.
These are private sector jobs we are creating. As you often say in these meetings, we could have created 1 million, 2 million government jobs, but we didn't. The private sector is created. We've got incentives, we've got money coming in, and we are rebuilding. So, and then our energy dominance, thanks to you and these policies, you can come to the U.S., you're going to have regulatory certainty, tax certainty, and energy certainty, so it is the best place in the world to build your factory. And finally, I want to add, it has been a pleasure to be a part, or a privilege to be a part of...
Oh, yeah, I mean, I can say that to you. You're looking... Oh, yeah, no problem at all. Let me go ahead and put that back up. It's actually called Right Pen, AI. Right, one word, Right Pen, and then AI. That is the one that's $79 a year. That's what I use. I've been using that since earlier this year and stuff called Right Pen. So it's a conservative AI tool that's designed to sniff out all of the spin on news, propaganda, and all the rest of this stuff that they do, because we already know that things like Chat GPT, I'm not really a big fan of them at all. I don't like Gemini. Claude is okay. Grok is okay, you know, for some things, but they miss it, you know, in most cases. But with the Right Pen AI, that's the one that I use, though. So just to let her know and things. Let me see. Let me pull your name up here again. BJ, yeah. BJK, yeah. Oh, let me see. We put her up there. So this would be one here. And then also, if you get text messages from some of your liberal friends that just want to say, see, this is what Trump doing. And also you can copy and paste their text in regards to what they say, and you can just have fun with it. I tested this thing out with Truth Social. Man, I had them at their wits' end, man. and stuff. So yeah, I remember this one guy wanted to fight me. Oh man, yeah, oh my goodness, man. But see, that's the thing about it. When you got, I roll with right pen though, you know. Exactly. Y'all remember the ladies off of was it the Chicks on the Right, you know, which I listened to, you know. They I believe they use they were introduced to right pen. And I think they liked it too. Chicks on the Right. Yep, Chicks on the Right. That y'all familiar with Daisy and what's the other one name? Daisy and the other one though. If you are white, Chicks on the Right and things. There's two conservative women, right? And things. So yeah. That's what I believe that's what they use. I already knew about our right pen before them though. Mm-hmm. Yep. Jay said, what is a woman? Yep. What is a woman? Mm-hmm. And see, that's the thing. Before I go, they just really turning people off on the far right. I mean, I'm sorry, on the far left. The far left, they're turning people off, ladies and gentlemen. They're turning people off so bad when they over here talking about this gender change, sex change, and all this stuff, and they wanted the Americans to pay for it. But nope. We're not paying for that at all. You know what I'm saying? We don't want women. We don't want men in women's sports. We don't want men in women's bathrooms. We don't want any of that stuff. So no. You are very welcome, BJ. Yep. You go ahead and sign on up. And I think I got a link too. Let me just double check for you. I think you may get a discount. Hold on for one moment. Before you do anything though, BJ, just give me one moment. I just would like to see here. Let me see here. I'm gonna drop the link down. Yep. So, and then also, like, I get a referral, you get a referral as well too. You know. So let me see here. Sign up. Oh, wait a moment. Right pen. Oh, this is the. Okay, this is it right here. I believe this is the sign up page. Okay, I'm gonna put the sign up page. Yeah, so this is the sign-up page here. Okay. It says here, earn an extra $25. Share the right pen audience, right? Here it is right here. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and put this right up in the room here. And all you got to do is just click it because it's still $79. Glad it didn't go up, but there it is right here. Yep. I posted that up in the room here. And let me do this too. Let me see here. Okay, I gotta do one more thing here too. I'm gonna post it up here on the regular YouTube chat. If you can't get you can't get that link. There it is right there. I just posted up in the room here as well too. So that's a clickable link. There you go. So that's a clickable link right there. You can go and sign up and stuff, and then when you want to get people signed up, BJ, you get a $25 off as well too. They get $25 back to you, I do believe, but that's what they told me. But this is what I've been using ever since, to stop the propaganda machine, because we don't have very much on the right, but we're starting to pick up some traction with some of the fact checking stuff that we can use and stuff. That's what, when they come in here trying to get an aha moment, that's what I do. That's what I use. If it's something that I'm not really sure about, Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, let me see. A call says, I don't care. I don't even want men in women's dresses. LOL. That's a fact. Yeah. I mean, you really can't. Men don't belong in women's sports at all, because men are a lot more stronger, And the problem is that somebody can seriously get hurt. We don't want to see that. Men already have a sport. Women already have a sport. And we're not going to sign up with that nonsense. And no, we are not going to, we're not about that. Right? Yep. So that's the thing about it though, That's why, and the one with the children that really gets us, when they want to have this ginger, what's that called? That It's just really talking about sex change. And we're talking about the mutilization of children, man. Now, that is just outright cruel. Children should be protected, not going to some surgery and trying to convince them that a girl is a boy and a boy is a girl. That's not going to fly, ladies and gentlemen. No. No. So that's basically what it is in regards to that. That's why we have to, ladies and gentlemen, the American Save Act. If you are conservative, if you are a moderate, and some of you liberals that even voting for Trump, you already know the choice is pretty obvious, right? If we got a country that we want to save, and it's all about you going November 4th to those polls and putting your ballot in, because it's important. I would rather for you to show up at the poll site or whatever. Skip all that mail-in stuff and absentee. But if you really got to do an absentee because of the conditions, you know what I'm saying? I get it. I understand, you know. But if you physically can walk down there to the polls in your district, I would suggest you go down there and do it. You said when, okay, Cal said when they started messing with the children, considering them as pet. This has been going on quite some time now. I'm not for sure as to when it started, but let's take a look at it. Let me see here. Hold on for a minute. All right, let's see here. What did they call that too? Gender. Let me see here. Nope. I don't think the affirmation. No, it's a gender. What do they call that? Reassignment. We'll just say the gender. Gender change. For children under. Let me see here. The Democrats. Or Democrats. Whoops. Let me see. When did that happen? That's a good question. I'm not really for sure when it happened, but we're going to take a look. Let's take a look at it. That's a very good question. Because they've been pushing this stuff. Canada has it. They still have it. A lot of these European nations, they still have that nonsense. They got laws, too, that protect them. Let me see here. There is no single date, right, when gender change for children started under the Democrats. Okay, wait a moment. All right, hold on for a minute. See what else it says here. Medical interventions for gender dysphoria in minor developed gradually over decades, with significant expansion occurring in the 2010s to the early 2020s. Because I remember it was a big thing in 2022. It says here, adult. Hold on for one moment, ladies and gentlemen. This is my cousin here. Hold on for a minute. All right, yeah. This is my cousin, though. She made it over there in Mexico. Dropped him off at the airport earlier. But right here, though, Cal, you know, with Obama, right? So, you know how, you know, what you know what I'm saying? It says early Obama administration indoctrinated, right? Socially published guidelines supporting puberty blockers for careful selected adolescents. Here it is right here, right? 2010, a number of pediatric gender clinics grew. WPATH, Standards for Care Expanded Guidance for Youth, Social transition of youth or younger children becomes more common, right? Diagnosis rates rises sharply, right? Especially amongst the adolescent female. So Obama administration plus the early Trump years, 2015, major increase in major receiving by puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. Insurance coverages expanded. Many medicine associations endorsed the gender-affirming care. That's what they call it. I knew it was affirming, but yeah, that's what they call it. So the name that they use is gender-affirming care, which means that you already know what it is. You see it right here, right? This is Obama's final years, plus the Trump first terms Biden started, right? Trump have actually gotten rid of all of this, but Obama pushed for this, right? Here it is right here. Yep, here it is right here. Look at the timelines. The Biden administration, right, actively supported access guidance against, right, conversions, right, therapy, right? Here it is all right here. Section 1551. This is all right here. Look what look at what happened here with the Republicans led states began passing bans on puberty blockers, right? Hormones and surgery for minors. Arkansas was the first in 2021. Eventually, 25 states, Democrat-led states, generally protected access, right? But here it is, 2021. Divided state policies, right? Here it is, the summary, right? So this is basically what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, under the Biden administration, we started seeing it even picked up even more, but it's actually really started with Obama, right? There's no surprise there with what he's on, you know what I'm saying? So there that is. But you see this right here. That's what ended up happening. So this is why the DMs, once again, are losing, you know, because you even got some DMs that ain't even down with this. You know what I'm saying? The puberty blockers and all this other kind of nonsense. You know what I'm saying? We are not for that at all, right? Naturally, a boy and a girl, there's only two genders. It's not all these other genders. And if they still believe in this stuff, this Tandy Jackson asking them, what is a woman? This stuff is nonsense. This is crap, right? And this is why it was stopped. Thanks to our president, once again, Donald J. Trump. He has been changing, stopping, and so forth of these crazy, whacked out things, especially when it comes down to children. And why should we pay for it for adults as well, too? We're not paying for it. If you want your gender-affirming care, you're going to get it on your own. You're going to pay for it for us, the adults, but we're not paying for it. That ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. We're not doing none of those crazy things, though. So there that is, you know. We are the ones, ladies and gentlemen, right? And then without the parents' permission, we're not signing up for none of that stuff. Amen. You right about that. You got that right, though, you know, because many of you are Christians as well, too. You know what I'm saying? Most religions ain't going to sign off on this nonsense, right? No. So there that is. Yep, there that is. It's got it pulled up. Right, boy. But I tell you, this is how you know that Trump and his policies and stuff like that, that many of us, right, men and women, right, we agree, right, Christians, many of you, we all agree that we don't want to see men in women's restrooms. We don't want to see men in women's sports. And we definitely don't believe in this gender affirming changing stuff or whatever, or care is what they call it. We don't want any of that stuff. Yep, you got that right. No lady boys, you know, you can do that stuff over there in Asia, you know, and other parts of the world, but we ain't going to have it over here, you know what I'm saying, at all. So I don't care what adults do, but I'm talking about for children, right? And we are not going to sign off on that. The buck stop here. Yeah, we're not going to do that. No. Yep, so there that is, though, you know. Yeah, everyone left. That's my cue to leave, too. You're right. I got to get up on out of here, though. It's cool. I did this on purpose. Laura got dumped. No, I'm just saying it's my time to leave, though. I'm not for sure if she's still on. Yeah, Eric, I'm not for sure if she's still on. But she was, but, you know, if you are or not, that's cool, though. You guys want to make sure you get on Discord and stuff like that. I already posted up there, though. So, and therefore, there's be people in the room that you guys can have conversations with afterwards. The Discord is already up. It's already running. You know what I'm saying? Let me go ahead and put that link down one more time, though, too. You guys want to still have this conversation afterwards? Go on Discord, though. Join my Discord. You know, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, all right, hold on, man. I went to copy. There we go. Woo! I love the Mac. It'll say, "Are you sure you want to delete?" Say, "No, I do not want to delete." Okay, hold on for a minute. I'm gonna put it up over here in this room here. Therefore, you guys actually have a link. And Cal, I don't know if that link will actually work for you, but that's a link there. And we go ahead and do the other one for the right pen, though, too, guys. So therefore, you guys will have it here. Let me go ahead and do this here. That way, all you have to do is just sign up. Let me go ahead and put that for a right pen as well, too. There it is right here. That's for right pen. Yeah. There you go. Ain't that good? So I appreciate it, though, guys. There it is. So Discord, you know, you want to go and have this conversation once this live stream is over, I highly suggest that you guys come on Discord, you know, and things. So therefore, you can have conversations and so forth, you know. It's all good. I may show up there later on. But other than that, guys, it's been good. It's been fun in the sun, though, you know. It really has. We covered a lot today, most of Trump and stuff like that. And, yeah, it's been cool. I'm trying to say, did we cover everything? I think we did. I think we did cover everything, though, you know. Let me see here. Yep, so Discord, yep. And things. So I put that link up over there, though. I appreciate you guys. So whether you agree or disagree, one thing for sure, you know what I'm saying, is here it is, though. We have an administration, which is under the Trump administration, that has been looking out more for Americans than any other president in our lifetime. Facts, you know. Trump has cleaning this economy up. As he's taking, and, you know, look at what they're doing with the meat and all the rest of this stuff. Trump is going to flood it with the meat to bring the meat prices down big time, you know. And that's a beautiful thing, though, man. We're talking about a lot of things that he's actually doing that's going to make our lives in America better. This is why it's so important to vote. And when the SAVE Act is going to be predicated off of the SAVE Act, because we want voter integrity, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want people that don't belong in our country voting, you know what I'm saying? Boy, but that's all right, though, you know? It's okay. And I think what I'm going to do here, and let me do this here. I'm going to go ahead and I got one more comeback Let me see it. It's going to remove that. All right, and then just give me one moment here. I got something. Okay, there it is. All right, so let's go ahead and pull this up here. Got to run this down again. Yep. Got to run this down again. Hold on for one moment before I go. I got to pull up the matrix again. Let me go ahead and pull this up here. Because I love it when they come in here talking all this Nazi stuff and all this other stuff. But we're gonna give it to them for what it really is, all right? Here it is right here. I pulled this matrix up before. I just want them to understand what you are looking at. Here it is right here. This is it right here, right? Now, of course, you know that the Dems was the ones that created all this stuff. We're talking about socialism, gun control, control of the media, censorship, abortion, worship the government, and encouraging violence. That's why they got Antifa and a lot of the other foot soldiers that they allowed to come over here illegally. You know, the BLM was a disaster. Summer of Love was a disaster. Remember with the firebombing of the other one and things? Boy, I tell you, man. I'm talking about the No Kings protests. This is what they were doing. It's amazing how history repeats itself. You see over here on the left with the swastika, the neo-Nazis was a socialist. They weren't a communist. They wasn't conservative at all. They were a communist socialist group, right? Gun control, control of media, censorship, abortion, worshiping the government, and even encouraging violence. There are socialists that have taken over the Democrat Party. They are going after the private business sector. They know they need capitalism in order to fund and fuel socialism, because socialism would be dead without capitalism, and they know it, right? This is why my dummy is doing what he's doing. This is a guy that never worked a job. We're talking about private seizure of businesses and so forth. They want to confiscate your guns, right? What else do they want to do? Here it is. We just do the list of it real quick, right? We're talking about, once again, defunding, right, the police. They want to disarm our military. They want to take over our Constitution, right? They don't believe in open borders. That's crock if they say they do. It's a lie. They want open borders so more illegals can come into the country. So with all this going on, does that sound like a country that we remember? They talking about adding more people on the Supreme Court, getting rid of anything Republican. They want a one-party solution only, right? This is what they're pushing. This is the real plan, the master plan, right? This is how much they hate America and they hate capitalism, right? They cannot give us an actual system under socialism that actually truly work. You know, I love it when they bring up these Scandinavian countries and all the rest of them, right? Because we already know that most of them they were getting funding from the U.S., right? And we were taxpayers. They were throwing in these NGOs and these other programs and stuff. I was always, back then, I used to always wonder, how is these Scandinavian countries, how is it that they are able to weather the storm, have all these type of socialist programs and stuff like that, while we over here working and everything and working, but they don't have the population that we do. But this is still the plan, though. This is what they've been doing, right? And look at what's happening now. I love it when they come in here talking about Nazi and racist stuff. Where do you think Hitler got it from? He got it from the Dems. This is where they got it from, right here. Right here. This is exactly what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't this something? Scott Norris put up a like. He likes what I'm talking about here, boy. Ain't that something? I appreciate you, though, Scott. Appreciate it, Scott Norris. Chuck Norris. Right? This is exactly what's going on. Yep, I appreciate you. I love that American flag, Scott. Yep, I love the American flag. There it is. We have the greatest country on earth. There's Laura. We have the greatest country on the face of the earth. You know what that country is? It's America. This we have right now. I mean, shit, Canada is still suffering over there. I had some friends of mine. They tune in on my show time after time, right? And I, for the most part of it, the Canadian people are cool. I think Alberta know what they need to do because, hey, it is what it is. We always had a working relationship with Alberta and America anyway, right? Because y'all would benefit more with America than what your liberal party has been doing over there in these other provinces like Ontario and all the rest of them. Y'all ain't benefiting very well. You know what I'm saying? We are a capitalistic society. And what that means is that you can have a business. You ain't got to worry about big government telling you that you can't have this and you can't have that or whatever like that. Even with China has a hybrid system. It's a little bit of capitalism, but the government itself is still ran what? It's still ran under communism because they're the controllers of everything, right? They're going to tell their people in so many words, yeah, you can have a business, but you ain't going to never rise as high financially because they can confiscate wealth. That's what they do. They confiscate wealth, just like what Mondami was trying to do now. Remember, for anybody that own a second home, what was Mondami accused of doing now, right? He went after who? The people, right, that own a second home. He was going to raise the taxes even higher, right? And then he doxed these people too. So Antifa could show up and harass these people by owning a second home, right? This guy is a trust fund baby. He never worked a job in his life. Even in Uganda, he lives in basically like a compound. He don't live amongst the other African people. Where he live at is for the super privileged. And he's a super privileged person. This is the thing about it, boy. But they can't sit up here and defend this. Can't. Here's the garbage matrix right here. You can't defend this type of stuff. Do what Laura says and hit that like button. And I appreciate it though, Scott says, and the lip sync fools call U.S. Nazis. And through what's that for? Yeah, they call American Nazis. They have no idea. They never lived under the Nazis regime. Better be thank God that you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. America, the greatest country on earth, man. And I love the fact, Scott said, I love the United States of America, right? Yeah, this is exactly it. It's a land of the free and a home of the brave. It don't get no better than America. It's the greatest country on earth. Because if it wasn't, you got all these people that come over here, even under this status or whatever the status is. They set up shop. They got businesses. They even have capitalism, man. Capitalism works. Communism, socialism doesn't work. We only need small amounts of socialism, temporary at best, for people that have fallen down on their luck. But it should never been used as a major or a permanent thing. That's where they jacked up the black community. You see what I'm saying? Because when they got on that welfare stuff, it was a continuous thing, right? That's why they always most of them got their hand out all the time. And I can say that because I came up in that community. I know what it's like. I know what it's like being black growing up in the ghetto. We didn't have ghettos before this until the Democrats and the left-leaning policies and all this other crap that started happening in the mid-'60s and up. It's true, man. This is the thing about it. So therefore, I just wanted to share that before I go. So I love pulling up this graphic over here because this is telling of the DMs on the left. And they can't deny it. You notice they never call me a liar because they stand for socialism. They want it all the time, right? They believe in gun control, right? This is their belief system, and there's many more, right? Right? We're talking about the progressives and the far leftists, right? They all, one thing about it, they all have something in common, right along with the hate group, is what? Socialism, gun control, right? Control of the media, which they have right now. Censorship, y'all remember with the tech companies and what they were doing back in 2020? Abortion, right? Worship the government and encouraging violence. They sure do and have. BJ says, I appreciate you, Summer. First time here, just subscribe. I appreciate you, BJ. I never recognized you before. I got a lot of conservative women on here. You're not the only one. You're going to meet them, though, you know. Denise Farmer, Dana. You're going to meet Laura. She's in here right now. Harrison, you know. There's many others. Texas, Jane. Let me see here. Who else? Tanya Zimmer. Yeah, I got a list of the ladies in here. A lot of conservative. What's her name? Deja Porter. There's many of them in here that's conservative women. Yep. So yeah, so you in good company right now. And let me go ahead and give you a special. I do this for all the ladies. since BJ subscribed, you know what I'm saying? Look at it. They get the special. Yep. Let me go ahead and give you there we go. You have to do the Kermit the Frog. Yay! You know how Kermit the Frog used to do. I'm gonna get Kermit the Frog's voice on there for next time for saying yay, you know? Kermit the Frog. Y'all remember Kermit in Sesame Street? Could you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? Should I say, could you tell me how to get to Trump Street? Boy, we got Bernie in the house, you know. I don't mean no Bernie Sanders either. We got Bernie. There we go. Bernie is in here. Level up the lights. Yeah, listen to Bernie, though, you know. Let me see, it's Scott Norris. Relative to Chuck Norris. I'm just kidding. He says, big block of Reagan cheese and big can of honey, you know. I hope that that converts over to money, which I'm sure it is, because we're going to have big blocks of that. We got Bernie again. Man, Bernie, I just saw your super chat, man. Boy, Bernie, oh my goodness. He came in with $100. Let me go ahead and give Bernie a special recognition, though. Oh, man. Bernie, man. He comes in with $100 from Bernie LCC. God willing, California will have 4 years of clear sky from the socialistic agenda. Salute Tony and the Mod Squad. I salute you too, Bernie, very much, man. You bless me, man, and I appreciate you, man. I know you in that Discord room, because if not, I got the link down in there. I'm going to have to put the link up again. Boy, let me go ahead and give a shout out again to Bernie hitting us upside the head with $100, man. Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about there. I appreciate you. Let me go and post that again, though, for them. There it is. I put it right at the top this time. There it is. That is Bernie, coming from Bernie. I appreciate you very much, Bernie. I appreciate you so much, man. I do. I appreciate a lot of you guys, too, you know. Because I don't ask for very much, but I tell you this, I just enjoy doing it. And, it's going to get better as the show goes on. Scott Norris says, thank you, sir. Great channel. I appreciate you, Scott, man. Appreciate you as well, too, man. If you would have told me that you were related to Chuck Norris, man, I would believe you, I would believe you, But we are kicking they behind. And they hate me. The far progressives and the socialist groups, they can't stand me because I destroy their narrative, because I rock with Trump. You ain't supposed to be a Trump supporter. You supposed to be a Democrat. You ain't supposed to think for yourself and vote for yourself. You supposed to be a Democrat, right? You're supposed to be on social assistance, right? We don't want you trying to educate yourself because you're too dumb and stupid as a black person. But if we were to educate or miseducate you and keep you on the Democrat system, right? You could be on there forever as long as you vote Democrat. It's all good, though. Ain't that something? That's how they sound. condescending, talking down to you, you know. Well, we understand what you black folk had to go through, you know. If they were the ones that was manufacturing the whole thing on the left, this made up manufactured racism and stuff. They can't even, the narratives is destroyed, it's falling apart. You know, even that one woman, what's her name, Heidi, that's going to prison for the SPLC. You know what I'm saying? Al Sharpton, did y'all hear about Al Sharpton? Still talking, want to say, I think it's just travesty. You know that President Trump is with the race, what he's doing, he's a racist, and he's talking down on black people, taking away their opportunities. We want to keep them on the Democrat slave plantation, so therefore their mind won't grow. Oh, they got to stay believing in the Democratic Party. That's how they sound, man. It's crazy. You know, we 2026 still sound like it's the 1800s. Boy, it don't make no sense. But at any event, Al Sharpton, or Snaketon, whatever you want to call him, remember that guy that ended up drowning in things? What's his name? Nolan Wells, right? Come to find out, man, that the family, because the family, the kids left home, they had nothing to do with it. You know, Officer Tatum already interviewed him, already busted that story. For my story, my understanding is that he got drunk and drowned out there. He was trying to hook up with a girl, and you know how kids are, man. I wouldn't say I would have done the same thing if I was his age, you know what I'm saying? What we would travel for, you know what, you know what I'm saying? But at any event, right, Al Sharpton got hit with what they said, a defamation of character lawsuit. And they told Al, if you can, you know, continue with this BS stuff about trying to frame these white kids as being like murderers and everything like that, we're going to sue you, right? So Al, you got some decision making to do, right? Because if you keep going through this race hustling thing, because you know with Al and all the rest of them, Benjamin Chump Crump and all of them, it's all about the money, right? If y'all continue with this nonsense, they're going to sue you, right? And rightfully so, they can win that suit. Because you haven't proved anything about these kids. It's speculation, and you put that in there, they had a lot to do with it, right? That's why they were trying to come down, trying to take out Officer Tatum, because he told the truth. We need this grift. We need this grift so we can keep perpetrating the lie and pushing a lie out here. I am somebody. I am somebody, you know? I am somebody. You know, that's Jesse Jackson, how he sound, right? That's how a lot of them sound, man. It's like, dang, you know what I'm saying? I am somebody, you know? It's a travesty of what President Trump is doing with the redistricting. They got rid of our gerrymandering, you know, because blacks wasn't allowed to vote back in 60s, you know, with the Voter Act. We had to enact the Voting Act. We had to pass it into law, you know, because of blacks and being disenfranchised to vote. You know, all that was a lie, right? Oh, my goodness, man. I am somebody. You know, that's exactly how they sound. And then with the white liberals, yeah, because blacks was disadvantaged, you know. They didn't have no way to be able to vote. They couldn't read. They don't have no driver's license, let alone an ID, you know. We just care about black people so much, you know. We want to keep them on the Democratic slave plantation. You know how the liberals sound. Every time they talk, that's what it sounds like in my head. Every time they be disenfranchised and stuff. So we want to make sure if they got to live in the ghetto, they can live in the ghetto when they want to, as long as they have nothing wrong with the taxpayers paying for the less unfortunate, you know, because, you know, they so stupid, you know, they don't have anything, or they can't even read, let alone the driver's license. All this is lies. Lies. Right? Lies coming from the liberal left. Lies. You are a liar. I know many of blacks that have IDs, let alone driver's license. Oh, we so dumb, we can't we don't know how to get a driver's license. You gotta, hey Matt, could you tell me how I can get a driver's license? I don't know what that is, sir. You know? Oh my goodness. This is too routine. Two different IDs, Bernie. Yeah, two different, I know, right? It's too routine, man. Oh man, you know, I cook them. I still like cooking them, man. Matt come in this room sometimes, you know, trying to convince the blacks that he ain't a racist, you know. I love black people, you know. Ain't nothing wrong with y'all living in the ghetto, you know what I'm saying? Oh, my goodness, though, you know. All right? They don't teach them no financial literacy. If they love black people so much, why don't you teach them financial literacy, right? If you love black people so much, right? Why don't you help them get off of the system itself that holds them back thanks to you guys on the left? If you love black folk so much, why not help them get a better curriculums in the schools? We over here, I mean, I grew up over here getting 3rd, 4th, 5th edition of books that the suburbs donate to us or whatever. Why they got to donate books and learning stuff or whatever and pencils and paper and stuff like that? Is it because we just so dumb and stupid, or are they mismanaging the money? Which one is it, Matt? You know, I'm addressing Matt because he look like a liberal right now. That way he over here talking. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. I grew up in the Detroit public schools. There was no school choices whatsoever. Here it is under the government, the Department of Education, one of the biggest cons out there, right? Pushing this nonsense, right? And on the left, they kept pushing the nonsense. Every time they get money for their state, it ain't trickled down to us. To the suburbs, they had computers. Back in the 80s and 90s, they actually had computers. We was over here, man, still on typewriters and stuff, man. Are you kidding me, man? What the? Boy, I tell you, man, this is what they don't like. Because here, the thing about it, I destroyed a narrative. I come from the hood. I came from the so-called black community. You can't run this, or you can call me one thing about it. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. But one thing he can't deny is that I'm lying. That's why I make him look so bad. You can't deny it. You know it. You know I'm not lying. So they can call me names. That's cool. But they can't even deal with the harsh facts that they party created for the so-called black community in the first place. That's why they got the grifters. The grifting is the only thing that they have this so-called phony black leadership that over here, they get black folk. Oh, yeah, it's the racism. We got to stop it. And you are somebody. You are somebody. You know what I'm saying? You are somebody. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Boy, that's why I say you just got to laugh at it. You're a slave. They always talk about slavery all the time. Slavery been gone a long time ago. Who was behind slavery? The Democrats. 1865, holler at your boy, you know. It's just the 13th Amendment where it's abolished slavery. What did the stupid Democrats do? They started the Ku Klux Klan. That was the same year that it was abolished. They started the Ku Klux Klan, man. The Ku Klux Klan. They started this stuff, terrorizing black folks, right? Black boy, all the lynching, all this stuff, it was created by them, in facts. Come on now. You who you think you messing with? Right? Look at it. That's why they want to change the narrative, because they don't like this language. Slave talking. More, they may remind me of that movie Django, man. Y'all remember Django or whatever? You had Samuel L. Jackson. That's what a lot of these guys are, black and white. They're like little Samuel L. Jackson, right? Played that role, you know? And really what he's trying to say, I ain't used to no NIWGA up here on that mule. You know what I'm saying? On that horse, you know, because blacks couldn't ride a horse like this. But they hold that up, man. Huh? Quentin Tarantino's masterpiece, Candyland, right? Candyland is basically the Democratic Party, man. Candyland, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, they come in this room, boy. You're going to learn something, though. I tell you, man, this is something else. They worship big government. On the left, they want the government to be your big daddy, your daddy, right? That's what they did with the black community. The government is your only friend, you know what I'm saying? Because when the whites don't gonna reject you, We gonna love you, you know, as long as you don't get no bigger. As long as you don't get no bigger, you always my what? My, you know what, N-word. You already know. I'm gonna keep it clean over here. But that's exactly how they feel, right? Blacks have been programmed, right? Not to get out here and get in this competition and get this money, right? It's too hard because of racism. Oh man, they always talk about racism. I don't know who talking about it more, man, the Dems or the blacks. Talk about it all the time. I never talk about racism because it doesn't exist. It was manufactured. Look at what they got busted with the SPLC. Southern Poverty Law Center, because that's why that woman's going to prison. And it was blacks that was part of the group too. What about that? There was blacks a part of the SPLC, right? How can you be black and how can you have an organization paying the KKK, paying the Aryan allies and all the rest of them? How does that happen, right? Without somebody's permission. Manufactured to scare the, you know what, out of who? Blacks. They were terrified. They still thinking that it's the Klan. That ain't real. It's the Ku Klux Klan. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't go down there in the South now. I'm in the woods and stuff. Because of the Ku Klux, they still hanging people. They've been hanging people. And this is the stuff, this is what they've been teaching them, man. They taught whites this ignorant stuff too. You know, whites ain't gonna touch it. Especially the liberals, they ain't gonna touch it. No. They just keep their mouth shut about that. But, you know, say how messed up it was. But on the left, y'all didn't do anything about it. You know, you look in your history, you're gonna find that the Ku Klux Klan were Democrats, right? Right? And that's exactly correct. That's exactly what it is. Right? Boy, I tell you, man, over here crying, belly aching, and whining about how blacks ain't got nothing. Because, when you've been hoodwinked and bamboozled, as Brother Malcolm used to say. You've been hoodwinked and bamboozled. That's why I got this matrix up here, right? This is exactly what it is. So screw what they talking about, you know. Can I put up another one? I think I will. Hold on for a minute. I got quite a few of them. Hold on for a minute. I am somebody. I am somebody. You know? Boy, I said, that's why I said, can y'all imagine I did my whole live stream sounding like that? Boy, I tell you, I want to say to all of the people out here today, I sound like a civil rights activist, right? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Boy, I tell you, man, this is just trash, man. It's not even believable. I'm trying to hold myself back without really losing it, you know? It is like, you know what I'm saying? It's just really sad. It's really sad that people believe this crap. Here's the garbage matrix right here. Since here it is. This is the garbage matrix right here. What does it say here? Let me go here. It's got collectivist, right? State control economy. Look at all green. Look at the people's banners. You got Russia, Italy, right? Germany. Look at this stuff. All green. Look at them. Look at what they believe in. Centralized government in the capital, right? Ruled by elite. Look at this here. State control media, censorship of free speech, disarming the population, criminalizing of the political opponents, putting internal enemies in camps. Ain't that what they want to do to us? Right? Mass murder of unwanted humans. Who is the unwanted humans? God dang. Well, that's them for sure. Look at the green. This is their policies. This is their core beliefs that the DSA is what they believe in. It's what they believe in. So you gonna sit up here and tell me that they don't? Why is it that they're backpedaling it now? You notice the DSA never want to talk about defunding the police or getting rid of the military, or they want to have open borders, bring in a lot of illegals, tear down the prisons and stuff. This is their policies. This is their core mission. I went over this stuff on my few lives already that you should be watching. You should better pull that up. This is your garbage matrix right here. I got your history right here. I got the Democrat history right here, right? That they can't deny. You can't debate any of this. This is what you stand for, right? That's exactly what it is. That's why we would defeat you when it come down to the midterms, November the 4th, 2026, right? We're going to show up at those polls. The polls open at 7 a.m. For people that don't know. They're going to be closed at 8 p.m. Get your ballots in or whatever. If you want this type of, if you want this garbage to be, let's say, continuous history, because they're going to tear this country up if they ever get in power, though. Telling you right now, I'm sounding an alarm right now. Where's my alarm at, boy? Hold on for a minute, boy. Hold on for a minute. Got to sound it. Got to sound it. Skip it. I'm going to sound it. I'm going to sound that alarm because this is what we're dealing with. Where my ear raid? There it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. My ear raid. This is them. This is them. I'm calling all. I'm calling all. This is them. This is them, ladies and gentlemen. This is them, right? We will defeat you in the actual primaries coming up this November 4th, right? Because this is your garbage right here. We ain't going for it. So look at what we are the only one, the only group that is red. No. Trump wants you to have your guns. Trump is taking away the centralized government. He's breaking it down to 30%. And if you got a job in the government and your job get cut, hey, you got to go. Just how it is. Because that's going to save the taxpayers more money. He's going to get rid of the taxes. Get rid of the central bank. They are for the central bank. They are for the globalists. They are for the what we call the deep state. Who's against it? Trump. That's why they're trying to take him out. You know damn well Obama, Biden, one of the two worst presidents in our history, boy. I tell you, can your boy cook? I can cook, right? That's why they call me the chef, right? Tony the Chef Love, right? The chef is in the house, and this is what you got. This is what you got in the green before I go. This is the green. Look at they green machine. This is what they push. And all that lot, they can't get past this. That's why debate. This be me whooping your behind because this is your garbage matrix. This is what you stand for, right? Any liberal, this is what you stand for. If you stand with the DSA, you's an enemy of this country and an enemy to me. Straight like that, right? We ain't gonna play with you, right? Because you ain't no way you're gonna be ushering this in, ushering in tyranny, telling us about freedom of speech, only for some and not for many. We have a thing called the Constitution of the United States of America. To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, invisible, for liberty and justice for all. And every American should know that. Bet you these liberals don't, right? Land of the free and home of the brave, right? Our men and women have sacrificed their lives so you can sit up in here and have the freedom that you have now. Even though I don't like it, but you have what they call the Constitution and the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, as also the freedom of the press. You should know the First Amendment if you don't know all of them. Sitting up in here, down in America, down in the president that put his life on the line, right? You ain't did ish that set back under a Democratic lie. That's what it is, right? That's what it is. It was a Democratic lie the whole time. And I call you out as being a liar. You are. That's what you are. That's what you are. So you're going to get this truth or you can get out. That's exactly what it is. Nobody in America, because like I said before, we winning. The DSA, the Dems are losing. More people are finding out about this channel. They waking up. We don't rock with y'all, right? You think I'm over here going back Al Sharpton and all the rest of them? When they've been doing more damage to this country, dividing America with their lives, right? And y'all you're hypocrites on the left, right? You ain't been in the black community. You ain't been trying to get them out. You wasn't trying to get them financial literacy and education and all this stuff. It was just like the same old thing. As long as you vote Democrat, I am somebody and all this other type of stuff, right? Of course we somebody. But have the Dems showed that we were somebody? No. We were nobody. With the Dems, we were nobody, right? Nobody. Nobody. Boy, I tell you, what's that song? Nobody. You know what I'm talking about, boy. This is foolishness, right? And they still trying to defend this stuff. Still trying to tell you how bad Trump is. Shoot. I can't tell. One thing about it, Trump is a capitalist. Shit, I'm a capitalist. How about that? Definitely not no socialist and a communist, right? You can get your ASS off your ASS and get out there and get a job. There's plenty of jobs now. Get out there and get one and stop whining and complaining about Trump, right? You make your own destiny and stop believing the lies that the Democrats have told you, right? I go out here and work. Get your ASS up here and out here and work for a living. Work. Ain't no woman gonna be with no man that don't work. You get up here and work. That you got hands and feet, right? Get up there and get a job. Be somebody instead of nobody, right? Boy, I tell you, you know what I'm saying? Get up there and do something for yourself. And stop talking about all this slavery and racism and stuff, because it was all manufactured in your head anyway. While other ethnic groups are bouncing and all way up in the stratosphere, you're still at the bottom like this. Economically, socially, right? Way down here, believing in the Democrats. You ain't got nothing to show for a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, right? I come from that area. I come from that hood. And a lot of you that's faking out there, you don't. Suburbs, suburbanites, black and white. Come on now. You know, you ain't seen no crime like that. You ain't had no Saturday night thriller put on you, right? You ain't never been robbed before, right? Why is it that we had to go through these conditions, right? Growing up as children, right? Where is the responsibility and accountability for that, right? Boy, I tell you, man, can he cook? Absolutely. You ain't hearing one Dem that even come up in there. Look at it. We got Trump. He had to send in the National Guards up there in Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee, right? One of the worst areas, right? Yeah, if they would have had the National Guards, young Dolph would still been alive right now, and he's a rapper up there from Memphis, Tennessee. His black on black crime, right? Coming out of a donut shop with his girlfriend. Some of y'all know you're from the area. You know who he is. I ain't making this up. No man or woman of any race should have to live like that. But under the Dems, they set it up this way, right? Purposely, right? To get you, right, to have opposition with people that are trying to fix America, right? You have been misled about the Republicans. If you look in your history, a lot of blacks were, after slavery especially. The Republican Party itself was created by abolitionists, which is blacks, and the Whig Party, which is white, got together, right? Black and white. They got together and did what? They started the Republican Party, the good old party, the GOP, that stopped the spread of slavery going out to the West, right? Facts. Abraham Lincoln was your first president. All back in those days, all were first president that freed the slaves, right? Got them out of there, right? 1865, right? That's exactly what happened. The Democrats wanted to keep your, you know what, back on the slave plantation, Candyland, if you watch Django. That's all it is. This is Candyland, baby. This is Candyland. No blacks get off of Candyland. Then they have their slave catchers. They send your Al Sharptons and all the rest of these boot-licking slave catchers that go out here to make sure that blacks stay on the Democratic slave plantation. And if you don't, they'll come out there and try to send people to get you back on there. get you in line, take your finances away from you, take you out of Hollywood. You think they want to risk that? Oh, no, Max, I want to keep my millions. I don't know who's more the slave, they are or the blacks that ain't even in the hood or that's living in the ghetto. I can't tell. You know what I'm saying? You think, what is his name? D.L. Hughley want to risk his millions telling black folk the truth? He's a comedian and a failed one at that. You know what I'm saying? Never was a fan of him. But here he go, putting out all this information. How the blacks have been so disenfranchised, right? Boy, I tell you, man, look at this, man. Listening to him, I'm nobody. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the Republicans want you to be somebody. Nobody from the Dems, but somebody from the Republicans. Ain't that something? Boy, I should have been in show business, boy. I think I missed my calling, man. That's exactly what I'll be doing. I'll be doing my comedian stuff and just on this alone, man. I got enough material, you know? It's so true. That's what they do. That's why they can't touch me, man. Don't get jealous because I out-debate you on this nonsense and garbage, right? That's what's problem. That's the number one problem in the so-called black community, right? Got them over here being victims. Got them over here. They so afraid of the Ku Klux Klan, right? But you want to kick my butt and black people's butt, but they're afraid to tackle the Klan, right? They're afraid to tackle the Klan, right? That's why Kanye said what he said. Slavery is a choice, right? If you understood what he was saying, it's a choice for you being a slave. A person decided he ain't gonna be a slave, he said, I'd rather die than him before I be a slave. That's a damn right, right? If we would have had more men out there like that, that's why the sisters don't have no respect for a lot of the brothers, right? It's the truth, right? You're going to get this truth because it's the truth, right? That's exactly what it is, right? Slavery is a choice, right? I ain't trying to monetize this channel, this one, because they ain't going to monetize this, but I got to tell the truth in regards to it, man. That's exactly what it is. You have to get this real teaching because they're not going to teach you. They're going to teach you how to be a victim, complain, bellyache, whine, and moan, bitch, like most of you do. Oh, excuse my French. I just let that one slip. All right, but that's what it is, right? That's what it is. Maybe a few cuss words may get out every now and then. I do apologize, you know, and I try to keep it a no cuss show, you know. I have to penalize myself. But other than that, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they've been taught to do, right? This is why it don't never get any better, right? They got these failed black leaders that always offer them, we gotta keep hope. That's all they can offer. While they over here going they getting the bag every time, man. They get the bag. What are you getting other than protecting them? Who is your champion? You don't have no champions. Who is your champion on the left that's supposed to be so good at fighting for black folk? Where's your champion? And I tell you, he's a liar because we could look at his bank account and go pull up his net worth, right? While you still over here broke. Over here on the you-know-what of the Democratic, these so-called black pro-blacks and all the rest of them, is nothing but liars and cheaters and deceivers, right? That's what they are, you know? How in the hell do we still have a ghetto, right? We already know. I already did this on failing blue cities, right? So if y'all rock with me, y'all need to get on Rumble, man, where I can go cut loose for real. I would cut loose where they would think that hell is coming, man. I'm talking about real stuff where I can go in and I can cuss. Try to keep it a minimum here because I'm held back, you know, with YouTube, right? But this is why you got to go to Rumble because Rumble believe in free speech, right? Where I can exercise my freedom of speech and I can go even further than I'm doing right now. I'm still holding back. I can go deeper than this. Run these old sensitive, liberal loving lunatics right out of the room, man. I go in on them, right? I'm just holding back, right? But if you catch me on Rumble, I would, man, shoot. I have you'll be thinking about, boy, you have to go see a counselor or something, right? I ain't never had no black man ever talk to me this way. And that's probably the reason. Boy, I go in, black, white, or whatever, telling the truth, right? And that's what it is, though. We need more truth telling, right? You ain't got no champion. You ain't got no leader. They all been grifting off of you. Look around. Want to sell the books and CDs. CMOS. I got the CMOS. Oh, yeah, I got the seashells to wear around your neck. This stuff here ain't doing you no good. I got the book on how slavery started. It came from the white man. We were Egyptians and all this other nonsense. That's what I'm saying, though. How'd you get tired of this crap? Because you can't convert that into real stuff, real life. Why everybody getting the money? You don't see these foreigners doing it. They out here going to school, the education, engineers. We're talking about science, technology, engineering, and math. These are the disciplines that they're taking advantage of. That's why they get the jobs. A lot of times they wear a suit. Kiss their wife, go to work. While you in the factory, if you're lucky, fast food. Sound familiar? Right? And then some type of job, working at a gas station. I'm not knocking these careers, but don't you find that why ain't it enough blacks are in science, technology, engineering, and math? I know some black engineers, but we should have more of them. And it ain't racism that's holding it back. You're being told because of racism they won't hire you as a black engineer. That's what you're being told, a lie, right? That's why. Boy, I tell you, man. Boy, your boy have been cooking, man. Boy, I tell you, man, this is something else, man. I was supposed to been off here, but something just got me riled up. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell y'all. But yeah, this is why people like real shows like this. This is a real show where we tell the real truth. And we're going to tell it whether you like it or not, right? This is how it is. Nobody going to erect no damn statue for somebody sitting back here complaining, talking about, racism and all this other stuff. Look at my detractors. They didn't give a damn about your behind in the ghetto. Only when the election year, we can count on your vote. They come down to the churches, right? We ain't got your vote, Mr. Clarence, Mrs. Thompson. We're going to come down there to your church and we're going to sing and eat hot wings and all this other stuff. Hillary Clinton told you on the Breakfast Club, she just pulled out the hot sauce. She ain't had to say nothing. You know damn well Hillary Clinton don't eat no hot sauce on no damn food. You know damn well. Boy, I tell you, man. Oh, yeah, she's just over here just eating hot sauce. Pulled out a bottle of hot sauce out of her purse. Boy, I tell you, man, how fake does one have to be, right? Oh, man, pulling out the bottle of hot sauce, right? Just constantly pander. These are panda bears. We got the panda bears in the house. I see them. We got the dancing pandas. They love entertaining. They love telling black folk, you can't do it. Oh, how Trump is so bad. Trump is a racist, Look at him. Look at him. He been kicking y'all butt. You know what I'm saying? You done pretty much lost this election. Just go ahead and admit it. You don't have the cheating. You got to cheat. Got to put in all these illegals over here to cheat in our voting process. Boy, I tell you, man. Look at them, man. They ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, man. It's so true. Boy, I tell you, man. Boy, it's just saddening, right? It's sickening that we got these old baby boys in here, man. What are they? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, that's right. Beta male simps. You know what I'm saying? I got more conservative women that rock with me than opposed to these people, man. This is really sad and sick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're right about that, Jake. That's exactly what Lyndon Baines Johnson said, He said he can have these, vote Democrat for the next 200 years, though, right? Because they understood when they gave out the trinkets and trash and this socialist bull crap stuff. And that's the reason why the black women, they jumped on that bandwagon, man. They said, if you were to, get on, the government got you. If you have a child, right, The government gonna put you in Section 8 house and Metro, wherever your area is, right? You can better get on SNAP. Today it's SNAP, but back then it was food stamps. And they're gonna pay for your NATO and everything. It ain't free, it's coming out of the taxpayers. But this was the stuff that they push. Now, I've said myself before, I told you again, I'm not against safety net programs, but it should have been a limit on it. They didn't limit that. They did it to keep, like what Jake posted, to keep the blacks ignorant, right? What else? To allow them to vote for a party that never gave a damn about their ass. And it's true. Vote for something. Vote for your self-destruction. Because what you got in return, you got crime, violence, drugs, dilapidated neighborhoods, disenfranchisement. That's what you got in return by voting Democrat, idiots. That's what you got. You didn't prosper. The few that did out of that, but many of them still blaming the white man all the time. Instead of taking a look at your own actions and coming up. Black, you look at, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I'm not on welfare, right? I go out and work. There's so many jobs hiring right now. What is your problem? Getting a job, and that's for black, white, and other. Don't blame this on Trump. In fact, Trump made it even better. You got opportunity to get yourself a job. It's better than not having no money at all. Get off your lazy butt. Stop playing these video games and smoking weed all the time, because that ain't going to get you nowhere. Come on now. I'm going to be your daddy that you never had. Somebody got to tell you the truth, right? Instead of sitting up here and trying to, blame someone like they always do. That's what I say, man. Shit, it must be nice to be able to sit up here and smoke weed all day and play gaming. Because shit, what is that doing? And for you sisters that's dating these bums, you should be ashamed of yourself too. I know you short of a six-pack. You gonna sit up here and condone this mess. You love a man that is trifling and ain't doing nothing. Always complaining. Girl, it's hard to find a good man out here. They're all out here. You don't like them. You want the Tyrones and all the rest of them that don't want no job and smoke weed all day. You know how that song go, Whoa, man, you already know. I'd rather be a N-I-double-G-A so I can smoke weed and get high all day. What's wrong with that buster? He ain't loving you right. You know you need a thug in your life, and that's exactly what it is. That's the mindset. The harder I can thug, my pants hanging down below my waist, all the tattoos, got the grill, and all the rest of the stuff in the teeth, right? That is supposed to tell a woman, I'm hard and I'm down. Well, I need a rough neck. How that song go, where my soldiers at? Where they at? I got some soldiers in here. Destiny Child, you know what I'm saying? You know what the soldiers stand up for me. Come on, that's what they talking about, right? Shit, man, please. This is what you got. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of soldiers in here. Where they at? This is the type of nonsense that we're doing. This is like kindergarten stuff. Grown folk, Boy, I tell you, man. Oh, my goodness, boy. I just cook, man. Ain't this something? Cooking. And they know, man, they ain't got nothing for a brother. They know they don't. They don't. They never did. You need to look into your party. And blacks, you should be ashamed of yourself, because all you doing is trampling on your history of your people. You know what I'm saying? Because I can name who all the conservatives was besides Martin Luther King, Willie Mays, Jackie Robinson, and many others, right? They knew the history, right? Look and pull it up. Harriet Tubman, I think it was, There's plenty of them, though, that knew the history. Frederick Douglass, they knew the history. And these were basically supposed to be great people. They knew the history. You even had the Black Historian College, right? The HBCUs, man. Oh, my goodness. And look what Trump did. gave them so much money so they have to come back every year asking for more, begging for more money. That's what they were doing, boy. Yep. So you got to be a fool. If you don't understand what I'm saying, you may want to get little Kareem, you may want to get off those drugs, man. Because, you know, when you're smoking weed, it slows your cognitive thinking down. I know you smoke weed because you can't even keep up with what I'm talking about. You said nothing you saying makes any sense. Really? Get off the weed and maybe it will. Get off the drinking. We know you drink, right? You probably got malt liquor. Going to the store, get a little something. You don't think I don't know? Then deal with all this nonsense all my life. You want to sit up here, whatever. But no, this is what it is, though. You got guys with this poor thinking. Because you never had nobody to get in your ASS and tell it to you like it really is, right? I don't got SHIT to lose, right? Because I'd rather get the truth out, right? And like I said before, get up off of the weed and everything. You're sad. I know you're a weed smoker. You ain't denying it. I know. And this is one of the reasons. You don't read. I can tell that. Most people don't read. Not just black folks. Most adults in America do not read. Don't. That's why you don't know nothing. Look at your vocabulary. Don't make sense. It's sad. What is he talking about? Come on now. You sound like a 6-year-old, right? You're supposed to have a little bit more on it to understand. You know what I'm saying? But you don't. I could tell this is revelation to you because you never heard it before, especially from a black man. I could tell. And then look at him. He said, shut your bitch ass up. You know what? See, this is what I'm saying, because they get hurt in their feelings. If you was my son, little Kareem, you know what I'm saying? You know, I would administer a punishment to you that would be fitting. You know what that would be? It'd be called books. I don't have to hit you physically. I'm talking about books, right? That's a kryptonite to these young brothers, is reading and learning, right? Used to be fundamental. You can tell they don't read. Look at him. Just over here crying like a little, look at him. All I want to do is cry all the time, cry all the time, cry all the time. I know a black guy died, Tony the Chef. That's all they want to do is cry instead of getting this truth. If these so-called white libs love you so much, they would be telling you like I'm telling you, but they don't. They're ready for you to be where you are, permanent underclass, right? Where nobody even recognize you no more. You know what I'm saying? Look at you. You want to sit up in here and blame someone. I know you smoke weed, because most of you do. I know you drink with a little something, right? I know, right? And we know that you don't like reading. You hate reading. But you think you could come on my show and troll me. I do better trolling the trolls than you do. I could tell you a novice. You don't know nothing about that, you know? I played the desert. You sound like a little child. Shut your bitch ass up. Like you really saying something. For real? But I'm over here trying to educate with your stupid butt. And you want to sit up in here and think like what I'm just over here. I know it sounds like I'm lying because you don't read. I challenge you to look up the stuff that I'm saying. But I forgot. You know, a lot of these youngsters, they don't like to read. They rather smoke and get high. You know what I'm saying? This is a problem. And he's going to end up, if he's not a baby daddy, he probably going to end up being a baby daddy, right? We don't need no more baby daddies out here off of the system. You're going to get your ASS up and get out here and get yourself a job and get into a trade if you can't do college. That's what you're going to do. That's your choices, right? But you're not going to just live off of the system, right? This ain't no Democrat-loving station. I didn't set the channel up like that where I could talk nice to you. This is called tough love, because I would appreciate it, you know? Hanging out with your boys, you know, getting into trouble, gang stuff. Ain't no life beyond that. That's why he got his, you know what, off here. Can't take the heat. I wish he would have stayed and got some more of this. I can usually tell, especially when they black, they come in the room, because they never heard this type of stuff before. That's where y'all go wrong on the left. Y'all are too, conscientious of their feelings instead of telling them the facts and the truth. F your feelings. We don't care about your feelings. And that's for the rest of you. F your feelings. These are facts, right? F your feelings. Your feelings don't mean nothing. Only people gonna have feelings are women. Well, I don't care about you and your feelings. That's exactly what it is. Be the man in your community and stand up and stop listening to this old propaganda BS. That's exactly what it is, though, man. You got a problem with it? Because back then, blacks used to be like really church, you know. They had more of a moral compass than we have today. They're always making excuses. It's always race all the time. They want to have it all. They have these panel shows. That's why I don't do it. You know, if you look at a lot of it is low ratings. I looked at a lot of these so-called black channels where they want to try to be kicking it real and stuff like that. A lot of them got low chat. They're low views, low ratings. Nobody want to hear that crap. I appreciate it, REM. Yeah, man. Nobody don't want to hear that junk. It ain't like they doing something, though. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hit the super chat. Hit the super chat. That's all they be doing. Want you to be a victim. And there's other big names out there that's doing the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't rock. I'm aware of who these people are. I just don't rock with them. Because they're telling a whole bunch of crap. This is about grifting so they can keep the bag for themselves. They ain't over here mobilizing, organizing, setting up demonstrations, putting something together. You know what I'm saying? All these rich millionaires that are in the entertainment field, not one of them came down to say, hey, we got to put something together for a community. You know what I'm saying? They ain't done that. Why haven't they done it? That's the big question. Why haven't these big-time entertainers that are millionaires and billionaires, multi-millionaires and billionaires, not one of them did it? Not one of them did it. They're buying into a franchise, but they haven't done it. Why? That's the question. Yeah, that's the question, D.L. Hughley. Why? Why haven't they done it? Right? Willie D., why haven't they done it? That's the question. Luther Campbell, why haven't they done it? And these were prolific figures in their time. They done had the bag many times over, right? But what have they set up? Have they set up a legacy? Have they built a community? Have they organized and say, hey, we got to get together or whatever and do something for our own community? Always bragging about Black Wall Street. But not one of them have the courage or the guts to build a Black Wall Street. Ain't that funny? Always talking about the past and what we had. But they don't have the courage to go forward to build something when a lot of them come out of these communities. When they got their money, they just turn their back. And we know it to be true because it's true. Stop talking about Black Wall Street if you're not going to be willing to build Black Wall Street. Stop talking about Rosewood, Asheville, North Carolina, and all the rest of them if you're not willing to build it, right? We ain't living in that time no more. Now, you talking about way back in the turn of the century and was destroyed in the 1930s. And you mean to tell me we ain't built nothing ever since? Come on now. That don't even sound right. Why? That's the question. Why? You got every opportunity here. If they could have a Chinatown, then you should be able to have a African-American town or whatever you want to call yourself, right? They got Polish town, Arab town, German town. Why can't you have an African-American town? Why you always got to have permission? Tell that to these celebrities. All this stuff, man, that's what you need. Your own economics. Stop riding on the Democrat Party because he ain't going to give you nothing. Right? Boy, I tell you, man, your boy been cooking today, man. And they had to get this real teacher, right? I see he done ran out of here, too. I figured he would. I make him run out of here. I make him run, right? That's exactly what it is, man. That is one up, man. I tell you, man. This is called, you're right though, REM, real education. Something that they do not get. That's why I could tell the garbage matrix that's put up here, they don't know this. The guy don't read. The guy don't know nothing. Know how to smoke weed. That's about it. What can he teach me other than smoking weed and tell me which blend is the best? That's about the only thing. Boy, you got to be able to do more than just sitting up here smoking weed and getting high. You want to be some type of wannabe thug. I appreciate it, Pat, man. Thank you so much. He said, Tony spitting facts, 100. Yeah, exactly. I had to do what I had to do, you know. Boy, I tell you, man, that's the thing about it, man. You know, but Old Glory, you can talk about my mods, you can talk about me. But when you do that to change the narrative, because I know you ain't got nothing for what I'm talking about. And many of them on the left don't. That's why you so quick to want to, because you running. Don't run, stand on this topic. If you a real man, you would stand on this topic. Don't run. Don't run and try to change the subject, right? Let's go with the facts. Let's deal with the truth. Let's talk about it. Mano a mano, man to man, right? And that's for the rest of them. They don't want to do that. That's the thing about it. They just come in here, get all in their feelings, because you ain't used to dealing with real men. You used to dealing with, like Black Guy 9 say, bunch of lady boys. Guys that's a little, you know, sassy and zesty. You ain't going to find that here. We don't stand for that. That ain't what the women like. Look at all the conservative women. Come on in, joining my channel. They ain't on yours. Conservative women don't rock with you. No soft boy. Can't handle the facts. Whining, begging, hollering. Go cry to your mama now. Yeah, go cry to your mama. Y'all remember that movie on Baby Boy? A bunch of baby boys. Y'all remember that? You know what I'm saying? Delroy and Lindo. Was it Delroy and Lindo? Wait a moment. Ben Raines. I'm sorry. Ben Raines. You remember that one? I know Black Guy 9 do. A lot of y'all do too, you know. Boy, had him in the headlock. And he would not go cry for your mama. You know what I'm saying? You want some eggs? Oh, man. Ben Raines, you know. That was a real man, though, too. Just got out of prison, getting his life back together. See, they ain't used to dealing with a man like that. They used to dealing with all these other. So, boy, we got Hard Right. Boy, there's Hard Right. I knew you going to show up. Hard Right, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on for a minute. We're going to give this is the guy right here where we actually have the Discord because of Hard Right, man. Mike, Hard Right made it possible for me, man. And that was very, very great that he did that, man. Turned over his Discord to me, man, ladies and gentlemen. I got to say it again. And it's great stuff over there, though, too, because we can have these other conversations, you know what I'm saying? In fact, I'm going to go ahead and pull it on up again, man, and throw that link down in here, though, too, because I put it up a few times. Hard Right, I sure did. I'm going to go ahead and do it again. Yep. Because I want them to be able to come on here, come on Discord. If you got a debate or anything, just get on Discord or whatever, you know. That's the thing. But we ain't going to allow no cussing and shouting and none of that stuff. That's going to get you kicked out of here real quick, right? So let me go ahead and put this up in the room here, you know. If you're a real man, you'll go and come on there, you know. Ain't nobody holding you up. Yep, there it is. I posted right there. In the room, in the chat, Discord, you know. Yep, there it is, boy. Ain't that something? And I respect for you guys that rock with me to come over there on Discord, too. Don't be scared for the guys on the left. Don't be scared, you know what I'm saying? That's what it, yeah, don't be scared. You know, come on, Cletus. Come up in the room, Cletus. Come up in the Discord, you know, because there ain't going to be no guidelines and not going to be no YouTube saving nobody or whatever. You got to come up in there. You're going to be a real man. Come up in there. Don't talk about it. Just be about it. Just come up in there. We got Paula. Oh, yeah, there she go. We got Paula. You got the beautiful Paula. Look at Paula. Let me check. Hold on for a minute. I do this. Another conservative woman. Yep, Paula McDonald, you know. Yep, right? Another conservative woman, right? They're about their family and children and stuff. Christian moral values and stuff like that and everything. Nothing wrong with it at all. And that's what's coming back. And I'm so happy to see that. You're seeing the amens and Jesus and everything. The Jesus is the way. Jesus is king, you know, and everything. And you're seeing they hate it, boy. They hate Christianity. They hate Jesus, man. They hate God too, man. Ain't that something? That's what a lot of them on the left, they are really whacked out. I'm talking about the ones, the controllers, right? Boy, I tell you. Yep, do what Hard Right said. Come on Discord. Don't be scared. Come on Discord. I told him I'm going to blow it up. We're going to get more people on Discord. Go. All it is just a server. Don't be intimidated. Don't be afraid. Kind of remind you of an old school chat with Zoom. It got like Zoom type of stuff, you know. So I expect for you guys to come over there and get on Discord, though, you know. And that's the link to the channel, you know. Yep. What's it called again? Hard Right. Was it some random group or something like that? But yeah, that he said older. He said the proof that school system has failed liberals. Yeah, the school systems have failed. We got Jason Beatrice in the house. Western culture, Christian Judeo values, and what's that Greek? Hold on for a minute. The Grecian or Greco and Roman. Yeah, antiquates. Let me see here. Looking at that here. We got somebody named Dearborn, man. You live in Dearborn? I know exactly where Dearborn is. You don't see too many people with a name Dearborn, you know. We met again. Okay. You talking about Dakota? Okay, sup, Dearborn. Sup. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Okay, you know Dakota. Yep, that's cool, man. I know me, Dakota, and Hard Right was hanging out yesterday, man. I would love to have came back, but, you know, had to do my job thing, though. But it was cool, though, man. It's like a nice little laid-back thing over there on Discord, you know. You can come in there. There's always somebody in there and stuff. So, yeah, man, you know. Yeah, we got to get For Real with Mike back on there, man. We have to get For Real. I miss For Real with Mike, man. That was a good dude, man. I like this show. For Real with Mike was one of the few that actually had it set up where you can call in. No screening, but you can call in, you know? So, yeah, it was one of the things, though, but I don't really want to talk to a lot of liberals, man, because he ain't really talking about nothing but being a victim and, you know, and all this other crap. Life happens, Tony, you know? It was still good to see you. Yeah, I know, right? It's all good, man. Yep, and I enjoyed it, man, just for hanging out with you guys, man. It's cool, you know. We're going to get Paula over there on Discord as well if she ain't been on there. I know Angela, Child of God, has been on there. That's cool, though, you know. That way we all, you know, because we all in this together, though, man. Yep, Lauren, I want to see you over here on Discord, boy. She's our new mod, though, Hard Right. And one of y'all I think you or Dakota, one of y'all referred me for her. I know she, you know what I'm saying, on other channels, though. She says, Tony, do you know what everyone forgets? I'm gonna read what you're saying. I would like, yeah. We are, we are going to win. Yes. We have a secret weapon in Florida, home of the POTUS. That's correct. Redneck woman. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though, Lauren Harrington. You are absolutely correct, man. Florida is one of the reddest states that I know. It's so deep red, though, over there, man. Brian Donaldson, man, the new governor, man, I can see, man, it's a beautiful thing, man. When it happens, man, he's going to be there. I didn't mind Ron DeSantis. I thought Ron DeSantis did a great thing for Florida, man. He really did. My only criticism of Ron DeSantis that he was trying to go for the president seat, though, with Trump, though, when he told him not to run, though. Remember that? Boy, I tell you, man. But other than that, he did Florida. He did a pretty good job. He did his thing. Do y'all got to know, I know they were talking about it, getting rid of the state taxes. Or no, wait a moment. What was it? No, not state taxes. Y'all don't have state taxes. They were trying to get rid of the property taxes over there. Yeah, that's what I heard, you know. So, yeah. Jason Beatrice says Democrats are like herpes. burning with pus. Yeah, you got that right. Got a lot of pus in their party. Pussin' party. Boy, Paula says, sure, I need to download the app. Yeah, Discord. Yeah, that's cool. That way we can see you on there as well, too. It's just our little way of having like a little, Hard Right says, we have like a little clubhouse, not treehouse, clubhouse. That's another song. That's another program that they use. Yeah, Clubhouse, I think it's called Clubhouse. It's like a clubhouse though, We just all hanging out in the club, Boy, I tell you. Let me see here. Let me see. What is this? Oldest says, he's old as F. How the heck is he gonna pump his McDonald's heart for that long? Let me see here. Paula says he's not going to run. Relax, Frankie. Yeah. Oda says, unless he snores baby, snoring baby formula. Let me see here. Yeah, so other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I do have to go off there. So that is Discord, you know what I'm saying? That's the link. Yep. And here it is, though. Now, Lauren says, if you want to come into America the right way, come to Florida. We will gladly show you how. And that's all it is. We're not against immigration. We just want to make sure you come over here through the right pathway of citizenship. And we got Angela, child of God, with the silver star, boy. Look at that. You shouldn't have, Angela, child of God. You shouldn't have, Boy, look at that, boy. I tell you, where's my little thing? I gotta get a special sound effect for this shiny stuff. I do. I appreciate you, though, Angela, child of God. I know you've been on that Discord. They already told me. Hard Right Dakota told me, They told me. I was on there yesterday, though, I sure was. Though, But, yeah, let me go ahead and do you right. Yep. Do Lauren right. You do it again. Got to do Paula right, though, too. Here we go. There we go. That's only for the ladies, though. Only for the ladies. Angela, child of God. She said, hey, black guy. Smiling with the heart. Yeah, Paula McDonald says, I will catch up tomorrow. I was busy. Bee today. I know, I understand that. I got to go out here. We got Angela, child of God, with another silver star. I'm going to go ahead and do that sound again. Boy, until I can get something with the little, the little sound effects and stuff. Let me see here. Black Guy 9 says, Tony cooking liberals tears tonight. I know, right? Angela says, hey, yeah. Lauren says, hi, Angela. Yep. Glad to see you. Yep. Paula says, thanks, Tony. I appreciate it too, Paula. I appreciate all of you guys, my squad, members and stuff. Y'all see my members? I did a members video. I shared one information. I talked a little bit about M1 too for the finance app that I use and stuff. If you don't know about dividends, it's so easy setting up though too. I give you some of the ones that I've learned. I talked about it before, but I talk about it in the members room though. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is the type of stuff. I'm going to give you some value for what you've been doing and things. As I've actually do it though, that you can set it up every week, every 2 weeks. But yeah, it's a beautiful thing though, beautiful thing. And we need to start having more of this type of stuff. We got so much financial intelligence around here today. Boy, I tell you, Boy, let me see here. Risk says, Risk is a ninja, ladies and gentlemen. Are you a YN ninja? Which one are you, Risk? What kind of ninja are you? Are you an old ninja or a young ninja? Can I call you a YN? He says, you talking. He says, you're taking calls in on this Discord, or is it the spinless echo chamber? You got to come in and find out, though, in things, though. But the way they got it set up, if you, wanted to debate or something like that, they got it set up through Discord. We have to see who you are. You have to be vetted. so we know who you are instead of you just coming up here. So if you be willing to be vetted, and we know who you are, you know, many of them don't like to be vetted. They just thought they could just come up here and just run their mouth. You got to be vetted, you know. You got to be vetted. That's what I'm saying. Boy, we got Angela, child of God. Boy, look at this here. She gave us a super chat, ladies and gentlemen. See what Angela says. Sorry I missed the gourmet MAGA meal. Yep, church day. I know that's right, though. I know you were at church. You know, praise be to God. Praise be to Jesus, you know. Boy, they're going to all have a Jesus moment. They're going to all have a coming to Jesus moment when we get finished. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, man. Mm-hmm. But it's all good, though, you know. Boy, you know what's real? Because it's really great seeing Christianity on the rise right now. People are going to church. They're talking more about developing a relationship with Jesus and everything. Ain't it a beautiful thing, though? It's a beautiful thing, though. Let me go ahead and give you your... There we go. That's for Angela, child of God, you know. True. Okay, Lauren says, the truth is our banner. God reigns, right? God bless Tony. Thank you so much. God bless you guys as well, too. Free speech now hit this like that. Hit this like bar. There we go. That's what she's trying to say. You know, I've been talking all day and reading all day, you know. No, I want this online. We got to vet you first. You got to be vetted, though, Risk Ninja. You got to be vetted. We got to know who you are on Discord. That's the rules. We just can't have you up here. You got to turn on your camera, turn on your microphone, have you to say some stuff to see who you are. That's just how we do it. Let's see. How is blank genuine? Let's see. He said, I'm white. Okay, I get it wrong sometimes. I was just, you could be a ninja too and be white. It don't matter, though. We don't discriminate. You know, that's for real facts. Agnes, let me see what Agnes has to say here. Hold on for a minute. And yet they will deny that all the socialist and communist programs do these things. Let me see here. Put that up. And then he says, because they can't pick up a book and actually read history. It's so true, though, Agnes. It's so true. They just will not do it. And furthermore, he says, oh, not much did my work. Not much did my work today. Off tomorrow, my daughters got to get an MRI. Okay, there we go. You know, I've been reading so much, man. I'm almost read out. That's cool, though. She's gonna get her MRI for your daughter, though. Yeah, because I know they do MRIs on a lot of things, though. I hope everything is okay, though, Agnes. I hope everything is okay, man. I know it is, though. You know. Well, we just put our faith in the Lord, and everything is gonna work it out fine, though. You know. That's what it is, though. You know. I do have my notes on certain scriptures and stuff. I'm not a religious scholar, but that's okay, though, you know. We got Bud Russell in here. He said, did anyone see that an illegal immigrant killed another woman in Fairfax County, Virginia? I did not. I did not know this, Bud Russell. I did not know this. You know, Dakota, only BS is you, Ninja. Let's see here. Paula says again, facts, Agnes. It's true. But I didn't know about that one. I did not know. I did not know. But we're going to have to look into it, though, man. Man. Yep, because we're starting to see a lot of things around the election year. And like I said, my conspiracy, in my opinion, I think that this stuff is being purposely done. Purposely done. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Let me see. We have time. Let's see. I may have time for one more. Let me see. Do I have time? Yeah, because I think, let me see. I think, because we started to have a lot of things, right? Let me see. Here it is right here. All right. Okay, here it is right here.
Katie Pavlich, I know, will be so shocked and saddened by this news. She will not be able to complete her hour-long shift.
And they say that people don't self-deport. I don't know what we're going to do without them. It's
Drive
been quite
them
a
to
journey.
the airport.
Yes, exactly. How can we help them get a first-class ticket out of here? We're talking about it more in our show, too. So more on that later. Great show, Leland. See you tomorrow.
Have a great night.
Oops.
Hello and welcome to Katie.
There's a little music there. Here we go.
Tonight we begin with the violent murder of 42-year-old mother Carmen Pooch in Northern Virginia, whose body was discovered by a jogger on Monday morning.
Oh,
Today,
my
Fairfax
goodness.
County police arrested 19-year-old Alexis Campos, who was in a
hold on
relationship
for a minute,
with
guys.
and worked at the same
Hold on for a
restaurant
minute.
as the
I got
victim.
to do this again. Hold on for a minute. Got my darn screen up. Hold on for a minute. Darn it. Okay, this is what I'm going to do here. Let me go ahead and put that down here. Just give me one moment, ladies and gentlemen. You know, I'm a one-man show, you know. But I switched back to the vertical, though. Me and Hard Right was talking about it because wasn't really getting the traction as much on the horizontal. But on the vertical, it's rocking. It's rocking. Let me go ahead and pull this back up, ladies and gentlemen. Just give me one moment. Okay, where is that screen at? Here it is. Is this it? Nope. Where did the screen go? Boy. Hold on. It's up there. Hold on for a minute, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's see here. Close that one out. Close that one out. Close that down. There we go. Now, where is my, there it is, my vertical at now. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go.
Hello and welcome to Katie Pavlich. Tonight we begin with the violent murder of 42-year-old mother Carmen Pooch in Northern Virginia, whose body was discovered by a jogger on Monday morning. Today, Fairfax County police arrested 19-year-old Alexis Campos, who was in a relationship with and worked at the same restaurant as the victim.
What the?
Authorities say Campos offered a full confession for the grisly crime. The horrific crime is made worse by the fact that it was entirely preventable. Campos is a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador. He entered the U.S. illegally in April of 2024. And thanks to President Biden's open border policies, he was arrested but then released into the country. Campos is the fourth known illegal alien to be charged with murder in Fairfax County this year. And according to Virginians for Safe Communities, previously, Abdul Jalla from Sierra Leone racked up more than 30 arrests before he was charged for fatally stabbing Stephanie Minter at a bus stop in February. Anibal Armando Chavarria Moy from Guatemala had been charged with strangling a woman before he was arrested for stabbing a man to death with a machete. And Maisel Lopez Gomez, also from Guatemala, was charged with murder after bludgeoning his own 3-month-old daughter to death. These are the real and deadly consequences of sanctuary policies, brought to you by Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger on day one of her term. So that's just the last 8 months in one soft-on-crime county in one sanctuary state. So how long will leaders continue to endanger their constituents? Let's bring in 2A Editor-in-Chief Mark Halperin, along with co-hosts of 2A's The Morning Meeting, Kevin Walling and Larry O'Connor. Gentlemen, great to see you tonight. So, Mark, of course, illegal immigration was a huge issue in the 2024 election, one that Democrats lost. Will this be an issue in the midterm elections coming up as we see these Democratic states and counties continue to their refusal to operate with ICE?
Well, you're one of the few hosts, anchors who treat this issue seriously. Unfortunately, a lot of the media will just ignore it, as they tried to do in previous cycles. So I don't think Republicans have the opportunity to make it a big cutting midterm issue unless they spend an enormous amount of money to advertise on it. These cases continue to happen. There continues to be a divide in this country between those who believe in sanctuary cities and sanctuary states and those who don't. But I don't believe Republicans will have enough help from the media to cover it, to make it a big issue.
I mean, Larry, certainly Northern Virginia has not done itself any favors by allowing this to happen and embracing Governor Spanberger's policies here, refusing to cooperate with ICE. In this case, if this person had been arrested by ICE and deported rather than let into the country, this woman would likely still be alive.
Yeah, you're right, Katie. And with respect, and I do mean respect to my esteemed colleague, Mark, he's wrong about this. And I think he knows better because Politics and voters don't listen to Jake Tapper, George Stephanopoulos in 60 Minutes anymore about what motivates them. We have our own media now. We've got better media, and the message. Senator in Georgia for re-election. Oh, did we lose me?
I think you were frozen, but Larry, you're back. So go ahead and finish your point. Apologies.
John Ossoff was dragged kicking and screaming to vote for the Lake and Riley Act in Georgia. His opponent, Mr. Collins, wrote the Lake and Riley Act. Republicans will be able to get this message out because ultimately these murders are preventable, and it's Democrat policies that are allowing it to happen.
So, Kevin, speaking of those policies, Fairfax County was also in news this week for this. This story seems to be unreal, even though it is very real. An illegal alien from Tajikistan found not guilty by reason of insanity in the murder of his landlord got a 48-hour pass to leave his mental health facility and visit his embassy to obtain a passport that he then used to flee back to his country. I mean, what is going on with Democrats in Northern Virginia?
Well, it sounds like something out of a Jason Bourne novel. I don't know what the hell's going on in Fairfax County. I think, Katie, you bring up some of the issues of Governor Spanberger's jurisdiction. A lot of this is local prosecutors. That the man that you mentioned that has been arrested or charged nearly 30 times. There's no reason why this, and a lot of those charges were assault, rape. How in the hell is this person still in this country? You mentioned this person leaving the facility. That is an issue for Governor Spanberger. I hope tonight or tomorrow she calls up all of her behavioral health team, her secretary of that, and says, I want a review of these policies that allow these individuals, especially an individual just 6 days ago, a judge said, or a medical personnel said, there's no reason this person should ever leave this facility, was able to get a passport and flee this country. So there's a lot of things going on. Some of it is jurisdictional with the governor. Some of it is local prosecutors, but certainly some issues here in Northern Virginia.
Well, the solution is just to cooperate with ICE instead of spending your energy protesting them, because that is entirely their mission, to get those kinds of people out of our communities. But Mark,
helping them focus on those criminal elements for sure, Katie.
Absolutely. Mark, let's switch over to some other politics. Of course, John Ossoff was mentioned, Senator John Ossoff from Georgia. He continues to face heat and criticism, even from prominent Democrats like David Axelrod, for suggesting that Natalie Harp, who of course is President Trump's executive assistant, didn't earn her role in Trump's inner circle on merit. This continues to make news. What is your take on his behavior and the response to it?
If he didn't know, it would cause an uproar. I question his judgment. If he knew, he should have the courage of his convictions, and when he's asked about it, he should stand by whatever it was he was implying. But within the Democratic Party, there are some critics, but I think mostly he's demonstrated that he can attract the ire of a lot of people on the right side, including Larry, who don't like what he did. I do find the whole thing a little bit mysterious, that it remains front and center when it doesn't appear that either the Senate or the president wants to propel it forward anymore.
Well, Larry, CNN, of course, is reaching right into the gutter on this, and they, of course, think this is a big story. They had Natalie Harp's estranged brother on to further attack her dedication to the president. Take a listen to this. All right, Larry. I mean, what a loser, first of all, this guy. And then for
who, Aaron Burnett?
Well, maybe, but especially the brother to go on, who knows nothing, laughing like an idiot about what he does and does not know, and for CNN and Aaron to treat him as a valid source with any credibility or knowledge about his estranged sister. It's just like, really? Are we going to do this again?
Yeah, no, I don't blame the dude with the marijuana hat and whatever else he's doing out there in California. I blame CNN. I blame the producers. I blame the journalists. They should be ashamed of themselves. And it's just ridiculous and it's outrageous. But it tells you, I mean, they just can't quit the Trump derangement syndrome and attacking Trump and sadly dragging this young lady into this whole thing. It's really an embarrassment.
All right, Kevin, we're going to switch to a different topic really quickly, away from the White House, but also similar because the president was named and wants, the whistleblower that we interviewed, Dr. Eric Davis, wants to talk to the president about getting immunity. He says that he saw different types of alien species and that there's evidence of it. Listen.
variously are described as the grays, like what everybody saw in Close Encounters of the Third Kind at the end of that movie in the final scene. And then there's the Nordics, which are very tall-statured, Caucasian-looking individuals. And then there's the beings that resemble or look like insects.
So, Kevin, I'm a little afraid of all of those descriptions.
I'm just so excited that Kevin got the flying saucer question.
I'm just happy as a Democrat to move away from illegal immigrant murder.
I knew a solid on that one.
To talk about it, I'm Saved by the Bell with the alien conversation. I think they give this guy immunity and have him testify in open hearings, just like they should give Fauci immunity to some degree so we can get to the bottom of COVID-19. Let's do it as a two.
He says he wants disclosure, and he said he needs President Trump to clear the information's release. So we shall see if any of that happens. Yes,
One
Larry.
thing is for certain, the truth is out there.
That is true.
The truth is out there.
Mark, what do you think? Last word to you about the flying saucers.
I'm against both kinds of illegal aliens.
Good answer. I think they fly by Earth and look down here and say, you guys are crazy. We're going to keep on moving. No, thank you. Mark, Larry, and Kevin, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Katie.
Thanks, Katie.
Well, it's a story that's gripping the country and raising questions about surrogacy in America. Alaska nurse McKenna West agreed to be a surrogate for a couple in California and signed a contract formalizing the terms. But then things took a turn. A heart defect was detected in the baby she was carrying, and the surrogacy agreement stated, and the biological parents requested, that she would get an abortion in the case of an anomaly. Instead, West took refuge in Texas, where Attorney General Ken Paxton helped her secure legal protection to have the baby and give birth on August 12th to a baby boy she named Gabriel. His biological parents, Nasheen Gilkar and Omar Ahmed, now have custody of the boy they named Rummy and are getting him treatment for his life-threatening but treatable heart condition. Gilkar and Ahmed are suing West for more than $100,000 in damages for what they claim was malicious and outrageous conduct. And now West is suing the biological parents, seeking to become the baby's legal parent, claiming that giving birth in Texas means it's her child. McKenna West's attorney, Lincoln Wilson, agreed to come on our show to discuss the case, but he canceled the interview 10 minutes before it was scheduled to take place. So as this story continues to unfold, Americans seeking to grow their family through surrogacy have a lot of questions about what these cases mean for the future. So to discuss, let's bring in the co-author of The War on Reality and president of CrossExamined.org, Frank Turek, along with trial attorney and legal analyst Terry Austin. Great to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. So, Frank, first to you. This is complicated. The biological parents' attorney issued a statement saying, quote, McKenna West's baseless attempts to intervene in the child's medical care have been soundly rejected by the courts. They've also accused West of political theater. I think that some would argue that medical care is not abortion. How do you see this case playing out?
Well, one of the problems with surrogacy, Katie, is the fact that you're trying to unscramble eggs. You know, here you have two mothers, and you might argue that two mothers that have some legitimate right to declare themselves the mother of the baby, and that's what surrogacy does. The problem is there is no way to unscramble these eggs now. Surrogacy has this inherent problem of creating two mothers, and the only person that doesn't have a choice in any of this is Gabriel himself, the baby. He gets no vote at all. And so it's a very difficult situation. I am of the mind that surrogacy is something that should not be allowed for precisely this reason. Human beings are not commodities. We don't create human beings as a commodity. And yet that's exactly what's happened here. And I don't know what the right solution is at this point. I do know that the DNA parents, the genetic parents, actually wanted to terminate the pregnancy, whereas Ms. West here wanted to have the baby. So a court's going to have to decide this, but it probably should have never come to this to begin with, because surrogacy creates this inherent problem.
All right, I want to get back to that point in just a second. But Terry, to you, does giving birth in Texas legally override a signed surrogacy contract? Because the surrogate has no genetic connection to the child that she was carrying. So what kind of battle is she facing as she has no biological ties to this child, where she's claiming now because she gave birth in Texas that it's her child, even though she agreed to be a surrogate, not to be the mother?
Well, I think the reason that she actually went to Texas is because she does have greater rights in Texas than she would have had either in Alaska or in California. In Texas, there is this rule where if there is no valid reinforced gestational surrogacy agreement by the court, then there is this proportional where even if you don't have any genetic connection as the birth mother, you do have some rights. So that's the reason she actually went to Texas, and also to get some additional care. I do believe, however, that the biological parents have a very good argument under the agreement that they entered into with Ms. West in California. And so far, the Texas court has actually said that the biological parents can determine the medical care, which they already have. There has already been one surgery, and that for now they will have custody, and that Ms. West will not be able to be in contact with the baby. We'll find out in August the 25th, what happens next. But for now, the Texas court has even agreed with the biological parents.
Well, it just seems like the rights of all involved here are in conflict. The right of the baby, whether they should have been aborted or not, the right of the surrogate mother, and the rights of the biological parents, and contracts in different states and different laws in different states that are contradictory to each other. But Frank, I'm going to go back to what you said about surrogacy and it being, children are not a commodity. And that is true. They should not be a commodity. But what would you say to families who are not seeing it as a commodity, who are seeing it as a way to grow their family because they themselves have some biological medical reason they can't have children, and surrogacy is a way for them to have biological children with a surrogate?
Yeah, well, the question is, are we going to do everything for the desires of the parents or the rights of the child? That's the question. And too often, we overlook what is really good for a child in order to give parents what they want. I mean, it's wonderful that parents want to have children, but sometimes if you can't do it biologically, the next best step is to adopt. Now, when you adopt someone, as you know, Katie, you have to go through a vetting process. You have to have people come to your house and make sure that you're going to be a good parent. In surrogacy, you don't have any of that. All you need to do is...
All right, guys, that's enough of that. I got to get out of here for real, for real. But other than that, that Discord link is still down. And yeah, Dakota Hard right there, show you how to get over there if you need some help and stuff. But the link, you may have to download the app. I always had Discord, so the app itself. But yeah, but other than that, man, it's been great talking to y'all, seeing y'all showing back up, showing much love in the room. And I got to give a shout out once again, to Bernie and things, as well as a child of God. And then a lot of other you guys that showed up too, man. That's been real cool, man. So, yeah, let me see. Risk Ninja YT, he said, y'all all some cowards. What are you talking about, man? Who you calling cowards, man? If you can't even come on the Discord, who is the coward? You can't even get on the Discord or whatever, even vet yourself, though. I don't know who's the bigger coward. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. It ain't hard. You either don't want to do it. If you don't do it, then you just don't debate. It's just good. It's cool. You like kick rocks and move on, man. Anybody worried about that? Got time for all that. Let me see here. He said, college educated for a mechanical engineer, my guy. Well, hold on for a minute, and things. So you shouldn't have no problems at all if you're college. Guess what? I'm not college educated, and I don't have a mechanical degree. In fact, I don't have a degree at all, though, and things for me. So that's why I call it some random guy. I don't have to push my education and tell people how intelligent I am. I let them make that decision, right? Having a degree, in most cases, don't really do it. I mean, it works great for you being in college. What's wrong with having a trade, skill worker? Need more plumbers and electricians and so forth. Skill is the way to go, especially today. Shout out to the skilled trade workers, HVAC technicians, electricians. right? All that stuff, mechanics, right? Nothing wrong with that. Those are great jobs. They pay good. Plumbers, right? Pay real good. What's wrong with that? Yeah, so true. Trump could start a war and okay. All right, so yeah, just go on Discord if you want to continue the conversation and stuff. And yeah, one of the days what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna transfer it over to Rumble and things. So therefore, we can really have a no hold barred conversation for real. But I appreciate you all for stopping by, stopping through and things, man. And it's been good, you know. It really has been, you know. Give yourselves a round of applause for showing up, being a part of Some Random Guy Speaks. You know, I know you guys love it when I roast him and get in there. You know what? I ain't done it in a little while though, but you know. But yeah, therefore, when you get on Rumble, we're going to really go into it, you know, get into it. Man, I tell you. But yeah, you guys have been great. All the conservative ladies, too. You guys have been great as well, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so don't let risk get you all worked all up too much, you know. Thing about it is, he says, here we are, the high gas prices and inflation or whatever. Yeah, they went up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't like how y'all said it was going to go up. You know what I'm saying? I'm not denying that. You know what I'm saying? But there's a reason and a purpose for it. Because Trump, even though Trump has control of the Strait of Hormuz, right, we know who's still controlling the cartel, though. And that's one thing that you ain't even mentioned about. You ain't mentioned about OPEC. You didn't mention about the globalists. You haven't mentioned about them either, though. So that's the thing about it. I joined Discord more around. Hey, Risk, you gotta watch yourself though, man, with the calling names. I know I upset you. I know I intimidate you because I ain't called you one name, but you can get kicked out of Discord as well too. You keep that up. One thing we don't do, we don't call each other's names. Start using that intelligence. Start using that brain of yours, and stop calling people out their name. Can you do that? Can you handle yourself with some dignity and some respect? You know, need to be a minute. Who is you talking to? Are you talking to me or somebody else? Hold on. Who is he? Rich, who is, hold on for a minute. Who are you talking to? Me or so? Who you calling a moron? You calling me a moron? Let me get that straight first. Absolutely nothing to do with trade workers. He said, I work for those people every day. Who you calling a moron though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Cause I didn't call you no names. I know what I said. Why are you getting so defensive? Does he answer anything? He called me a coward. Yeah, because I didn't think that you joined Discord, though. I didn't hear nothing from you. Now you just tell me, yeah, I already did, you moron. But I just saying, though, you know, right? We ain't got time to go back and forth, though. So you in there. Now what? Now what are you going to do? Are you going to vet yourself? Oh, he's talking to me, Tony. Oh, he's talking to you, Coconuts? Okay, I was like trying to figure out, who is he talking? He said he was talking to, listen, Risk. He said that the Coconuts are real said you were talking to him. I thought you were talking to me. I didn't know. All right, so other than that, that's all good. That's the thing about texting all the time, because you can misread stuff. I have done it several times. Let me see here. Dave Rummer says, Trump rules, Trump always right. Trump king, Trump rules. You know, let me see. Bill Russell says, well, Risk is a gender pussy boy. Let me see here. I'm only reading what's going on. Risk says, for a couple of weeks, not a month in, I'm not defending weak Biden, but I was told Trump would fix everything. He is fixing stuff. But if you in the Discord, man, I mean, you know, and things like that. I mean, we can have this conversation. I can't have it now because I got to go to work, man. I'm already late. I'm 4 hours into this thing. What the? But yeah, other than that, though, yeah, we can have that conversation and debate, man. I mean, you know, he said, I'm straight white guy, though. I mean, it's cool. As you can see, I'm a straight black guy laughing my ass off, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, so yeah, that's cool. Well, we can have the conversation. That's cool, you know? So what you said is about what Trump ain't doing and stuff, you know? Yeah, that's cool. Trump is the kung fu master troller. Yeah, Trump control now. I gotta say that. Okay, gotta make some money. Yeah, Pat, I gotta go make some money. Agnes says, no, you're a dumbass that doesn't know the difference between communism and democracy or a republic. Yeah, this is what Agnes is saying, though. And there is a difference with these particular ones. I just went over some of this stuff earlier, but yeah. But yeah, you're right. There's a difference, but it doesn't exist. Yeah. Trump owns liberals. Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, I'm agreeing with both of y'all, you know. All right, though, but let's see. Odin says, well, you just said free stuff for no work. That's communism and things, though. Free stuff. But here it is, though. Communism and socialism are very similar in regards to some things. Actually, they're both socialism and communism. They'll both share the same values when it comes down to getting free stuff. That I do know, you know what I'm saying? So, getting free stuff, you know. Just difference is that, you know, let me see here. What somebody say? Hold on for a minute. I got to really get out of here. Yes, sir, Agnes. Communism is no longer the choice if you are a worker. That's right. I was about to took the words out of my mouth. I want to hear what Agnes. Yeah, Agnes had to say, and you were told you were to work when you work in question, right? The state, right, and you'll be put in the gulag. He's absolutely correct. That's the difference. Because it ain't about choice. It ain't about any of that. And if you speak out against the government or anything, they always watch it. Just ask China. They got electric devices, and they be watching them and stuff too. You know, you guys got to really understand though too. A lot of Chinese nationalists that's over here. These guys, I mean, over here U of M and over here in Ann Arbor though, there's a lot of them that have to spy. They have to, because they've been threatened. They have to. A lot of them are spies. Keeping it real. I picked up some, many of them in the car. I know they were spies. They ain't really interested in me. They're interested in our tech. There was one guy that was over there taking pictures of the military base and all the rest of the stuff. That's common. They still have government communism, but it's a hybrid system because they also have what forms of capitalism, right? But they only allow. They can't say what they really want to say. They have no choice, just like Agnes said, you know what I'm saying? And the threat of their family. They use their family a lot, too, to threaten them, right? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what are you going to do, you know? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, exactly, though. So, yeah, Agnes got it right. Because I know I went over this stuff already. Socialism is an inherited illusion of choice. That's correct. Now, yep, everything and controlling everything once again. You are a worker. Until the money runs out, though, Agnes, until the capitalist money, both was off of capitalism, because they have to use that money. When they run out of that money, when the well run dry, we think it's going to turn into a full-blown communist? Absolutely. It sure will. I know who Lenin is, right? Oh, yeah, you talking about, yeah, Lenin. Right. Lenin, yep. Yep, I sure do. You're right. Let me go ahead and see. Yes, these flock cameras. Let me see here. Obama is the dumbest president in the history, is what Black Guy 9 said. I wouldn't even argue with you at all, but he's also is going to be what we call a international criminal. You know what I'm saying? Is what he's going to be classified as once they catch him and things. So they already got a hold of the uranium in over there in what was that at that they ended up getting it? I think it was over there in Syria, I do believe. Yeah, that they have the dust. They say they have the dust, and they got the one in North Korea. I think that's the one they're gonna get to, the dust, the nuclear dust. Yeah. Oh my goodness, boy. That's why he worried. Boy, he's in trouble. He gonna go down, man. He going to go down. All right, guys, I got to get going, man. It's been real great. Agnes, man, as well. Coconuts are real. Black Guy 9, boy. We also have, we have many others in here. We have Denise Farmer in the house, boy, you know. We also have Angela, Child of God. Coyote always coming back, showing his support, though. Who else? We got Pat. Yep, Jagger always coming back and stuff, man. Let me see here. There's many others. Paula, yep, McDonald, you know, related to Tom McDonald out of Canada. I like Tom McDonald. No, I'm just kidding. But I like Tom McDonald, the rap thing or whatever, though, you know. Boy, he was the one that introduced the devil is a Democrat, boy. Yeah, Tom McDonald, man. I like him too. You know, coconuts are real. Who else is in here, man, that we got to give, we got to give a shout out to. Coconuts are real and coming down right down the list, man. You guys don't be no stranger, you know. Let me see here. Who else? Even Risk is in here, though, you know. Yep. Wrist Ninja. I almost thought you were black, man. I ain't going to even kid you, man. It's all good. Bud Russell was in here, man. Bud Russell. I acknowledge you again before I go. We got a lot of them people in here that are members as well, too. I did that one members page. You guys should check that out. I'm going to be doing some more like this now. It's going to be more routine now. You're going to be getting a lot of member stuff and some good information and stuff. So, yeah, I'm going to be giving it up. Angela, Child of God, with the flags and everything. Salute. Yep, I tell you, man, it's a beautiful thing. You guys have been real, man. I appreciate you. Also, we got to say Bernie. Bernie came through again, and yeah, I acknowledge Bernie. Dakota, Zeller. Yep, we got Dakota. We got Hard Right V in here, and they're the ones that run that Discord, though. So don't be intimidated, though, and stuff. Come on in there and stuff. We got Stewart 2004, you know, in the house. I love that avatar, though, you know. Yep. Seth Kinney says feels good. Yeah, you're right about that. Feels good to have a fearless leader in charge for a change, just giving the deep state, pushing back. We got Lauren Harrington, right, out of Florida herself, the reddest of the red state. Shout out to her. Got to do that little special thing there. Who else, though, ladies and gentlemen, going down the list, though, you know? Did I say Black Guy 9? I'm going to say it again, though. Black Guy 9, you know? You even have Eric Klein, though, you know, which is a member. You know, so, you know what I'm saying? So Eric Klein is a member, you know. We got Scott Norris, though. No relations to Chuck Norris, but Scott Norris showed up. He's a new member, by the way. Let's go ahead and congratulate Scott Norris again. It's all good, Scott. We got a few others that was in here as new subscribers as well as we start to grow. You know what I'm saying? And things, though. So, yeah, no matter what they try to say, oh, yeah, his mods are dumb and stupid and all this other stuff, and they racist and stuff, you know your boy going to back you up. I'm going to back you up, though. You ain't got to be a great debater with them. All you got to know is that we support Trump. That's the main thing. Trump don't need to be debated on. He's already the man out there, put his family, his neck out there on the line. You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, there's Denise Farmer. I see her over here. And let's see here. Who else? I think I covered everybody. Oh, yeah, Jason Beatrice. You know I can't get out without saying Jason Beatrice, you know. Was Brian Reedy, was he in here too? I'm not for sure. I'm going to give a shout out anyway. Brian Reedy, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to give Brian Reedy, yes I am. Yes, I am, ladies and gentlemen. Who else I'm going to give a shout out to? I mean, going right down the list with I got to go get myself another new list because I got so many new mods, too, join the mod squad, you know. Boy, I tell you, it's Angela, Child of God, with her super chats and stuff. I appreciate it, though. You and Bernie, and I appreciate you guys, whether you give something or not. I appreciate you, you know, just showing support, just being here. Yeah, it is hard, right, V? Yeah, Hard Right, Dakota, you know, it was great talking to them yesterday. Y'all need to get over there on that, you already know, on that Discord and stuff. So therefore, we will be out from under YouTube with their guidelines and all that other stuff where you can just cut loose, you know what I'm saying, and get it off your chest, you know. Get it off your chest. Say it with your chest. Do I have that? Wait a moment. I think I have that sound bite. Wait a moment. I think I got so many sound bites, man. I kind of forget some of the sound bites I actually have. Let me see here. Where is it? Oh, yeah, there it is.
You're a crook. You're a cheat and a swindler. That's what you are. How can you do a thing like this?
Yeah, Dims, how could you do it? Y'all know what that's from. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, you know. Oh, my goodness, no. You're a crook. You're a crook and you're a swindler. You know, boy, I just love that one. How about this? You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Good day, sir. Boy, I love that, boy. I love it. I love it. Yep. So I even got that on the sound bite, though, too, you know. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Problem is that our leaders are dumb.
Trump. You know I got the Trump sound bites. Y'all already know, though, don't you? You know I got the Trump sound bites, you know. But, yeah, though, so we got it. If we were to rate the Democrats. I'm sorry, Democrats, that wasn't the right answer, though. It was not the right answer, you know. Boy, I tell you, man, ain't that something? Mm-hmm. Yep. Do y'all like Joe Biden? Yeah. Oh, my goodness, I love my sound effects. I love my sound effects, though, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. I love my sound effects, though, boy. I do got to get out of here. Let me see here. You're a cheat and a crook and a swindler. That's what you are. Let me see here. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Oops, that's the wrong one. That's a shopping cart. Yeah. That's the one. I love, you know, I love I'm like a kid in store. Some of these I haven't heard in a while, you know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, my goodness. Boy, I tell you, though.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, hell no. Yep. It's been good, though, guys, man. Did I catch everybody? Did I do everybody? I think I did. Yeah, I think I got everybody. Oh, hell no. You know, I think I got everybody. And I appreciate the new subscribers that have joined the chat and things. So, yeah, man, we just a big, happy family over here, you know. Once you get to know us, though, you know, yeah, we got people of all walks of life. You can be highly intelligent, you have your degrees and everything, or a person that don't have a degree. It's all good. It's all good, though, you know. So other than that, guys, I'm going to talk to y'all all tomorrow. And some of you guys, and I'm going to try to get on Discord a little later after I do some rides, but I'm going to get on there and stuff. Agnes, always putting down the information here. The Constitution was written. There was no income tax. It was tariffs only. He's absolutely correct. And I was going to mention, he's absolutely right. I'm a constitutionalist. I'm not an anarchist or anarchy, right? Means rules, right? So he's about following the rules, Agnes. I can tell. Look at that boy. He's the guy that knows the Constitution. Yep. Agnes says a tyrannical organization that is owned by the IMF, you know, the International Monetary Fund, is a private corporation. Boy, this is what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. Agnes, I got to get you up here on this thing, man, where you can run down some stuff, man. How you like that? With yeah, if you get on Agnes, get on Discord, man. Get on, and then we could set it up, man, so you can come on up here, man. Yep. Because you remind me of another brother that I do know that talks about the Constitution and everything, though, you know. That's the other Omega. Oh, man. That's what I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? Shoot. Yep, but it's all good, though, Agnes, man. Yep, so if you want, you can go over there and get on, get on Discord, man. Should I drop the link one more time? Yeah, I can do it. Hold on for a minute. Let me go ahead and drop that link one more time, and I'm out of here for real, for real. Let me go ahead and copy it. This is Discord. Yeah, Discord. So let me go ahead and pop it down here. where it's at, where the link actually works. There we go. All right. Now that's Discord right there, guys. There it is. So therefore, you can come in on that room. Yeah, boy, look at all those MAGA hats, man. That's what I'm talking about. And when you're a member, you get the MAGA hat. Get that MAGA cap, you know. Look at that. Says making America great again, you know. That's what I'm talking about, man. Yep. So yeah, man, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate y'all for being on Some Random Guy Speaks. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to hit them numbers today, man, when I put that Trump stuff on. And I love watching that, you know what I'm saying? We got to get some updates on Jake Lane eventually, you know, and stuff. Yep. Let me see. Agnes says, yeah, equal health coverage means you all get the same, right? And that's not equal. He's absolutely right, because that's what happened with that Affordable Care Act, Obamacare. They took the control before we were able to have choices, PPO or HMO, but now it's under, you know what I'm saying? He's telling the truth. Agnes is telling the truth, though, and that's what they want to do. They want to get this universal claim to be health care where you don't have choices or whatever. They want to give everybody just a standard and say it's all good, though, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't all good, and we already know that Obama actually pocketed a lot of that money, too, boy, you know? Boy, I tell you, off of the Obamacare, that's what I'm talking about, you know? And they had to stop that. They stopped the hemorrhage in there, though, man, because we really didn't have a lot of choices, though. And if you couldn't afford Obamacare back then, you were penalized up to $400 and stuff, man. They put that on your taxes, though, you know, and stuff. So that's exactly what it is, man. Yep. So you're absolutely right, though, Agnes, though. They were doing that to us. They were doing that to us. You were. Yep. So we're glad that we got off to that, though. We could better with Trump RX care, you know, Trump RX. Yeah, he's been really doing the thing with Trump RX, you know. So that's why we have more affordable medicine and stuff like that. He gave up to 1,000%, brought it down. You know, your insulin for some people that are diabetic and stuff, man. It's a beautiful thing, man, to be able to have a president that cares so much about American. But this is what we call American first. This is how you win, because of the president, which is Donald J. Trump, president of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. He cares, you know. Should I have to pull Trump back up? Hold on for a minute. He cares, ladies and gentlemen. Trump, that's why they called it Trump Cares. What? Let me see here. That's why I said, oh, that's the wrong one. Wait a moment.
This hit
there it is.
Over 7 million, and really just got going, I would say, Scott, about 2 weeks ago when it was we got the final approvals.
Yeah, so let's break it down, though. So Trump got his main man next to him. You got Donald J. Trump in the middle, obviously. Who you have over here on the left? You have, you know, Marco Rubio. And on the right, you have Pete Hegseth, you know. Look at Pete Hegseth. You know what I'm saying? He got his main man over here, POTUS. You can text POTUS for White House updates and stuff. You look at this, man. We're talking about, this was live earlier. Trump issues an urgent lockdown warning. Emergency alert for Americans, right? What's coming next. Trump is telling you, you know what I'm saying? You got to listen to Trump. Trump is the president of the United States, 45th and 47th. Trump is a constitutional president. He believes in the Constitution. He's not trying to take your rights away from you. He want to make sure that you have the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press. This is what makes it really, really great. Trump is also a firm gun rights protector, right? And we have to, because look at the NRA and all the rest of them. They want to try to take the rights away from the people, make us look like how they over there in the UK and also over there in Australia. You know, they took their guns away from them. What are they doing right now? Boy, I tell you, though, since they got their guns taken away from them, boy, look at what's happening. They just get slapped around, though, you know what I'm saying? Look at this. They just get slapped right in the face, you know? That's what happens when you don't have a stand-up president, you know, or a prime minister for that matter. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's about. This is what it's about. It's about America first, ladies and gentlemen. And this is why the voting part is so important. The Save America Act. That has to be implemented, and it will, right? Because it's about voter integrity. You know what I'm saying? We don't want people cheating in our elections, right? We want to have safe voting, right? They go in, all the results are counted up by 9 and over by midnight, right? And stuff. The only absentee ballots are going to be allowed is for people, senior citizens, and people that are deployed in the military. Those are the only recommendations, or that they can be able to use, like absentee ballots. Nothing wrong with you. You can go down to the polls like everybody else and vote. That's what I do, right? We're going to do away from all this nonsense. You either with us or you are against us, right? He is the president, Donald J. Trump, right? He is the president of the free world. This is the free world over here on the Western Hemisphere. That's exactly what it is. We ain't taking no orders. We ain't under no tyranny. You don't know what it is. Talking about Trump is a tyrant. You don't have no clue whatsoever. Man, Trump, you want to know what Trump did for me personally? Boy, my finances, my investment, just with the dividends, my with the crypto and all that stuff, it's just been great. It's been going up. Right? If you were smart, you would have actually been in some investment. I'm talking about the haters, right? So don't sit up here and tell me what he done a lot. Trump, shoot, are you kidding me? Looking really, really great. And it's going to get better and better and better, right? Boy, Trump has stopped. He shut down the border, made sure we don't have no more legal immigrants trying to come over here. It's rock shot. It's shut down. What about the fentanyl that was coming over here on those drug boats? They were trying, man, they were blowing, PX have been blowing them up. And I'm not sympathetic, because you shouldn't be coming over here and doing stuff illegal. Well, how does he know it's a drug boat? It was pretty obvious. They got the intel. Come on now, So, yeah, no fentanyl's coming in here. We ain't got to worry about Americans dying no more, right? The border is shut down. We got our fine military that's making patrol, watching and so forth, patrolling the border. It's the way it should, though. We got the border security and stuff like the border patrol is what I'm trying to say. Boy, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? And then what about the deportation of all these illegals, man? That's happening right now. 5,000 Somalis is being rounded up, man. We got over 10,000 new ICE agents that already hit the streets and stuff like that. They rounding them up, snatching them up quick. Even the Democrats, there's certain Democrats in certain cities that are working along with ICE, right? And they have been. When they pull them over on these routine stops, or they do something stupid, slap up on their wife, whatever the case may be, they being held. Guess what? They're being vetted, finding out who they are. And when they find out that they are illegal, guess what? Our boys and ICE boys, the ICE, right? They're going to come up there and pick them up. It's so quick now, ladies and gentlemen. They job and they mission. They can wearing street clothes now. They riding around in unmarked cars. They're looking like it's a regular car. They just coming out just like the jump out boys, man. They going up in here and grabbing them, snatching them up, throwing them in the car like they supposed to, and then rolling on out. Going to the next one. Snatch them up quick, put them in that ride, and roll on out, man. Ain't that a beautiful thing, man? Whoops, sorry, that's the wrong effect. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we call effective leadership, ladies and gentlemen. Effective leadership. The breaking news on all this stuff, man. And it's going down now. What else had Trump did? He was the one that brought us the what we call the one with no taxes on tips, no tax on overtime, and the citizens as well too, that's getting a pension and everything, they not being taxed either. That's a beautiful thing, right? Boy, this is what winning looks like, man. You know what I'm saying? Trump got safer streets out here now. Do y'all know that crime has dropped all the way down right now? They said it's at 1936 standards, man. That's a whole lot of crime. And it's not going to stop there, because Trump did say he's going to 19 other cities and going to implement the same thing he did over there in Washington, D.C., as well as Memphis. Look at Memphis, man. Memphis right now is looking way better than it was, you know. You got less crime on the streets and gang activity. They're afraid of the military. They ain't trying to go up against the military. They know they're going to lose, though, man. They say, you going to get out there thugging and throwing up gang signs? Oh, no, They've been arresting those boys, arresting them and things like that. And ain't going to be no revolving door when they get them, man. You know, this is what effective leadership is. So, therefore, no matter if you are in the hood or in the suburbs, no one should have to succumb to dangerous neighborhoods, no matter where you are. It shouldn't be something that's, okay, because I'm in the hood, I'm expected to live like this. You know, they're not living in siege no more, you know. They can actually play outside, have their children out there on the porch. You ain't got to worry about no drug deal about to go down, somebody trying to pull out a AK-47 or SKS. You know, you ain't got to deal with none of that kind of stuff, you know. So once again, this is what we mean about America first. America first, not last, but first, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Trump has whined and stopped and destroyed woke, right? There is no more woke. There is no more critical race theory, right? There's no more just getting a job because of how you feel or what you think, all this pronoun crap and stuff like that. It's going to be merit-based. DEI is destroyed, ladies and gentlemen. We don't have to deal with DEI no more. I love it when they always ask me what Trump have done. Trump have done so much for America. This is why he's going to go down as the greatest president in our lifetime, right? Because Obama, Biden, none of them can hold a candle to Trump, right? You know what I'm saying? So this is exactly, he's, what's his name, Obama, you know, y'all gonna see it, though. He's gonna be brought up as an international war criminal. That's what's gonna end up happening, though, because he got so much dirt under him. That's why you're always looking worried all the time, right? And you heard it here, because it's gonna be all this gonna be talking about. It's gonna be big news, right? Because they're coming down, man. He's getting the pawns out together already. You've been seeing massive arrests as well as people that's being indicted, right? Or being investigated, right? You ain't never seen that with 1.0 FBI. You never saw that in, besides FBI, DOJ 1.0. But 2.0, under, you know what I'm saying, Kash Patel and others, man, it's a beautiful thing. They're going in here. We're seeing more arrests, you know what I'm saying, getting these old crooked radical judges out the way. Some of them been arrested, you know what I'm saying. I can't wait till we get to old big mouth Karen Bass. I can't wait till we get to Gavin Knucklehead Newsom and his wife, what's her name, shoot, wait a minute, they come back to me, man. Not that it really matters. Christine or something like that, you know what I'm saying, Sybil. It don't matter, though, you know, who you are, Sybil Shepherd, but it's all good, ladies and gentlemen. It don't even matter, though, you know, how they cheated Spencer, you know, they cheated him, you know what I'm saying, Spencer Platt, man. They cheated him out of that, man. But I think we're going to see more of Spencer Pratt, though. So other than that, just running down the rundown, when they want to say what Trump have done, Trump is over here trying to make it so therefore we don't have to pay no taxes no more. That's going to be a beautiful thing, though, man. You know what I'm saying? Florida is on the brink. They already don't pay taxes over there already, but I'm talking about home taxes for your owning a home. They ain't got to pay tax. They working on getting that going, man. And I believe they will, though. And a shout out to Byron Donaldson, man, that's running for the governor over there. And there's a big chance that him and many others that's going to get in there, because Florida is very red. Texas, these are some large areas. And we haven't even mentioned about Philadelphia. Pennsylvania, right? That right there is a swing state. It's already red. Look what's going on, though, Dems, right? Huh? What about Michigan, right? You know Michigan been red since 2016, man. Come on now, you know. What about Wisconsin? You can't, if you don't get them states, you don't win no election. Straight like that. Those states are red, baby. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to be very difficult for the Dems trying to cheat this time, you know, because we got poll watchers, right? Say the least, right? We got other things to make sure that the elections are safe. And that's the whole point of having what we call the American Save Act. Because the American Save Act, if it wasn't for John Thune the buffoon, we could have already had it already. But, you know, he's a globalist sock puppet anyway, though. You know, he works for the globalists. He, licked the, what of the globalists. So there you go. There ain't no shocker there, all right? You know what I'm saying? And we're on the way of getting him out of there because we want politicians to be held accountable and responsible. When you cross the American people, you should not have that job anymore. We want to vote them out because, we got a voting process. We just can't snatch them out, unlike other countries. They just snatch them out, you know what I'm saying? But here, we more civilized. We have a voting process to get them out, right? We want to oust them out, right? And we've been doing a great job of getting these rhinos out of here, these low down, no good, rhinos, Republican in name only. All they are is Democrats in disguise. They don't care about the American people, and they don't care about you, me, or whoever, though, man. And that's exactly what it is. So many of Trump's policies. Trump have got the tariffs. Do you know our country was built off of tariffs? This was Agnes was trying to tell you. Tariffs was in the Constitution. We never had to deal with this tyrannical government in 1913. Agnes know what I'm talking about, right? And some of you understand what I'm talking about too. Because here it is, right? As I mentioned earlier, right? We're talking about the actual central bank, which is the Federal Reserve. There's nothing federal about them. They are a private entity, a private corporation that they don't have to answer to no president. They don't have to answer to his people. The only people that they answer to is other international banksters. Talk to me now, right? This is why ish don't get done. It ain't Trump that's holding it up for you guys that don't know how the central bank and the inner workings go on, though. They're being given instructions and stuff, being told what to do. Like Jerome Too Late Proud, he wasn't running anything. We got Kevin, what's his name? We got Kevin, hold on, come back to me in a minute, but we got him in there, right? You know what I'm saying? We got him in there, you know what I'm saying? Kevin Walsh, we got him in there, right? That's what I'm talking about. So we got some competent people, though, and we got in the process of getting people out of there, like Lisa Cook, don't believe in, don't belong in there, and others, right? Because eventually what Trump is doing, he's going to wean us off of the Federal Reserve Bank, and we're going to be on a tariff-based system. What you've been miseducated about tariffs, you have no idea. Your information comes from the lying, what we call in the mainstream media. They ain't going to sit up here and tell you all the great things about the tariffs because it'll make Trump look good. All they are is nothing but propagandist machine designed to keep you in where you are right now. Because you're not getting the truth over there. Because all this hating with Trump, where he's been battling them, got to keep in mind your party, you've been hijacked. And you've been tricked to think that you are working in an illusional economy. This is an illusional economy that we are under right now, Trump can't snatch us out from the Federal Reserve right away because it would hurt the industry, and they know it. They'll collapse the whole system. So therefore, it's like surgery, He's strategically is putting safeguards, so therefore the system doesn't fall. I love it when they sit up here and say, oh yeah, he don't care nothing about himself. You don't know what they're talking about. The people that really don't care nobody but themselves is the global elites. You don't hear none of you criticizing that. That lets me know, it's telling that you don't know. You don't have no idea of who these people are, these aristocrats, right? You don't have no idea of who they are. Old money blue bloods, right? You have no idea. That's why we call them the parasitical global elites, right? They don't give a damn about you. They don't care about your family. They don't care about no president. They don't care about nobody. They don't have to answer to nobody but them, right? They're in league with themselves, right? They don't give a damn about none of us, right? Keep it real, right? Going to sit up here and act like they care about you. They run things. They control things. They control the economy. They can through the Federal Reserve Bank, right? If they control that, don't you think they can control the oil prices as well too? This ain't conspiracy. This is a fact. They the ones that created. How you think that OPEC got in power anyway? All they are is nothing but a cartel, but dealing with the oil. Shit. They were put there. Look at Henry Kissinger, right? He did the mission statement. All this back in 71 when they pulled us off the gold standard. Go and pull it up, right? Agnes know what I'm talking about, right? For real, for real. You know what I'm saying? So this is a thing though too. So you want to sit up here, oh, yeah, he making the price. No, it's not. It's the globalists that's causing the oil to go up. Because they know when he first went into Iran, and this was a war that been going. We've been at war with Iran. It wasn't we were never at peace. Why would the president pay Iran $1.7 billion? And why would they give him all these allotments and stuff? We bigger and better than Iran. They was the ones under his administration, Obama and all the rest of them. So sit up here and talk about the JC thing and how that was so great. What they don't tell you about is how much money he had to pay Iran. And where do you think that money came from? It came from the taxpayers, right? We were paying for Iran to be weaponized, right? And to be a threat over there in the Middle East. That's what we got, right? This is why this guy, the big ear galoot, is eventually going to catch him, right? Where all that nuclear, the uranium one or whatever, this guy is a war criminal, straight up, right? And I'm saying that, and wait till you find out and see it. They're going to be crushed. This is war. This is a war criminal. Look at how many people that had to die, right? For their greed. It ain't stupidity. It was straight up greed. They never thought they were going to get caught. But guess what? Trump have already confiscated that nuclear dust that was over there in I think it was Syria, I think it was. And the other one was over there in North Korea. And when they checked those isotopes or whatever and find out it was traced back to this the previous administration before Trump, right? You know the ones with the big ears. Boy, I tell you, man, it's gonna be hell to have to pay. Then they're gonna say, I got you. I got you. I finally got you and all of the other people that were involved, though, you know? How in the hell, when you are moving nuclear dust, uranium one, and enrich our enemies and give our enemies and been funding and feeding armory and all the rest of this stuff. That's what they do. So they make a country, they choose a country and make this country evil as you know what, right? They do this, right? They get you to believe that it's attack on our democracy and freedom when they've been funding and financing this group. You know what I'm saying? This is the reason why. Nobody had to make this stuff up. You know, these are war crimes, right? These are war crimes straight like that, right? And there has to be a price to pay for this because many lives were destroyed. It was a war that should have never happened. Trump started another war. No, he didn't. He's trying to finish the war. Finish what was already started. Why didn't Obama, why they had to pay them? America is supposed to be better than Iran, right? Why do you have to pay them? It's $1.7 billion to be exact. Why does America have to pay any country? Right? Over there bowing and stuff. Why we the ones got to bow? You ain't never seen Trump ever bow. You seen Obama do. Obama be bowing to people. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You ain't see Trump bowing to nobody. Because he's a real man. Real man don't bow to nobody. But now fake man or whatever, he ain't going to bow. You know what I'm saying? He over here bowing, kissing so-and-so's butt. All the rest of this stuff. Y'all know the big ear galoot that I'm talking about. Right? So that's why you're going to see, though, man. It makes me none but tell you the truth. That's exactly what's going on, though, right? Wait till we find out who delivered that uranium one over there, boy. That's going to be a thing right there. You know the left is going to, man, they're going to have them, man. Boy, I tell you, man, they're going to lose their you-know-what, man, when they find out. Oh, it's not true. Oh, the great savior Obama. Oh, it's not true. It's not true. Well, y'all going to lose y'all SHIT, man. Wait till you find out about that. Oh, my goodness, man. You know, I'm just a little early with it, but it's going to come out, though. So, you know, like it is, though. Ain't going to have to run me an apology, man. Ain't that something? Boy, I tell you, man. But other than that, guys, I got to really go, man. It's been good. It's been fun in the sun when we over here talking about politics, talking about all the wonderful things with Trump and his policies and how he's making it better for Americans and America, man. We got less crime now. America is the safest, one of the safest countries in the world now, man. Boy, look at this. We got rid of all the fake manufactured racism that they were trying to do with the Southern Poverty Law Center, though, man. You all this nonsense and stuff like that. They ain't going to be at the grift no more. I told you, the grift is over. The grift is over. Wa-ta-ta. The grift is over. The grift is over. The grift is over, right? We ain't going to be hearing all this foolishness or whatever like that. Boy, I tell you, Al Sharpton, as I said earlier, he's going to be hit with a defamation. He's going to get hit with a lawsuit, a defamation lawsuit, if he don't knock this stuff off, though. What you going to do, Sharpton? You going to go ahead through and keep the lying about that and things, and you're going to keep bringing that up about Nolan Wells? You're going to keep bringing that stuff up? Because those families, those white families that was his friend, they're going to sue Al Sharpton if he don't knock this stuff off. And they're going to sue Benjamin Crump, too, if you don't knock this stuff off. And they coming after you. I'm telling you, the grift is over. I've been said that. You know, you're going to have to find another way to make money. But it ain't going to be off the bat putting out lies and misinformation and destroying people's character by calling them a racist or whatever. You know what happened to that boy out there, though. What happened to that boy? You know, he was out there drinking, out there trying to get down with some of the ladies and stuff. Can't blame him for that. You know what I'm saying? So, allegedly he's supposed to have been out there drinking, right? And drown out there, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to be drinking out there in the water out there. You know what I'm saying? It wins all the time. That's why I don't drink. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. You know, I got to be conscientiously aware, right? Because this thing here shouldn't have never happened, right? Boy, I tell you, man. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, so that's the thing about it, though. I appreciate you guys on here. Boy, you know how I rock it out and stuff like that. Went in earlier on them and stuff like that. Trump is the man, right? So that's the thing about it. It ain't, because like I said, we got the military, right? And oh, yes, man. And when it come down, you should turn that flag around. I remember this pissed off vet. Boy, I remember he got that flag upside. See, this dude right here hates America. Because you would never have the flag upside down. Because I got a lot of vets in this room, man, that don't even like what they even seeing right now. Did you forget that I got more vets that roll with me than you do? You know, I be telling them about you, man. You don't even deserve to wear the uniform, man. No military person don't. If you supposed to be a military person, man, you supposed to be held at a higher standards, man. You all in your feelings. You know you a brother. Brothers always in their feelings. Want to show how hard they is, but they be always in their feelings all the time. You got the flag upside down. You can't be no more disrespectful than just that, man. This is messed up. See the upside down flag? That means you know what that means, right? You know what that means, right? He's anti-American. You can't say that you American and have the flag upside down. Doesn't it mean that you don't supposed to disrespect the flag in no way? You know what I'm saying? Boy, I tell you, man, what you gonna do? Run out of here? You're running now, right? Yeah, he just comes in. He be running. He always run. I remember him before. He always run, right? Always run. Little hee-hee, like a little woman. Hee-hee-hee. What's so funny? You got the flag all upside down, man. Why don't you be a man and stand on something for a change? You instead of throwing out something and then going hiding, ducking hide like they mostly do, man. You know? How you going to be a military guy and got the flag upside down? I bet not ever see the flag upside down. You going to be for America or you can always get out. Why don't you go to one of these countries that you claim to love so much, right? That's what he should do. You got that right. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And Paul says, Sharpton never paid the IRS. He owes what makes you think he will pay Trump when he loses. Yeah, because he ain't nothing but a grifter anyway. He don't do ish for the black folk. Just the stupid blacks that follow this dude It's usually older ones, man. Younger ones got better sense. They ain't liking this dude. This dude don't do nothing. Guy is an informant, work for the mob, all kind of stuff, probably. That's what I'm saying, though, man. What has Al Sharpton ever did for the black community other than grift? You know what I'm saying? Shoot. Grifting. Yep. Mm-hmm. Boy, I tell you, man. This is it's just something else, man. Yep. It's something else. But yeah, man, it's been all good, man. I'm glad to see we got some real Americans in this room. We ain't got no time for no anti-Americans with no flag upside down. How you gonna be a veteran and serve the military and be against it? Man, because, I mean, we could have found that out real good by doing a psych evaluation. I think they're doing that now because everybody don't deserve to be in the military at all, man. You going to be for this country, right? Because he shouldn't have been in the military, though, all I'm saying. You're going to have the flag upside down. How does that make any sense? You got how is that being respectful, you know? We're talking about real patriotism. When you represent this country, you love this country, and you love the flag. It's actually a symbol of unity. United States. We are united, black, white, and whatever, right? We are all united under that flag. We ain't worshiping the flag. We united under that flag, right? There's no other country on earth that's greater than America. And some of these people think they still think it is. They still think they don't have a constitution. Without a constitution, they just been given what? Privileges. We have rights, and we're going to protect these rights. And that's why I stand the way I stand, and many of you guys stand in solidarity like myself. We stand for America, right? We ain't got no time for no anti-Americans up in here. These people over here, we already dealing with the DSA. Because they all should be rounded up. Something wrong with these people when you hating on America. Boy, something wrong with them, man. That's what I say, man. Yeah, we want them to leave. Get your ASS out of America if you don't like America. America is the greatest country on earth. And don't let nobody else tell you otherwise, right? You're going to have respect on the flag when you come in here, right? Or you get kicked out. Simple as that. We ain't going to have nobody disrespecting the flag. We're going to go back to the days when blacks and whites was really patriotic back in the days. And a lot of them were. We were patriotic. Love America, man. We don't sit up here loving on another country, wishing Iran, they're talking about he gonna kill America, gonna find out. Who the hell are you rooting for? You live in America too. These Iranians don't care about your behind. I'm talking about the IRGC. They don't get the Ayatollahs. They hate America. They always have. They don't love you. They hate you. They hate every American. You ain't Muslim. And that's even that don't mean nothing either. You guys don't love nobody but the bag. That's it. You know what I'm saying? They don't love nobody but the bag. Facts. That's exactly what it is. Shoot. Just over here, man. Look at this type of stuff. Boy, I tell you. Right? Yeah, and like Agnes said, though, you know, they ain't representing all that stuff over here with Palestinian flags, talking about pride flag. Man, I tell you, man, Boy, I tell you, boy, ain't that something? Yep. So other than that, though, man, I really got to get out of here. 1 in 14 Americans are millionaires. Yeah, you're right about that. We have more millionaires in America than we ever have before. Entrepreneur thing, we always have. This is the greatest country. Yep. The greatest country. And don't even mention about the billionaires. We got a lot of millionaires, man. Your Fortune 500 companies and 1,000 and so forth. We got a lot of them over here. They choose America, right? Because it's the greatest country to run their business and corporation, right? This is the greatest country on earth is America, man. And we're going to ride to America till we die. That's how it is, though. It's all right to visit other countries, but you be coming back and say, I'm so glad I'm so glad to be blessed to be in America. I'm proud to be an American where at least that I can be free and for all the men who fought and died so my could be free. You know what I'm saying? Yep, exactly, right? You got to stand up next to her and defend her when you can. You know what I'm saying? I love that. What's that? Greenwood, yeah. I like that song, man. I like that song, man. You know, when it be coming on, I like that song, man. Boy, I like that. It's a beautiful song, isn't it? I like that song. If I can be able to play it, man, I would, man. I like that song, man. It gets you all choked up, don't you? It make you feel good about being an American, man. An American. Boy, I tell you, they want to know what the ages are the millionaires. They want to know where they live at and where they are and stuff like, man, I tell you, man, anybody got time for this? Do your own research. It's out there. Do your research. Always with the questions all the time. These people they should be smarty smart. They the ones claiming they so smart. Go on and pull it up. Do your own research. Instead of always asking, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know. Yeah, Mike, you are right. Most of these liberals are American dumb asses. They really are. Because they supposed to be the ones that's got all the degrees. Yeah, Lee Greenwood. There you go. Proud to be an American. There you go, Dakota. I love that song. I'm proud to be an American. Where at least that I can be free. Yeah, man. That's exactly what it is, man. Shoot. Well, we can be free, you know. I'm Generation X too, Agnes. Yep, boy, Russell. Yep, see you over there too. Yeah, man. Peter, most of our soldiers are conservative. I know some right now. I know my friend's son, also a Marine. Once you're a Marine, always a Marine, right? And he's very conservative, man. He loved his guns. He fought for this country and stuff like that. What about, and a shout out to all the men and women. Whoops, sorry about that. All the men and women that defended this country. America is the greatest country on earth, man. Ain't no other country can hold up to America. We have the greatest military on earth. You know what I'm saying? We have the might. We have technology now that other countries do not have. You already saw a little bit of what they did over there with Nicholas Maduro. People were shocked. What type of thing they had with that, man? Shoot, America got some stuff. I can't tell you, but I was told that just know that America got technology, man. They got the stuff. Man, you ain't seen nothing, man. Shoot. We are the most advanced technologically here in the United States. Boy, that's why I say God love America so much for us to be so technologically advanced. We are technologically. We are most advanced than other countries in the world. I'm about to say China. China don't have what we have. They don't have what we have. They've been trying to test us though, but they don't have what we have. I'm over here in America, baby. Land of the free, home of the brave. Where I can walk around with my gun. I can criticize the president if I want to. Right? That's what type of freedom you have. You can't do that in China. Try it in China and see. Don't do it. Don't do it because it wouldn't be good for you. You know what I'm saying? You can't do it in Russia. You definitely can't do it in North Korea. That's out. You can't do it in current Iran. For those that always own Iran's nutsack, you can't even do it in Iran. Under that administration, the IRGC, shoot, you can't do that. You can't even get up there and do all that. You can't do that. You can't even say freedom. You get it right between the eyes. You can't even say freedom. You can't criticize the Ayatollahs. You cannot, right? Who want to be living under that kind of regime? No, not me. No. So, yeah, man, it's real good. I got to get out of here, man. I'm serious this time. Let's see here. Mike says, MAGA loves... Mike, I thought you was on our side, man. He said, Mike, I thought you was on our side. Man, what you with the Flash? Who are you, Flash Gordon? Oh, my goodness, man. I thought he was on our side, man. How you going to sit up here and say this, though, Mike? MAGA loves pedophiles. Man, how you going to sit up here and say that, man? Is that really your picture? Is over here on trying to be on some Flash Gordon? Flash, gonna save every one of us. Yeah, got that Queen, man. Y'all remember that old movie, Flash? Yeah, man. Oh my goodness, man. Dakota says, all right, Tony, stay safe and stay strapped. I know, right? You got that right, man. I'm gonna stay, yep. Always got my hand on the Nina. You know what I'm saying? Definitely, just in case. Once again, Peter, you sound stupid. Huh. Hey, let me get on out of here, man. Okay, guys, I will see y'all tomorrow, man. Yep, okay. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. Let's go ahead and get that American anthem, man. All right, I mean Star Spangled Banner, though. Stand for the Star Spangled Banner. Greatest country on earth is America. Let nobody else tell you otherwise, man. This is the one here, the land of the free and the home of the brave, man. Isn't it a beautiful thing, man? Let me go ahead and close this down. Hold on for a minute. I got to take this off. Boy, this is what legends are made of or built. Boy, I tell you, let me go ahead and put the other thing up. But yeah, you guys has been great, man. I done been on here for 5 hours. I got to get my behind off here, man. But a lot of people showed up, though. I appreciate it. Let me go ahead and turn off this camera. You know, that's my sign now that I'm out, though, man. Dakota, and yep, I'm gonna say in hard right, though, man. I'm gonna try to get over there on that Discord though today too. I'm gonna try to, but I gotta make some money first, you know. Let me see here. Let me go ahead and pull up this thing here. Let's see here. Hold on for a minute. Oh yeah, there it is. Is that it? Nope. Thought that was it. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and play. Hold on for a minute, guys. Let me go ahead and play a Star Spangled Banner, man. Oh man, goodness, man, we got to do it. All right, hold on for a minute. Where's my thing at? Oh. Nope, that's not it either. Where is it? Where is it? I hate having to find stuff. I thought I had my stuff so organized. And still don't have it organized, man. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Hold on for a minute. Okay, this gotta be it. There we go. Gosh, dog it, man. All right, guys. I like that one too, man. Okay, guys. Gotta go out with a bang. There it is. All right. I'll see y'all all tomorrow, man, and stuff. I appreciate all the likes. It was nice we already got to 200, but that's okay, though, you know. But other than that, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace and love from Tony Love. And you guys take care of yourself and things. Get in that Discord room. Get in the Discord, you know what I'm saying? You want to talk about something? The Discord is put up in there. Put the Discord up, you know. So there it is, though. Boy, I tell you, man. Yep, we got Trump, and then we're going to go ahead on and put up the Star Spangled Banner. Yep, these are our 3 super guys right here. Right here, man. POTUS. All right. See you guys tomorrow. I'm out.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes